Chapter 101, 101 Cavalry Battle. The second round of the UA Sports Festival is midnight. Points at the screen which showed a slot animation. Cavalry battle with the top 42 of the qualifier. Those at the top will suffer more. You will hear this many times as you attend UA. This is what Plus Ultra means. Midnight looked at us and smiled. The participants can from a team of 2 to 4 people. It's the same as an ordinary cavalry battle, but based on the results of the last round, you will be given individual points based on your position. When you form a team, those points will be added together, which will be your team score, which will be printed on a headband. The goal is to steal the other team's headband. The last 4 teams with the most points proceed to the next round. The students nodded, saying that it was easy to understand. The points assigned go up by 5 from the bottom. So 4-2th place gets 5 points. 4-1th gets 10 points, and so on. But the value assigned to first place is 10 million. Everyone turned to me, looking at me like I'm some easy prey. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight says sadistically. She even had a blush on her face. But still, these guys are getting way ahead of themselves. Well, time to remind them who exactly they are dealing with. I unleash my battle intent. Don't get cocky, you brats. Remember who you are dealing with. As if cold water was splashed on them, they all instantly cooled down and remembered who exactly was in the first place. Damn it! I forgot. Yet it's him, the one who decimated the villains. People started to talk about me. I ignore them and look at the scoreboard. 1st10m points. 2nd 205 points. 3rd minus 200 points. So Deco has 185 points. Wonder if he will even make it to the end. I keep going down the list. Hey! May the support girl is 41RD. And the purple midget is 42th. How the fuck did that happen? Hey, who's the kid in the last place? I ask out loud. Him. He grabbed on the girl in 41st place and didn't let go. She basically carried him all the way to the finish line. That normal course student is such a creep. I feel sorry for the girl from the support course. Itsuka Kendo answered me. That little punk got in the normal courses and is still harassing girls. Well, just spread the word. If nobody teams up with him, he will be disqualified. I casually mentioned to Kendo. Sure. Great idea. And being the social butterfly she was, the news was quickly spread to the other students. Midnight continues explaining the rules. But remember, it's still a cavalry battle. You will get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You have 15 minutes to form your team. Start. MC and Momo. I'm feeling kinda lazy, so I won't be fighting this round. I yawn. This is seriously boring. If I wanted to end this, it would be over in a flash. Hat. Flash jokes? So fucking stupid. What do you have in mind, sensei? Momo asked politely, not even bothering with the event. Well, you will find out soon. Just get on my shoulders and I will take care of the rest. She pauses at that but just gives me a nod while smiling. I don't even need to read her mind to know what she is thinking. She is a closet pervert, focused only on me. She gets to ride on my shoulders. Frankly, I don't mind this side of her. Is so much fun just to mess with her. Begin. Midnight's voice echoed across the stadium. The other students looked at me, deciding on whether to attack me or not. But I'm not sticking around. Momo jumps and sits on my shoulders. I unfurl my wings, kneel down and jump as high as my normal body can take me. Which was quite high. Hey! He is getting away. Shoot him down. I ignore the rest and take to the sky. I go right at the top of the stadium. The stadium is circular. So I fly to the edge, put a spider web down and drag it about 30 meters to the left and put down the anchor there as well. So I got a line going from one spot to another. Then I just filled that in, and made a big ass platform made from spider webs. Since I made it, me and Momo can sit on it. It appears Team Kodo is laying around. Present Mike was speechless. Oi brat! Do you plan to stay up there the entire round? Aizawa asks me while rubbing his forehead. I don't see how this is a problem for him. I calmly answer with a simple yes. Laser Boy tries to shoot us down, but Momo counters him with mirrors. I'm kinda hungry. Momo, can you make me a piece of paper and a pen? She did it without asking about it since it was trivial to her. I start writing down some shit and Momo looked over my shoulder. Want something to eat? I was writing down my order. I plan to drop down a sign to the people from the business class. Sure, I'm feeling kinda peckish. Bring loads of food. Pizza, hot dogs, burgers, fries, anything you got. Put it on my school tab. Signed, Shinichi Kodo. A tab that All Might is paying for. God, that bet is one of the best things I have done. Paying for my own food would have made a serious hit on my bank account. I look down and see the teams fighting and scrambling for the headbands. Todoroki still uses his ice. Momo was on his team in the AUG and was now replaced by Tentacle Man, Mizo Shoji. They don't have the best synergy because Momo is missing and Kaminari can't use his full strength. But Todoroki makes up for it. The dude was freezing the ground below both of them and Ida was basically just pulling them. Deku running around trying to get points. I really don't get why Edgelord, Tokoyami, wasn't the rider. He would be in a better position to defend and get headbands if he was on top. Bakugo was blowing shit up, as usual, raging because Monoma stole his headband. I'm glad that didn't change. Because it's freaking hilarious to watch it live. Shinso brainwashed his team and the other teams. Sad. He has a lot of potential. Almost everyone responds back to trash talk. If he trained his body, he would have a guaranteed spot in the hero course. He has a better chance of becoming a hero than Koji Koda from my class. The guy is shy as hell and his quirk is talking and controlling small animals. They brought the food and I just raised it up. Me and Momo spent the entire round stuffing our faces with fast food while watching down on the chaos. Just as they were fighting to grab the last points. Time's up. Chapter 102, Preliminaries. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Sorry for the late releases. Christmas rush is murder. And I was working second shift. From 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Not a lot of time to write. I'm practically a zombie in the morning. And what time I did have, I was barely able to write for DxD, Kaiba. Should be better this week. First shift. I will be able to write more. Sadly, web novel doesn't allow bolded words. The ones in the brackets are bolded. That's the commentators speaking. Word count 1800. Number. Time's up. English. The second round is over. Let's reveal the top teams that will make it to the final round. 16 people will advance to the next round, Mike yelled out. I look at the screen. 1. Team Kodo, Kodo and Yaeorozu. 2. Team Todoroki, Todoroki, Kaminari, Tinya, and Mizo. 3. Team Bakugo, Bakugo, Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro. 4. Team Hitachi, Hitachi, Mashirao, and Tensei, Random Scrub. 5. Team Testuditsu, Testuditsu, Juzo, Ibara, and Yazutsu. 6. Team Midoriya, Midoriya, Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Mei. Combining the first 5 teams and we get 17 contestants. One will have to drop out from Team Tetsu. Their team looked a bit depressed. wondering how they were going to decide which one will leave. Mashiro and Tensei decide to quit. Same as original. Mashiro, Tailboy, raised his hand. Excuse me. I would like to resign. Me as well. Tensei, the guy from the normal class, did the same. This surprised a lot of people. You do know you are wasting your chance to get noticed by pro heroes. You only get one chance per year, Midnight said seriously. Yes. But I don't remember anything from this entire round. I started to look for partners and before I knew it the round was over. There is no honor in winning this way. I agree. I want to go to the hero course more than anything else. But I won't be able to hold my head high if I continued on like this. Tensei. Such youthful energy. I accept your resolve. Well, now we have 15 people. Only one person can come from Team Midoriya. Aizawa sounded like he was about to die. Get some sleep, man. Hat, plot armor strikes again. Midoriya will definitely make the spot. I really want to be the one to fight him first. I'll destroy his entire worldview. It appears Okako and May have forfeited. Midoriya and Tokoyami have decided to have a match for the final place. How exciting! Yeah, present Mike was doing a good job as the hype man, judging by the cheers from the crowd. Fight for the final spot, Midoriya vs Tokoyami. Both of them step on the stage. Midoriya. May the best man win, Tokoyami says in his usual dark Chunai tone. Same to you, Tokoyami-kun. Deku stuttered as usual. He was a nervous wreck. Start. Midnight yells out. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami sends Dark Shadow straight at Deku, but he sends a strong shockwave at him, breaking his middle and index finger. But Tokoyami saw it coming right before Deku flicked his fingers. Dark Shadow buried his arms into the stage, acting like an anchor, stopping Tokoyami from getting blown away. But the shockwave still pushed them back. Dark Shadow was holding on the stage even while being dragged by the force of the shockwave. Seeing as his tactic was somewhat successful, Deku proceeded to break both his index and ring finger, sending Tokoyami flying off the stage. The result was that Midoriya broke 4 of his fingers, especially the thumb, as it was broken each time he unleashed a shockwave. Tokoyami was unharmed. He looked dissatisfied with his loss but didn't say anything. A loss was a loss. But he thought that he had a better chance at winning this tournament than Midoriya. He won't go far if he just breaks his fingers and limbs in each fight. MCPOV. Called it, I whisper to Momo. I knew the twerp would get saved by plot armor. Yes, that was quite disappointing. Momo pursed her lips. I expected a lot more, judging by the way he used his quirk in the team battles. I assumed he had a very late quirk manifestation. But it's already been more than a month since then. And he hasn't improved his control over his quirk at all. He will probably get switched out of the hero course once this festival is over. Oh, you right on the nail and cold as hell. I don't have the heart to tell her that plot armor will make sure he stays in the hero course. Here are the results of the randomizer. Present Mike yelled out. Tournament preliminaries. Kodo vs Todoroki. Yaeorozu vs Tetsu. Kaminari vs Ibara, just cuz it's too funny. Midoriya vs Juzo. Kirishima vs Bakugo. Mizo vs Yazutsu. Tinya vs Ashido Mina. Siro vs Hitachi. Now we will have a break for lunch before we start again in 1 hour. See ya. I'm first? And up against Icy Hot no less. This is gonna be fun. But Deku is dead. Juzo can soften the entire ring. Midoriya will be useless. Unless he breaks his entire arm to blow apart half the ring. I can see that happening. Stupid kid will destroy his own future for one lousy victory. If he is really this dumb, manipulating him will be easy as hell. I heard Momo muttering beside me. Tetsu. He can turn his skin to metal. I should be able to handle him. Momo smiles a bit as she thinks about the combinations she can use in her fight. I bring out my phone. Yo lunch rush. Get 100 meals ready, and try not to pass out this time. You little shit. I'll make so much food that your stomach busts. I brought chefs from around Japan. I hope you choke and die from the food. Lunch rush ended the call. I turned to Momo. Dinner reservations are made. Shall we? I offer her my arm. Sensei, why do you torment lunch rush so much? Momo links her arm with mine. Because his food is delicious and he cooks faster when he is pissed off. As we were heading to the cafeteria, I saw Deku and Icy Hot step into an empty hallway. Oh yeah, didn't they have an emotional talk about Todoroki's childhood? Totally forgot about that. To be fair, it isn't even that important. 1 hour later. Hey guys! Are you ready? English. The crowd cheered. They were all waiting for the fights. Honestly, grown-ass men and women sitting in a stadium watching kids beat the shit out of each other. And they called the gladiator fights barbaric. Preliminaries Round 1, from the 1A Kodo Shinichi. The crowd goes wild. I wave my hand at them as I get on the stage. His opponent, also from 1A Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki glares at me as he steps on the stage. Guess he is pissed off. Maybe it was Deku, maybe his abusive father. Don't care. But this should be an entertaining match. I will stop things if they get too far. Cemento sat on his chair, taking the role as the referee. Ready? Start? Take this. Todoroki threw an ice wave directly at me. It was his regular ones that freeze anyone from the neck down. He was trying to make me move and attack when I am doing these jabs. But I just smirk and let the ice freeze me. Hey! Kodo is frozen. Mike yells out in surprise. What is that brat playing at? Aizawa grumbled. I was frozen below the neck. And not just by a thin ice layer. It was like I was buried in ice. You could skate on the surface of the ice. I could practically feel Aizawa narrowing his eyes at me. How disappointing. Todoroki shook his head. Kodo, can you move? Midnight looked confused but still did her job. You must be joking. Is this the best you can do? Shivering, I started to shake rapidly. My skin turned a bit red. Steam and cracks started to form on the ice. I just flexed my muscles and broke out of the ice. How? Todoroki was stunned. Shivering. When the normal body temperature drops, the skeletal muscles start to make small involuntary contractions. By doing so they create warmth by expanding energy. I just do that but in overdrive. My body heats up, melting the ice so my skin doesn't stick to it. And the shivering is so fast it vibrates the ice, making it crack. Then I just use my physical strength to break the ice. No quirk required. Amazing. Kodo got out of that pinch without using his quirk. The crowd cheered wildly. Really selling it there, Mike. Thanks. Todoroki was pissed as hell. You plan to beat me without using your quirk. Are you looking down on me? Well, you aren't using your fire. So why should I use my quirk when I can beat you without it? Icy Hot made a huge ice wave. The same one he used on Zero. But this time I didn't wait. I slammed my foot on the ground, cracking it a bit. Getting a good solid stance. Rokugan. I unleash a big ass shockwave, but it was focused and didn't spread out. As soon as it collided with the ice glacier, the central part of the glacier started to crack and crumble at high speeds. Inside the glacier was a tunnel made from the shockwave. Todoroki used a massive amount of stamina to make a glacier this big. He already has frost forming on his right side and he was shivering slightly. Again. Is that the best you can do? Todoroki glares at me like he wanted to set me on fire. Which he could, if he got that stick out of his ass and used his full potential. He swung his arm again, making smaller ice attacks at me. But they were a lot slower and had less power than before. I easily dodged and sometimes just kicked the ice apart. I causally walked to him by doing and destroying his attacks. By the time I got there his right side was frozen over, he was panting hard and I'm pretty sure he was about to pass out. How disappointing. I grab him by the neck, quickly drawing his blood through the small stingers on my palm. They leave no trace when I do this. I lift him up by the neck. Drag him to one of the corners and threw him off the stage. Is it disrespectful? Yes. Do I care? Nope. In all honesty, I expected more. He was already angry and distracted before the fight even started. He has a good grasp of his ice powers but only has 3 good attacks. His big-ass glacier. His normal-sized attacks. And freezing someone by touching them. That it. If he used his fire he would have had a better shot. Winner Kodo. Yeah. Heard that 1,000 times. I was wrong. What a boring fight. I at least expected some small AoE attacks. Like throwing ice shards. Maybe throw a glacier in the air so that it will break apart. Sigh, I was wrong to get my hopes up. Next match Yaeorozu vs Tetsu. Number A/N, wait for the entire mini-arc to end. Then you can decide to chase me with fire and pitchforks if you think it was bad. Preliminaries. Quarter-finals. Semi-finals. Finals. Chapter 103, Preliminaries 2. To whoever thought it was a good idea to rush everything in front of Christmas, step up so I can shoot you. Brah, it's first shift. I thought I would have more time to write. I'm practically living off coffee and energy drinks this week. I come home and fucking drop on the bed. I barely got enough willpower to write Kaiba. Adult life sucks, man. XD. Word count 1850. Number. Next match Yaeorozu vs Tetsu. Momo POV, I don't think I have done this before. Good luck, Momo. Try not to end it too fast. Give us a good show, sensei. Kodo pats me on the back. His voice showed complete confidence in me. I tried hard not to let out a big grin. It would be unbecoming of me. Hi. Please look forward to it. Senior. Shisho, damn it. Ha, you still get them confused. Why don't you just give up and call me by my name? He laughed at me. Never. I promised myself. I will only call you when you accept me. I step in front of him and look up to see his eyes. I told you it won't happen anytime soon. He says in his serious tone, which was rare. Then I will just have to wait until you do. I'm not giving up. You were my light. You guided me, protected me, and made me the woman I am today. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. You are really stubborn. I wonder where you get that from. Shisho smirked, already knowing the answer. I got it from you, you numbskull. Preliminaries, second match, from the 1A Yaeorozu Momo. I get up on the stage and do a little bow. Sensei said to work the public as much as possible. Otherwise the media will nitpick any weakness you show. Versus Tetsu from 1B. Bring it. Tetsu yells out as hard as he can. He is basically Kirishima with Bakugo's personality. Well. Since he is steel, electricity and heat are out. I don't have enough time to build something that has a strong output. Guess I can only trap him or throw him off the stage somehow. Ready. Start. He activates his quirk, turning his body to steel, and dashes straight at me. He goes for a standard right hook. Which is a terrible move. I grab his wrist and pull a bit. I turned my body so my back was to his chest and put his armpit on my shoulder. Then I just pull down hard as I can, as I lean forward. I slammed Tetsu into the ground, denting the stage. Shugoi. Yaeorozu did a perfect judo shoulder throw. Present Mike yelled out. The shoulder throw was one of the first things Sensei taught me. After kicking or hitting a man in the balls and hitting anything above the shoulders. Damn, that stung. Tetsu grumbled as he got up. Durability as steel as well. I activate my quirk and light shines on my plan. No you don't. He tries to reach me but the creation was complete. I raise my hand and slam down the purple ball in my hands. Boom! Purple smoke engulfs us both. Smoke screen. Very clever. Now she has time to plan and create something else while Tetsu searches for her blindly. Aizawa-sensei actually complimented me. Yay! Even if it was for such a simple tactic. I got a compliment and I will use it. To prank him. Sensei loves to mess around with Aizawa-sensei. I just might do it to get some bonus points with sensei. I feel the air in the smokescreen move. No fair. Tetsujitsu swings wildly hoping to get a hit. Don't think I will be able to get him with the same trick twice. Plus hitting and smashing things is sensei's thing. I'm a mid to long range fighter. Open up my zipper to start creating something. I'm so glad sensei beat out my stupid idea of having more skin exposed. It was really embracing when he paralyzed me with just a small scratch. My original costume design had more than 60% of my skin exposed. That's just begging for someone to poison you, were his exact words. I remember the day vividly. There I was paralyzed on the ground from just a small scratch. Sensei kneeled down and sighed. What are you? I started to grumble. We had a bet before the spar started. I'm stupid. And he raises an eyebrow at me. I should stop watching TV and do real research before I decide on anything. Good. The paralysis should last 30 minutes. Now as punishment I'll play the most annoying songs possible. Enjoy. Sensei put down a speaker and left. Naya 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 dot naya naya naya. Sensei? Sensei. I hate you. Shudder brrrr. Worst 30 minutes of my life. Now I avoid striping as much as possible. I'm not like sensei. Stupid bulletproof muscles and stupid poison immunity. But his muscles are really hard and delicate. No. Focus. Stop hiding. Tetsu yelled out. The smokescreen started to clear. Hey, metalhead. I yell out as my creation was finished. Got ya. He ran straight at my voice. No, I got you. I aim my net launcher at him. Bap. Bap. 2 nets hit him and he falls to the ground. What is this? He started to struggle, tying up the nets even further. Oh what is this? Mike sensei wanted to make some suspense, but Aizawa sensei ruined it. A net launcher. Good tactic. Fighting him in close range is a risky and unnecessary decision. Trapping him like this is the most efficient and logical course of action. Man, you are no fun. I was gonna say that Mike sensei slumped and started to pout. At least I think he did, judging by his voice. Tetsu, can you escape? Midnight yells out. Tetsu started to roll around in hopes of getting the nets off him. Grrrrrrr. Damn it. Tetsu can no longer continue. Winner. Yaeorozu Momo. The crowd starts cheering. I give a little bow as I start to get off the stage. I started to decompose the net launcher to get back some of the calories I spent making it. I can't wait to see who I'm going to fight next. Third POV. Okay, time for the next round. Preliminaries. Third match. The assassin from Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. Here comes Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara calmly walks on stage. Versus Sparkling Killing Boy. From Class A. Kaminari Denki. Yay! Kaminari waved at the crowd, getting a few cheers. Well, looks like we will have a flashy battle this time too. Ibara interrupted him. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I have only come here to find victory, not take my opponent's life, Ibara says gracefully. I am sorry. In the first place, I wished to enter UA not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others. Ibara put her hands together to pray as light shined down on her from out of nowhere. I already said I'm sorry. My bad. Okay. Thank you for understanding. Ibera smiles and bows, grateful that the situation has been solved. Anyway. Start? Mike says awkwardly, hoping people would forget about that mishap. Yellow lightning covered Kaminari's whole body. Sorry about this. But it will be over in an instant. Kaminari grinned. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts, he yelled out, already assured of his victory. Kaminari threw his arms forward and the lightning followed, going directly at his opponent. Ibera calmly clasped her hands in prayer and turned her back on the attack. Her hair stabbed the stage and grew enough to form a wall to protect her before the hair separated from the newly formed vine wall. Kaminari's attack was totally neutralized by the vine wall. Hey! Dumb Kaminari looked at the wall in shock. From the vine wall, cracks started to form and quickly made their way to Kaminari. Ha-at! Vines rose up from the ground, tied up Kaminari and raised him in the air. An instant. The match was decided in an instant. Mike yelled out. Shiozaki advances to the quarter-finals. Midnight announces with a whip strike at the end. R. Didn't he say it would be over in an instant? But he was the one to get defeated. Isn't that strange? Class A is supposed to be better than Class B, so isn't that weird? Haha. See? That's the power of 1B. Ha 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 ha. Chop. Monoma gloated at Class A over the wall before Kendo gave him a neck chop. Sorry about that. This kid isn't right in the head. Kendo apologized and went back to her seat, leaving a confused Class A except for Kodo and Momo, who smiled at their antics. Now time for the fourth match, from the 1A Midoriya Izuku. Deku the nervous wreck got on the stage while mumbling non-stop. He had bandages tied up around his fingers and hand. Versus Jozo Honuki from 1B, he's gonna show exactly why he entered by recommendation. On the other hand, Jozo calmly. He wasn't even fazed by Mick's commentary. He confidently stepped on the stage. He looked at Midoriya straight in the eyes, hoping to intimidate him. And it was working. Ready? Go. Midoriya quickly raised his hand to fire another 100% OFA flick, but froze when he saw Jozo. His opponent was already halfway submerged into the stage. There it is. Jozo's quirk softening makes it so he can soften any substance and turn it into gelatin or liquid temporarily. Now what will Midoriya do? Mick's words snapped Midoriya out of it. He quickly flicked his fingers on his other hand, breaking the thumb and middle finger. The shockwave hit the spot where Jozo was before he completely submerged. The liquefied stage trembled and splashed around, but Jozo didn't show up. Midoriya nervously looked at the stage. His eyes darted from side to side, trying to find Jozo. I need to move. He mumbled to himself before going right, trying to avoid his opponent and give himself time to think up a plan. But things didn't go his way. Splash! Midoriya heard the sound and quickly turned around and flicked his fingers again. The shockwaves quickly hit the stage in their gelatin form. It was about the size of a person before it was destroyed. A diversion. He turned behind him expecting an attack, only to see nothing. Correct, a voice below him sounded out. Jozo wasted no time before grabbing his ankles and dragging him down. No! Midoriya teared up, thinking he was going to lose. He desperately used OFA on his arm and smacked the liquefied stage. The shockwave sends most of the liquid flying away and hit Jozo. Gahh! Jozo screamed out. But most of the shockwave was nullified by the gel-like stage around them. Jozo quickly dragged Midoriya down further, until everything below his neck was submerged. He quickly cancelled his quirk, turning the stage back to normal and trapping Midoriya and himself. He used his quirk again, and swam back to the surface, carefully avoiding Midoriya. As soon as he stood up, Midnight slammed her whip on her platform. Midoriya is immobilized. Winner Jozo Honuki. Jozo gave a big scary smile as he heard the crowd cheer. while Deku was crying and sobbing at his loss. A/N. What do you think of Momo POV? And the Juzo vs Deku fight? I think it was pretty fair. Juzo counters him pretty heavily. Well, this early version of Deku. Opinions? Please comment. Fights left. Kirishima vs Bakugo. Mizo vs Yazutsu. Tenya vs Ashido Mina. Siro vs Hitachi. Number. Preliminaries. Quarter-finals. Semi-finals. Finals. Chapter 104, Preliminaries 3. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 1600. Number. MCPOV. So even the almighty plot armor couldn't save the nerd. The fight was so one-sided it wasn't even funny. Juzo is a perfect counter to power types. Even more than me. There is nothing they can do to him. He will just soften the ground and keep using his quirk to fling the softened stage on them, slowing them down, before submerging/burying them. I looked at the stage as Juzo softened the stage to release Deku. Juzo was a good sport and shook hands with him before leaving the stage. With him the winners are me, Momo, Ibara and Juzo. The next fight will be Kirishima vs Bakugo. I'm actually really looking forward to this fight. Kirishima trains a lot, and knows some of the Rokushiki. I have no idea who will win their fight, which makes it that much more fun to watch. Kirishima vs Bakugo. Third POV. Fifth match, from the A-bomb with a temper from 1A Bakugo Katsuki. Versus the Unbreakable Shield also from 1A Kirishima Ajiro. Bakugo, let's have a good match. Kirishima raised his hand and smiled at him. Tisk. Bakugo clicked his tongue, not wanting to shake hands, but reluctantly did so. I'll be winning this and this entire tournament. He let go and turned around, going to his designated spot. What a jerk. Kirishima frowned. I wonder why I even tried to be nice. Contestants ready? Go. Bakugo launches himself at Kirishima right away. He telegraphs a big right swing. Kirishima, seeing this, gets ready to punch him. He hardens his arm and strikes Bakugo in the face. Bakugo dodged but got a cut on his cheek. He hit Kirishima with his right swing, blasting him on the torso. A great exchange of blows. That won't work on me, Bakugo. Kirishima laughed a bit before turning off his hardening. What's the meaning of this? Bakugo had tick marks on his head. Kirishima turned off his quirk. This was an insult to him. Hit me and see. Kirishima smiled, but it quickly fell, and instead he now had a focused look. Well, if you aren't going to fight me, then go and die. Bakugo hit him with an explosion. Kirishima takes a direct hit. What is he doing? Mike yells out. Man, that stings. Kirishima winces. Hey! Bakugo looks at the smoke with a frown. As soon as the smoke cleared, they saw Kirishima with his guard up. His arms were crossed in an X shape and were red with a little trail of blood coming from one of them. Tekai. Well, it worked, but I still got hurt a bit. Kirishima winces as he waves his arms a bit to release the numbness. Amazing! Kirishima used Tekai to define himself from Bakugo's explosion. You are using them too? Bakugo was enraged. Of course I am. They are really versatile, you know. You should learn one too. Kirishima suggested, but Bakugo got angrier and charged at him. Well, a drawn-out fight suits you more, so I'm ending it now. Kirishima took a deep breath and he was gone. Soru. Hardening. Tekai. Both of them were going too fast. Bakugo, never expecting Kirishima to be that fast, was late in judgment. He saw it and tried to use explosions on his hands to move away, but it was too late, both of them collided with each other. Kirishima was like a truck. The impact sent Bakugo flying, he definitely had some broken bones. As soon as Kirishima dropped the hardening, he started to twitch. Damn it! Hardening and Tekai at the same time is such pain in the ass. The muscles aren't meant to be forced this way. And this is without using my special move. Sigh, I hope I don't have to use it until the finals. Otherwise, I might be out of commission afterward. Kirishima mumbled to himself as he stretched. Fuck, that hurts. Bakugo yelled out, as he slowly pulled himself off the ground. Whoa dude! I'm pretty sure I broke some bones. Are you sure you can still fight like that? Kirishima was concerned about his health. Shut up, weird hair. I'll kill you, Bakugo growled out. Yet if he can still yell like that, he can fight. Kirishima sighed out, totally not in the mood to continue fighting Bakugo. You want to see a special move, hey? Well, eat this. Bakugo used his explosions to rise himself in the air. Then he started using explosions to spin and propel himself towards Kirishima. Oi, oi, oi. Are you serious? Kirishima looked at Bakugo in shock as the explosions started to make grey smoke around him. With him siping and propelling himself, he looked like a grey smoke drill. Man, this is gonna hurt. Hardening. Tekai. Unbreakable. Kirishima uses his quirk on his entire body. But he didn't stop there. He continued hardening until his body turned into what looked like a rock monster. It almost looked like armor around him instead of his own skin. This was his ultimate move. D. Howitzer. Impact. Bakugo unleashes all that energy at Kirishima. The blast was big enough to cover half the stage. What the hell? Eraser, what is wrong with your class? Mike yells out after seeing the explosion. How the hell should I answer that? Aizawa drones, monotone voice. Ha 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 ha. Cough. Cough. Bakugo started laughing seeing his explosion, but he quickly started coughing and started to clutch his chest. Man, that hurt like a bitch. Kirishima's voice was heard through the smoke. Hey! Bakugo was shocked. When the smoke cleared, revealing Kirishima in his unbreakable form. All that was left from his clothes is the special boxer underwear he had that was tear-proof. Great, now I'm naked on national television. Fan-fucking-tastic. Kirishima turned off Unbreakable and he started to curse from the pain and the stiffness. Yo Bakugo, can you still fight like that? Kirishima asked awkwardly, seeing Bakugo clutch his chest. Bakugo quickly stood up and started making some explosions. HAAA. Who do you think you are talking to? Cough cough. He immediately fell on one knee. Looks like one of his ribs might have made a slight puncture on his lung. That's not taking into account the other broken bones. This fight is over, Aizawa analyzed. Bakugo is unable to fight. Winner Kirishima Ajiro. Midnight called the match. What? You can't do that to me. I can still fight. Bakugo screamed out, but then clenched his chest in pain. Midnight just shook her head and ripped a piece of her suit. Pink mist started to make its way toward Bakugo. Her quirk knocked him unconscious. Mezu vs Yazutsu. 6th match, Masked Giant from 1A Mezu Shaoji vs. A student from the hero course. From 1B Yazutsu aways. Both said nothing as they stared at each other. You gotta love this tension. Start. Mezu quickly dashed. Yazutsu, seeing this, spread his arms apart. He smirked as Mezu closed in on him. Mezu used his tentacles to grab Yazutsu, but when he tried to push him, Yazutsu didn't budge. Look down, Yazutsu smirked. Yazutsu fused his feet to the stage. Mezu can't push him away now. Mezu frowned. Then I just have to knock you out instead. Yeah, good luck with that. Yazutsu grabbed one of his tentacles before unfusing his feet and letting his body fall to the ground while pulling on the tentacle. He quickly hit the tentacle to the stage and fused them together. You. Mezu tried grabbing him, but Yazutsu got in between his legs and fused Mizo's feet to the stage. Got ya? Yazutsu grinned. Mezu, can you move? Midnight asked him. Mezu Shaoji struggled to get free, but he couldn't. With time he could just break the ground with his fists. But time wasn't on his side. No, he said reluctantly. Midnight nodded. Winner Yazutsu aways. Tenya vs Ashido Mina. 7th match, Living Engine from 1A Ida Tenya vs Acid Queen from 1A Mina Ashido. Oh I like that. Mina smiled as she heard her introduction. I don't, he makes me sound like I'm a robot. Ida crossed his arms. Dude, you act like a robot and dress like one. You are a robot. Mina laughed at him. Ready? Start? Ida quickly kneeled down into a runner's starting position. Not today. Mina started sending acid from her hands while spinning. There were circles of acid all around her. Recipro burst. Ida's engines went into overdrive. He practically zoomed toward Mina. But Mina's acid didn't burn anything. It just made the stage very slippery. Slip crash. Ida slipped on one of the circles near Mina and was sent flying off the stage, crashing into the ground. Wow, that was anticlimactic. Yay! Mina cheered as she made peace signs and waved at the crowd. Ida is out of bounds. Winner Mina Ashido. And Midnight called the round. Zero vs Hitachi. 8 match, a living tape gun from 1A Zero Hanta. Come on man, make it sound cooler. Zero grumbled. Versus. Sorry, he hasn't done anything to stand out. A student from the general course from 1C Hitachi Shinso. Shinso said nothing as he got on the stage. Start? You are going to need a lot of duct tape after this. Better yet, why don't you make some ahead of time? Just to save the doctors the trouble of buying them. What did you say, you little punk? Zero freezes and gains a blank look in his eyes. Turn around and walk out of the stage, Shinso commanded. Zero, like a mindless zombie, slowly walked out of the stage. Zero is out of bounds. Winner Hitachi Shinso. Midnight was so confused her announcement sounded more like a question. A/N. Preliminaries. Quarter-finals. Semi-finals. Finals. Chapter 105, Quarter-finals. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 2400. Number. Well, we saw some amazing fights and some quick ones. Now that the preliminaries are over, we move on to the quarter-finals. To make things even more interesting, the matches for the quarter-finals will be randomized as well. The contestants that moved on to this round are Kodo Shinichi, Yaeorozu Momo, Ibarashi Ozaki, Juzo Honuki, Kirishima Eijiro, Yazutsu Aways, Mina Ashido, Hitachi Shinso. A/N fuck Google. The name order is messed up, first and last name. I'm too lazy to change it back. It sounds better this way to me. Each of their images showed up on the big screen. Now the matchups for the quarter-finals. $. The randomizer was spinning the names before landing on the first match. Kodo Shinichi vs Hitachi Shinso. Fuck. Hitachi cursed out loud. Unlucky man. Kirishima patted him on the back, causing Shinso to glare at him. Our first match is the unstoppable Kodo Shinichi vs Hitachi Shinso, the mysterious student from the general course. On to the next one. Ibarashi Ozaki vs Yaeorozu Momo. Yazutsu Aways vs Mina Ashido. Kirishima Eijiro vs Juzo Honuki. We have all our contestants. The quarter-finals begin in 15 minutes. A/N I actually did randomize these XD. MCPOV. Shinso Hui. Well, this will be boring as hell. I could end it literally by just smacking him once. But where is the fun in that? What if I just let him brainwash me? I have code written just for situations like that. But I have never tested them in a safe environment. I mean, worst case he actually does brainwash me and I just lose some rep for being an arrogant ass for letting him use his quirk and taking it easy. Better to find out this way than against someone with a similar quirk in battle. I mean, if Shinso can brainwash by sound, who's to say there is not a Sharingan somewhere in this world that can manipulate people by sight? We already have Aizawa who can just erase quirks temporarily if he looks at you. Thank God I already have Aizawa's blood sample. The problem is his quirk is that it's incompatible with me. And I need to change the dry eye part that. So that has been taking a while. A long while. Kurogiri's warp gate is much more useful to me anyway, so I have been prioritizing that. Even it's even more incompatible. Man, I got unlucky. Sensei. Momo screams in my ear, making me flinch. Are you trying to make me deaf? I yell at her. I have been calling you for 2 minutes straight. Sorry. I had something on my mind. I try to steer away from the conversation. But Momo just narrows her eyes at me. You are planning on doing something really stupid, aren't you? She hit the nail on the head. She has been spending way too much time in my company. Yep, no need to lie about it. Your next match is against Shinso. So I understand if you will be more bored than you are now. After all, there is no way he will be able to. Momo just froze. Then face palms. You are planning on letting him brainwash you, aren't you? She already knows the answer. Why bother confirming it? Yab. Sensei. You are an idiot, she deadpans. Can't really blame her. Oh, definitely. I stood up from my seat and waved back at her without turning around. Wish me luck. I hope you lose. She yells back. Number Kodo vs Shinso. Third POV. First match of the quarter-finals. From 1A we have the unstoppable Kodo Shinichi. The stadium was filled with cheers. Versus the mysterious student from 1C. We have Hitachi Shinso. Just as Shinso was about to open his mouth. Don't bother, Kodo cut him off, surprising Shinso. You were about to insult me or someone close to me to try to make me reply back to you. That's how your quirk works, right? You need people to verbally reply back to you so you can use your quirk on them. That's the condition to activate it. Your opponent just has to keep their mouth shut and you will be useless, Kodo says emotionlessly, making Shinso clench his hands while biting his lips, his head hanging low. It's not fair, he cursed out. Kodo waited for a bit, just so he was out of the time range. To reply to someone you need to do it within a certain time range after the question has been asked. If you wait before speaking again, it isn't a reply. You are just starting the conversation again. A/N my take on Shinso's quirk. Otherwise it's too OP. Imagine he asks you something and you have to always keep quiet when Shinso is near you, otherwise you will be brainwashed. Life isn't fair. You haven't trained that much, I can tell just by looking at you. If you want to be something in your life, you need to put effort into it. Doesn't matter if it's being a hero or something else. You have been just complaining for getting a weird quirk. Hell, judging by your reaction, people were afraid of you, right? Ironically, your quirk is perfect for stopping villains. But their irrational fear stops people from seeing that. Shinso was surprised to see someone praising his quirk instead of being afraid or disgusted by it. So I'm going to give you a chance. Use your quirk against me. I want to see how it feels. If Shinso was surprised before, he was downright shocked right now. His jaw was dropped and he was shakily pointing his finger at Kodo. You want me to use your quirk on you? To brainwash you? Shinso asked again, trying to confirm that he heard it correctly. Because even if he did, it was still insane for someone to even ask that. Yep, Kodo answered quickly, making the pee pop. Shinso realized that Kodo answered him and quickly used his quirk. Kodo's eyes glazed over and became unfocused. Shinso looked at Kodo with a complicated expression. He didn't even trick his opponent into this. He lost and was given pity. This left a bad taste in his mouth. A completely undeserving victory. Turn around and walk out of the stage. Shinso closed his eyes and gritted out, feeling a bit disgusted at himself. He waited for a bit but heard no footsteps. Hey! He opened his eyes only to see Kodo standing in the same position. He hasn't moved an inch. What the? Turn around and walk out of the stage, Shinso commanded again. But Kodo didn't even budge. Is Kodo resisting Shinso's quirk? Mike was just confused. You could hear him scratching his head. No. He is obviously under the effects of the quirk. But somehow he is blocking any commands that Shinso gives. Aizawa explained the best he could. Fine, Shinso spat out, I'll do it myself. He started walking towards Kodo with the intention to push him all the way to line. Then throw him out of bounds. But things don't always go as you want them to. As soon as he got within a 2-meter radius of Kodo. Bam! He was sent flying by a kick to the face. What? Mike yelled out. What the fuck? Shinso cursed while holding the left side of his face. It was definitely going to bruise. That kick was weak. Maybe Shinso's quirk is dulling his control. If Kodo was at full power his skull would have been cracked. Maybe even his head would have been blown off, Aizawa commented. Dude. That was dark, Mike deadpanned. It's the truth. I have seen Kodo kick boulders apart, Aizawa drawled. Bzzz. Lightning started to gather on Kodo's skin. Ouch, that stung, Kodo yelled out. MCPOV. Still need to work on that. Good to know I was faking it, of course. The speech, not the mind effect. His quirk did take control. But I used marionate. One of my first self-created abilities. I can move my body just with code. So for this match, I made it so once I lost control of my body, the code will force my body to stay in the same position. As soon as Shinso came within a 2-meter distance of me, there is an attack sequence. Depending on his position. And after 3 minutes, the code will use electric eel DNA to shift the insides of my body to the organs the eel uses to make electricity and zap me with that. Waking me up. Well, I gave you a chance. But you couldn't grasp it. To be fair, it wasn't a fair chance. I mean, we are worlds apart in both strength and skill. But if you have trained, you might have had better results. Better luck next year, I say, and I disappear. Hush. Hey. Shinso started to look around only to notice that he was out of the ring. Shinso is out of bounds. Winner Kodo Shinichi. Midnight announced and the crowd went wild. Damn, I didn't even see him move. Midnight mumbled the last part to herself, but the mic caught it. It's good to be me. That was kinda weird but fun at the same time. It was a strange feeling. Well, I'm off to get more food. League of Villains Cafe. They are watching the tournament. What the hell? He is immune to mind effects as well. Cheater. Shigaraki yelled out while scratching his neck. He does have a wide range of abilities. Never did I expect that someone would be able to create a martial art as effective as he did, said a voice from the screen. There was a hint of respect in his tone. Teacher. How can I beat him? Shigaraki asked desperately. Perhaps new Nomu? Ones that know his martial arts, Kurogiri 2.0 asked. As soon as the original was destroyed, they immediately created another one. He was an important member of the league. They had his quirk copied and on standby. It's impossible. I tried every possible way to make the Nomus learn it. Even turning people who knew one of the Rokushiki into a Nomu. They lose all their knowledge and skill for it after they become a Nomu, the doctor complained. Well, if it was that easy, more people would know how to perform them. I assume it has something to do with calculations, intuition, and talent. All the things no mo lack. We delete almost all of their brain functions. Except for the ones that are needed to obey commands. Don't worry Tomura. We will find a way to deal with them eventually. Now focus on the festival. This is a great opportunity to learn their quirks and strengths all for one spoke out. Yes, teacher. I need to have more data on them before doing another raid. Having more info will increase the chances of success, Shigaraki quietly said as he stared at the TV. Number Ibara Shiozaki vs Yaeorozu Momo. Second match of the quarter-finals. From 1A we have a walking Walmart. Yaeorozu Momo. The stadium was filled with cheers. She entered the stage while waving slightly to the crowd. Versus the thorny rose from 1B. We have Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara slowly made her way up to the stage. She was a little nervous to fight up against Momo. Seeing as how she handled Tetsu. But she can fight in close, mid and long range. Unless something unexpected happens. Or she makes something ridiculous, I will win. Better not to give her any chance of making anything. Ibara stopped on her designated spot. Ready. Go. Ibara quickly turned around and her hair started to expand quickly and attacked Momo. But Momo wasn't just standing there doing nothing. Before Mike even started the fight, she was completing her design and gathering the required energy to make her chosen weapon. Kodo taught her to focus her power and make the creation process go faster. As soon as Mike started the match, she started making something from her stomach. She unzipped her tracksuit before the match started. She would never do this in a real fight. But now she knows the opponent's abilities and there is no risk of poison or anything similar. As the weapon started to form, people could tell what it was. It was a giant chainsaw. But a design no one has ever seen. As soon as it was finished, right when Ibara's vines were halfway across the stage, Momo started it up. Almost instantly the chain itself caught on fire before it started to spin. What the hell, a flaming chainsaw? How does that even work? Mike yelled out and the crowd started to cheer. Mostly the men. A flaming chainsaw was just awesome. Especially when a beautiful girl was holding it. She probably coated the chain with some kind of liquid that doesn't stop burning. Aizawa followed up, but even he was looking at the chainsaw with interest. Thank you sensei for showing me that video with toxic chainsaw. Momo mused for a bit before dashing at the vines. She used her ridiculous physical strength that came from training under the greatest martial artist in the world for years. Each time she swung the chainsaw it would tear apart the vines. She was swinging it too fast for the vines to come close at all. Ibara even tried attacking her from the sides at the same time. But Momo cut them both in almost the same time. She was waving that thing around like it was nothing. Attacks from below also failed. She would jump in the air and cut everything to pieces as she was falling down. Anything Ibara did was ineffective against her. In a few minutes, she cut her way to Ibara, who was looking at her with a speechless expression before sighing. I forfeit, she said in a disheartened tone. Ibara has forfeited. The winner Yaeorozu Momo. Midnight cracked her whip and the stadium exploded in cheers. Momo slowly deconstructed her chainsaw bit by bit, regaining a bit of the calories she used. But not much. Don't feel too bad. You really did great. But I can counter almost anyone because of my quirk. So hold your head up high. You will definitely get lot of offers. Momo tried to cheer up Ibara, who smiled slightly. Thank you Yaeorozu-san. I wish you good luck in the next round. Ibara thanked her. Both shook hands and left the stage. Number. Next chap. $Yazutsu Aways vs Mina Ashido $Kirishima Ajiro vs Juzo Honuki Chapter 106, Quarter-Finals 2. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6yyvm6tj6t. Okay, first of all, sorry for the late releases. Christmas time sucks, because of the work overload. But now I have 9 days free, which I will use for writing. There were votes on Pat. 4 pairings and plot. The end of this FIC has been decided, which is great. Now I don't have to plan and change shit anymore. Spoilers, for people that want to know. See the paragraph comment. Number. Wow, that was a fantastic match. Mike smiled as he watched the girls leave the stage. I agree. Both of them showed remarkable tenacity. I won't be surprised if they get quite a few offers. Aizawa. Well, time for the next match. Third match of the quarter-finals. From 1A, the cheerful acid-throwing gal. Mina Ashido. Woohoo! Mina jumped on the stage and slid with her boots to the center. Her boots had small amounts of acid on them. She can control the viscosity and strength of her acid. That means it can be like any liquid or she can turn it into an acid glob. Versus the sneaky welder from 1B. Yazutsuwa ways. You need to be careful around this guy or you will find yourself welded to the floor. Sigh, my intro still sucks. Can't Mike chose something better? Yazutsu mumbled under his breath. Don't worry. He called me a gal. Mike-sensei has poor taste. Mina crossed her arms. Feeling a bit miffed. I mean, I do have a gaudy style, but I don't want to be called like that in public. Right. Yazutsu's sweat dropped. Contestants, are you ready? Yep, Mina said as she crouched down a bit. Ready, Yazutsu said as he put his hands in front of him. Start. Yazutsu immediately starts sprinting. His only option is close combat. Mina knows this, so she started throwing acid balls at him. This was almost the same as she did with Ida. Lucky for her that both her opponents don't have any ranged attacks. Yazutsu dodges the acid balls and moves in an attempt to weld her to the stage. Stay still. Mina yelled out as she kept throwing acid at him. Hell nah. I'll die. Yazutsu yelled out while smiling. He was having a lot of fun. Yazutsu was slowly advancing. He was getting a feel for Mina's rhythm. When he saw her slowing down, he dashed with all he had. He dodged the 2 shots Mina threw at him and ran until he was right in front of her. What? Mina tried to jump back, but he grabbed her hand and pulled her down in a tackle. When both of them fell on the ground, he quickly welded Mina to the stage. I did it. Yazutsu jumped up and cheered. Ashido. Can you move? Midnight asked her. Yazutsu was smiling as he looked at the trapped Mina. You bet your ass I can, Mina yelled out. Hey! Yazutsu's brain stopped when he heard her. Then his jaw dropped as lots of smoke started to appear around Mina. She was using the acid on her skin, eroding the parts where she was welded. She had to burn her clothes a bit. Her pants were burned from her ankle to her knees, making them into shorts. Her sleeves were already rolled up, so she didn't need to burn them. In a few seconds, she was free. She got up and dusted the dust off. You have got to be kidding me. Yazutsu was having trouble believing what he was seeing. The match resumes, Midnight announced. Nope. I'm not letting you win that easily, Mina cheered before going on the offensive. Things go back and forth. Yazutsu tries to duke it out since Mina just counters Yazutsu's quirk. But she doesn't let him. Even though her random acid balls looked like misses. She was carefully manipulating where he goes. A few seconds later, Yazutsu landed in a pitfall Mina made while throwing acid balls randomly. Hey. Bam. She hits him square in the jaw. Hard. Yazutsu falls forward. He lost consciousness. Yazutsu is unconscious. Winner Ashido Mina. Midnight slammed her whip into the ground as she made the announcement. Woohoo! Mina raised her fists in the air with a big smile on her face. Kirishima Ajiro vs Jozo Honuki. Fourth and final match of the quarter-finals. From 1A Unbreakable Shield. Kirishima Ajiro. Kirishima walked on the stage with a smile on his face. But he was feeling nervous about fighting Jozo. Considering how he beat Midoriya. Versus the man who turns anything to liquid and a recommended student. From 1B Jozo Honuki. Jozo walked on the stage with a determined expression. You could say that they are complete opposites. One can go hard, the other turns things soft. Smack. That hurts. Mike screamed as he held his head. What are you saying on live television? Aizawa glared at him as his eyes went red and his hair started to float. Come on, everybody was thinking it. Mike pouted. I agree with that, Midnight yelled from the stage. Great. I'm surrounded by perverts. Aizawa got in his sleeping bag and just shut down. Aizawa is feeling a bit tired, so he will have a little time out. Are the contestants ready? Mike. You bet ye. Kirishima yelled out. Yes, Jozo just nodded. Ready. Go. Kirishima hardened his arms and charged at Jozo, hoping to get him before he makes the stage go soft. But Jozo wasn't taking any chances. He used his quirk right away and made the ground turn into liquid. Doing it this fast takes a lot more stamina than it usually does. But he can't afford to go easy against Kirishima. He turned the stage near him into liquid. And did it pretty fast. Everything in a 7-meter radius was liquefied. Kirishima immediately hit the brakes. He skidded across the stage and stopped just on the line where the stage was liquefied. Damn it! He cursed out loud and had to dodge back when Jozo threw a glob at him. He was planning on taking him out as he did with Midoriya. Bury him in the liquefied stage before cancelling his quirk, making the liquid return to its previous solid state. I really wish I learned rank Yaku/Air Blade. I have no long-ranged attacks. Kirishima kept dodging Jozo's attacks with some difficulty. Jozo, seeing that throwing the quasi-solid stage goop wasn't working, he dived down. Just great, Kirishima cursed out as he slowly started to walk around the stage. Ready to jump away at a moment's notice. Jozo rose up every once in a while to see Kirishima's position before diving down again. This turned out to be a battle of wits, Mike commented. Kirishima can hit hard. He only needs an opening to get a good strike in. While Jozo can slowly wait for the perfect opportunity to drag him into the stage. A single mistake could result in a loss. Aizawa looked at the fight with interest. Come on, man. This is so unmanly. Kirishima complained while looking around. But he didn't notice that Jozo raised his head from the ground behind him. It was mostly pure luck that Jozo appeared behind him. Seeing this opportunity, Jozo quickly grabbed his ankle with both hands and started to drag him down. Fuck, Kiri cursed out when he felt himself sinking. He raised his other leg and tried to kick away Jozo's hands from his ankle. He got a few good hits in, making Jozo let go of one hand, but because of the quasi-solid state of the stage, it made it harder to move in there. Once Kirishima was waist deep in the stage, Jozo let go of him and cancelled his quirk on the stage around his opponent. Kirishima found himself trapped in the stage. I am not losing like this. He used his quirk on his arms and legs. He started to hit the stage. Cracking it. Trying to dig himself out. Struggling to move his legs out of the cement. But Jozo wasn't about to let him do that. He quickly rose out of the stage and started throwing the stage on Kirishima, burying him in cement goo. Damn it, Kirishima tried to get off as much as he could. But Jozo cancelled the quirk, making the goo solid. Then he started to do it again. Soften, throw, and return to solid. He trapped Kirishima in a cement block. Kirishima, can you move? Midnight asked, but the answer was obvious. Kirishima just signed, I can't move a muscle. Kirishima is immobilized. Winner Jozo Honuki. Number A/N. I wanted Kirishima to win. But we have to keep things realistic. There is no way for Kiri to get to him. Jozo's quirk really is a perfect counter to close-range fighters. Chapter 107, Semifinals. Well, that was boring. Both Mina and Jozo had pretty easy matches. They were perfect counters for their opponents. It's a pity about Kirishima. I was hoping to fight against him. Too bad. I was really looking forward to it. I planned out their whole fight too. But then Kiri was paired against Jozo. And he had no way of winning. Damn it. Well, you are going to fight against me the next round. I promise to at least give you a good workout. Sensei Momo smiled at me politely. Knowing it irks me when she uses her high-class etiquette. Just because I have a lot of political power and influence. That doesn't mean I like politics. I hate all that bullshit. A bunch of grumpy old men, sitting around, playing with the lives of millions, not caring about them and just lining up their pockets. I think they take pleasure in making things more difficult for the public. Their whole fake speech pisses me off the most. Instead of saying things directly, they just stretch it out and change it and throw in a bunch of lies while they are at it. I would have killed them long ago if they weren't useful to me. So who do you think you will be fighting? Momo breaks my thought process, stopping my stupid rant about how much I hate politics. I don't actually know if it's random or not. But to make the finale as big as possible, it's likely that both of us will be put in there. Master-disciple fight. That should bring some good publicity to UA. Especially after the UJS fiasco. Even if I took care of it, it was still UA's fault for allowing it to happen in the first place. So that means we will fight Jozo or Mina then. Momo mused. Now to start the semi-finals. We will be using the randomizer again to choose the matches, Mike yelled out, getting a big cheer from the crowd. Start the randomizer already, Aizawa drawled. He looked like he was going to fall asleep right then and there. $. Kodo Shinichi vs Jozo Honuki. Yaeorozu Momo vs Mina Ashido. $. We have our matches. Will Kodo and Honuki please come on the stage? Told ya, I whisper to Momo and stand up. Yayo Momo, let's have a good fight, I heard Mina yell out cheerfully. Momo, hearing Mina, smiled and replied in kind, thank you Mina-chan. Let's do our best. Kodo vs Jozo. Time for the first match of the semi-finals. From 1A, the unstoppable force. The master. The strongest. Okay, we get it. Wrap it up, Aizawa interrupted him, making present Mike slump. Kodo Shinichi. Then he cheered up. Versus. They. If you make another soft joke, I'm tying you up, Aizawa threatened. I could see his hair standing up, his eyes glowed red. Jozo Honuki from 1B. Mike got even quieter. Both of us stood on the stage. Well, this is awkward. Jozo scratched his neck a bit. A little bit. But it was still amusing. Contestants, are you ready? Jozo nodded before kneeling down. He got in the track and field starting pose. Is he going to dash at me? I just stood still. There was no need for me to move yet. Ready? Just as Mike said that, Jozo quickly changed position. His fingers were still touching the ground, but he stopped kneeling and brought that leg a bit to the front, then raised his butt in the air. A diving pose. The ones used in swimming competitions. Go. Jozo just dived into the ground like he was swimming in it. Could he always do this? Maybe he hit it like a trump card. He kinda reminds me of Senior Pink from One Piece, except without that ridiculous baby outfit. One Piece is one weird world. I could hear something flying at me from behind, so I slowly sidestepped Jozo's only ranged attack. That he spammed across the tournament. Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Daydreaming in a fight is very rude, Jozo yelled out before he dived again. He wants me to be serious. Okay. I raise my leg upwards, my shins were touching my face. Then I just drop my leg, slamming it in the stage. My heel breaking the stage sends a shockwave through the ground. Gah! I could hear Jozo from below. Good, so I did hit him even with the softened cement around him. Nice. I just keep jumping in the air and hitting the ground hard when I land, sending shockwaves through the ground. The stage was ripped apart. Chucks that were scattered everywhere. Damn, this kid is scary, Mike mumbled as he looked at the destruction. He still hasn't used his quirk yet. His sheer physical strength surpasses even some people with strength quirks. All 4 years of training and dedication, Aizawa said with a knowing tone. It took me a long time before my fists were able to crack concrete. And that's about the limit to my strength. But here he is at the age of 15. Tearing apart everything in his way with just his normal human strength. The amount of training needed to reach this level should be classified as torture. Aizawa thought to himself. Onslaughty, he is scary enough without using his quirk. I don't even want to think about what will happen when he finally uses it. I'm telling you now, I definitely can't beat him, Mike says honestly. They completely forgot that the mic is still on. They aren't allowed to say things like this on live television. Nizu is going to tear them a new one after this. I'm the same. My quirk erases quirks. What good is it against someone who can demolish buildings without using his? Aizawa nodded his head. Ah, the mic is still turned on. Please ignore that. Ah, Kodo is doing something. Mike quickly turned the attention of the crowd back to me. I was just standing there staring at them with a blank look on my face. Really, bitch? That's the best you can do? I mean the classic "ah, look behind you" trick. I was just standing here waiting for Jozo to use his quirk on me. This was getting boring. And if I used any of my bigger moves, I might accidentally kill the guy. Then all of a sudden I could feel Jozo grab my ankles. Yeah, right. I saw it a mile away. I just didn't bother moving. Got you. Jozo quickly dived down, dragging me with him. We were completely submerged in the softened cement. Thanks to my increased senses, I could still hear the commentary. Jozo was standing on the stage and the crowd was cheering. Jozo trapped Kodo. Is this it? Mike was doing his job as the hype man. No, Kodo let himself get dragged down. He didn't struggle at all. I wonder what he is playing at. Everybody looked at Midnight as she was the judge. How will she decide about this weird situation? It doesn't matter if Kodo allowed it or not. If he doesn't free himself within 10 seconds, he will lose. 10. She started to count down. 9. Rokugan. Boom. I sent out a shockwave above me. It tore apart the stage around me, making it into a small crater. Asterisk tap. Tap. Tap asterisk. I calmly walked out of the crater as my steps echoed in the silent stadium. I looked at Jozo, whose jaw was dropped. Same as most of the people in the stadium. Dude, are you for real? You were completely immobilized. You couldn't have moved at all, yet you could do something like that. He points at the crater. I just shrug my shoulders. Jozo just slumps down. Before I forfeit, can you tell me how you would attack me? Since I can't do anything else to you right now. Well, since he asked so nicely. Sure, go to the edge of the stage. And I wasn't planning on attacking you. I can't see you while you are underground. I would have risked giving you a serious injury. Jozo goes to one of the corners of the broken stage. I start using Jeppo to get high up in the air. I let myself freefall. Whirlwind iron cutting fist. One punch man, I make a claw with my hand. Rakshasa palm, Kenganajura, then I rotate my wrist by 360 degrees by moving my entire arm. The result was a small whirlwind that dug into the stage, ripping it apart even more. It dug 3 meters into the cement. Is he some kind of monster? He did that by just thrusting and twisting his hand. Mike was having trouble with accepting what he was seeing. Yeah, I'm not fighting that. I'm out. Jozo just jumped off the stage. Winner contestant Kodo. Cementos. You need to fix the stage again. Midnight yelled out. Momo vs Mina. The second match of the semi-finals. Both are from 1A. On the right. The Walking Walmart. Yaeorozu Momo. / Momo calmly walks to the stage with a smile on her face. Versus. Acid Pink. Mina Ashido. Yay! Let's go! Mina practically jumped on stage and danced to her designated spot. Creation versus destruction. Who will win? It's weird how sometimes Present Mike is a good commentator and sometimes he as sensei would say just sucks. Momo mused. Ready? Start? Mina started rushing at Momo right away. She saw what happened when Momo had time to build anything. She started throwing balls of acid at her like her life depended on it. This is going to be a bit mean, but I would rather do it this way. Momo sighed out. Yeo Momo. Stop running and fight, you chicken. Mina yelled out, but she had a smile on her face. Obviously, she didn't mean anything and was just trying to throw her off her game, while having a bit of fun. Momo smiled at her before she threw something above her. Mina looked up only to see some sort of grenade. Crud. Boom. The flashbang exploded, blinding Mina temporarily. Momo took this opportunity and threw a bola at Mina. It was specially made to be acid resistant. And the 3 ways at the end of each rope were covered in rubber so they wouldn't hurt Mina that much. Whoa, a thud. The bola tied itself around Mina's legs, making her trip and fall on the ground face first. Mina grumbled as she pushed herself up with her hands and looked forward only to see Momo wearing an acid-proof suit. Aw, come on. That is so not fair, Yeo Momo. Mina whined. Sorry Mina-chan, but this is my win. Momo smiled at her. Fine. But you better kick Kodo's ass. Hey ref. Call the match, and get me out of these, Mina yelled out while grinding at Midnight, who had some tick marks on her forehead. This wasn't the first time Mina messed around with her like that. Winner Momo Yaeorozu. Oh, and it looks like contestant Ashido is injured. Robots, please take her to the medbay and tie her up in her bed so she doesn't injure herself further. Midnight smiled at Mina, who looked outraged. Hey, you can't do that. That's abusing your authority. Hey. Get your grubby robot hands off me. I'll sue you. Let go of me. Mina complained louder and louder as the robots dragged her away on a stretcher. Momo sweat dropped as looked at the scene before shrugging and going to the waiting room. The finals will start in 10 minutes. Get your snacks, ladies and gents. This is one fight you definitely do not want to miss. Number. Word count 1960. Yes, so much for writing more code. I have been focused on Kaiba and barely wrote any code. I got stuck a bit with the romance for MC. Think I found a way for it to all work. We will see. Chapter 108, Finals. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6yyvm6tj6t. Word count 2580. Kodo Shinichi vs Yaeorozu Momo. Here is it. The finals. Are you excited? Hype man yelled out, followed by the whole crowd cheering. I already toned down my sense of hearing. Kodo Shinichi vs Yaeorozu Momo. Teacher vs student. Master vs apprentice. The unstoppable force vs creation herself. Wow, he is really going all out with this one. Talk about over the top and cringe. I could see Momo trying to stop the blush that was forming on her face. Let the final round start. He didn't even ask if we were ready. Well, it doesn't matter either way. I slowly crack my neck and continue to crack joints across my whole body. Momo. Skill or overwhelming strength? I say casually, and Momo gets the meaning instantly and lets out a big relieved sigh. Hey? What is he saying? Mike asked Aizawa, who completely ignored him and focused on the match. Skill, please. I don't want to fight giant dinosaurs. Or any other horrifying monster you might become. I nod to her. You can start first. Momo closes her eyes as her skin starts to glow. The fabric started to appear from her skin. It got a little bulkier before it stopped. She made full body riot armor. But more compact. She also had a special visor. Did me poisoning her traumatize her? Or was it the annoying noise compilation that she was forced to listen to? Now I kinda feel bad about it. Nah, she will get over it. Momo also made a gladiator-style shield and sword. That she attached the sword to her belt and put the shield on her back before making a double-bladed polearm. A pole with a spear on both ends. She trained a lot with the spear and halberd over the years. There were particle lights behind her back. She was making something in secret. I always told her to plan ahead. Her quirk allows her to counter almost anyone if she has it all planned out. I'm looking forward to see what she has in store for me. Your turn, sensei. She pointed her spear at me and got in a defensive stance, waiting to counterattack. Which is the correct move. Attacking me is suicidal. She knows this. Probably better than anyone. I'm faster and stronger than her. So waiting for me to attack is the right move. She can make something to stop or mess up my attack and counter at the right moment. Alright, I start shifting. The first thing that happened was me getting bigger. I rose to 3.5 meters. My body grew proportionately to that. So my body build was still the same, just bigger. Then I started with the animal features. First, I made the armor. Pangolin, armadillo with large hard scales. I already made tons of modifications to it, strengthening the structure and all that. Armored scales started to form over my torso and limbs. I made scales show up in the spots there wasn't any armor. I also made bull horns come out of the sides of my head. Next, was a tail. It was similar to a raptor tail, except there was a bone halberd at the end of the tail. After that, I made my own weapon. I raised my hand and started forming my sword. The basis was the nose of the swordfish, reinforced with bones on the inside. The sword was big and long. To match my current size. I could have just fought her without my quirk. But she spars a lot with me in that way. I need to push her a bit more. She can get a lot stronger than she is right now. I didn't even do anything that impressive. I didn't boost my muscles or anything. I just got bigger and made armor and a sword. That's it. Most enchanter/strength type villains will be bigger and stronger than her. She needs to face more people of this type. People who just bulldoze through all her traps and plans. Isn't this a bit overkill? I mean, he is quite literally double her size right now, Mike asked Aizawa. This is a part of being a hero. Hero work is dangerous. Sometimes you will have no choice but to fight people who are a lot bigger and stronger than you. Aizawa answered. I know that, but I still can't help but feel awkward looking at the current situation. A teenage girl is fighting against a giant oni. Oh, Kodo started to move. Mike zoomed in on the scene. Momo's arms started to glow. She swung her arms at me like a whip. As she was swinging her arms, loads of objects started being thrown at me. Shuriken, flashbangs, grenades, smoke bombs, poison smoke. You name it, she threw it at me. There were dozens of each type. Explosions lit up the stage. Boom! What the hell, Mike yelled out. Yaoyorozu is going all out. But considering who her opponent is, I'm not surprised. Is Kodo even still alive in there? Just as Mike said those words, I swung my sword, clearing all the smoke. My scales were a bit scorched, but I was fine. I took a good look at Momo. She was smiling at me. Then I heard the buzzing. Above me, there were dozens of drones flying around. Each of them was carrying something. Splat splat. I turned back to Momo to see her throw some slime-like substance all over the stage. I see. She is trying to stop me from using Soru. Clever, I smile as I raise my sword, but before I could swing it down the drones started to bombard me, some even went all kamikaze. I slashed the air above me making flying slashes that cut them apart making the explosives detonate in the air. Right as they exploded I heard multiple objects cutting the air in front of me. I knew that sound. Arrows. 3 of them. They were rigged with explosives at the tip. She timed it with the explosives to hide their sound. If it wasn't me they would have caught anyone off guard. I slash at the 2 that were going for my legs and guard the third one going for the chest. The first 2 exploded but the third one didn't. When it hit my sword it started to foam up. High-density polyurethane foam, it surrounds the opponent before hardening, trapping them. Perfect for strength-type opponents. Good. That's it. Use anything and everything. Good try Momo. I lift the sword and smash it in the stage cracking the hardened foam. I shift my feet to become talon-like. So I have a better grip on the stage. And I dash straight at her. Momo quickly brings out the double-edged polearm, halberd. I lightly swung my sword at her and she parried with her halberd. She quickly spun it around and used the other end which also had a spear tip on it to strike at me. It caused some sparks as it met my scales but that was all. Momo seeing this grimaced. From where she parried my sword I swung it horizontally. Momo ducked under it and pointed her palm at me. There was a small device on her hand. I raised my other arm to grab hers before my nose was assaulted by a foul smell. It smelled like rotten eggs. Propane. But I noticed it too late. The device on her hand activated. Click whoosh. A spark was created and a torrent of fire erupted from her hand all the way to my face. No, the fire didn't erupt. The gas was already there. The fire just followed it. Fire. How? Mick's voice boomed. The crowd started to murmur. Does she have another quirk or something like that? The smoke cleared and I got a good look at Momo. She got some distance between us and was ready to defend herself. I had put some scales on my face to protect myself. My hair was scorched a bit. But all in all I took 0 damage. Man, that was a surprise. I'm holding back a lot against her but she still pulled out something unexpected. I didn't teach her this. Propane. Very clever. I almost didn't notice it. Actually, why didn't you fix that? Propane gas has no odor. Propane companies add a harmless chemical called mercaptan to give it its distinctive rotten egg smell. She would catch a lot of people off guard if they couldn't smell it. I tried. It didn't work for some reason. But still, sensei, aren't you a bit too tough? Those flames should have given you first-degree burns. But you don't even have a statue. Momo pouted a bit. Yeah, fire won't work on me. Not exactly true. I can withstand a lot of heat in a short period of time. But if I found myself in a volcano for example I would be slowly cooked. That is without any of the extra quirks that I got. Momo sighed. Right. Of course, it doesn't. Sensei, you are getting more ridiculous by the second. She made a few more drones from her back before charging at me with her halberd. She starts spinning that thing around as she was moving gracefully on the stage. She only stuck for my fatal spots before dodging my sword strikes. While her drones kamikazed from behind. Exploring near my back. Only to do no damage. I even started to throw some flying slashes at her every now and then. I increased the speed of my swings as we fought. I swung my sword at her which she parried but at the same time I stuck her with my tail. Which I haven't used this entire match. I used the sharp halberd tip of my tail to cut her weapon in 2. Damn it, forgot about that tail. She quickly threw the 2 separated pats at me like javelins before bringing out her sword and shield. The next 2 minutes or so I tested out her sword skills and martial arts. She punched, kicked, parried, slashed, and blocked at the right moments. She moved with grace and precision. She is somewhere between intermediate and advanced levels in both. More to the advanced. But the spar changed when Momo suddenly threw 3 small glass marbles at me. I didn't know what they were, so I batted them with my sword only for them to explode on impact, destroying my sword and sending me flying back for a few meters. Another explosion? But how could marbles explode? Mike asked the question that the crowd wanted to say. I look at my sword. Or what was left of it. Only a bit of the blade was attached to the handle. I threw the thing away. It was nitroglycerin, wasn't it? Yep. Momo puffed up her chest a bit. Nitroglycerin is a highly unstable liquid that explodes 25 times faster and with 3 times the energy of gunpowder. It's also what our unfriendly neighborhood bomber sweats out to make his explosions. Is that even legal? Mike asks, unsure on how to follow through with Momo using such a highly unstable explosive. You let Bakugo fight with explosions. And don't give me some shit about it being his quirk. Momo made it with her quirk. The end result is the same. Who gives a damn if the process is different? I really hate how many restrictions they put on Momo's quirk and people like her. Things are better now since she can decompose the stuff she made. But in her early childhood, she was forbidden to make a lot of stuff by the government. Like swords and guns, gold, and shit like that. Since she can basically arm and fund her own army. If her parents weren't that powerful and I wasn't there, I doubt her childhood would have gone as smoothly as it went. Kodo is right. Same result, different process. Proceed with the match. Aizawa stopped Mike from wasting any time. Momo didn't waste any time. She started to carefully throw those marbles. I had no chance of catching those. They blow up on impact. So I dodged them while advancing. She stopped with the nitroglycerin. She used Sora to appear in front of me and raised her sword. I raised my arm to block with my hardened scales. But what happened next was totally unexpected. Thud. My severed arm hit the stage. Splut. A large gash appeared on my chest as blood started to flow out. She cut through my scales. How? I focus on the blade only to hear some light buzzing. I use my quirk to quickly change my ears, increasing my hearing. The sword was buzzing. It was using ultrasonic vibrations on the blade itself. She made a vibroblade. I looked up to see her expression behind her mask. Her eyes were wide with tears forming in them, her face paled as her blood drained from her face. Kai. Holy shit! She cut him. Kodo died. Murder. People started to panic and scream. Midnight yells out medic. I did the only thing I could do. I laughed. I started laughing harder and harder. The arena went deathly quiet. My laughter echoed in the silent arena. You actually cut me? That's my girl. I'm so fucking proud. I laughed even harder than before. MHA. Sensei. Momo's voice trembled. I started to shift. My ears changed. They turned into 3 pink horns with some small pink hairs on them. I grabbed my hand and reattached it to the severed stump. Steam started to come out of my wounds as they slowly closed and healed. Axolotl, of course. Kodo is like the animal kingdom combined into one being. There are many animals that can heal or regrow a lost limb. Aizawa explained his realization. You have to be kidding me, is there anything this guy can't do? Mike yelled out. The crowd found themselves slumped back in their seats. Momo's face goes red as she realized what happened. And what's been happening this whole match? Sensei, you moron! I thought I killed you. Why did you hold back so much against me? My heart almost stopped. Her armored body starts glowing and a cannon appeared on the stage. She quickly fired the cannonball at me, causing the people behind me to panic. With a large smile, I just grab it out of the air, pull it away from me and crush it, making it explode. It looked like I made an explosion from my hand. I slowly turned back into my normal form. Soru. I appeared in front of Momo before she could even move. I swung my clawed hands around, ripping her riot armor apart. Mostly the headgear and the parts around her shoulders and neck. I quickly put my hand on the top of her head. She was stunned. Momo, I said softly. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. She lost and she knew it. Congratulations. Hey. Momo looked at me with shock and confusion. I grin at her and yell out loudly with pride. Yaeorozu Momo. I officially declare that you have passed your apprenticeship. Momo's brain shut down. Number A/N. Is it just me? Or did anyone else notice how it feels like Momo has become the main character in this arc? I mean for real. It just turned out this way. Man, this chap took a lot out of me. Chapter 109, I accept any challenge done. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 2830. Momo POV. Yaeorozu Momo. I officially declare that you have passed your apprenticeship. Hey. I passed? Sensei is getting rid of me? Why? I could feel tears forming in my eyes. After all we have been through. You have been my student for years now. But today you have truly proven yourself. Strength, speed, battle tactics, weapon skills, and martial arts have all reached close to the advanced level. If you graduated today, you could enter the top 20 hero rankings easily. There is very little that you can actually learn from me now. You have to go and develop your own style. He said with a proud look on his face. Nothing he can teach me. But all I want to do is follow him. No. This means that I don't have to follow him anymore. I can stand by his side. Yet. I will stand by his side. Not yet. But I'm on the right track. I won't be just Kodo's student. I will be my own woman. One that can stand by him at the top of this world. I take a deep breath, ignoring the tears streaming down my face. I do a deep bow and yell out as hard as I can, Sensei. Thank you very much for all these years. I promise not to disappoint you. Sensei just chuckled. I then whispered to him, if you think I'm giving up, you are dead wrong. I'm even more motivated. He smiled at me and said nothing. But it was a warm smile. Who knows what's going on in that crazy mind of his? Well, no matter. His craziness is one of the reasons I love him in the first place. Third POV. Uno. That's very nice and all. But the match isn't over, Mike says awkwardly. That made Momo snap back to reality. Oh. Well then I forfeit. But you were doing so well, Mike whined. He didn't want to have such a disappointing ending in the finals. Doing so well? Sensei was holding back on me a lot. Do you honestly think I can cut the arm off of a Grandmaster swordsman? He could have ended it the moment we got on stage. Even his transformation was just for show. It didn't have any real strength behind it. And Sensei, I'm still mad for you holding back on me. How much of your base straight were you even using? I know that the scary giant form didn't add any strength to you. You could have blocked all my attacks with just your Tekai. Momo pointed her finger at Kodo, who laughed at her antics. Noticed that, did ya? Well, if I had to guess, I would say that I used about 30% of my base strength against you. Kodo says offhandedly, making the crowd go quiet. 30%? She threw a bomb in your face and you used only 30%? Without your quirk? Momo's head just dropped a bit as she sighed out, you really are unbelievable. She was still a bit depressed. She was only worth 30%. Cheer up, Momo. Those so-called masters only took about 10 to 15%. They're an idea. Momo go beat them up and get a master title. I wonder what their reactions will be if they lose to another upstart brat. They might just retire from shame. Ha 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 ha. Kodo started laughing again. Akuma. This man is the devil himself. Mike shivered, feeling pity for these poor souls. Sigh. Mike, please be professional once in your life. Yaeorozu has forfeited. Winner of the UA Sports Festival. Kodo Shinichi. Midnight yelled out, making the crowd go wild. Now that we have our winner, let's proceed to the medals. Ashido has forfeited the fight for third place, so that goes to Juzo. Thank God. Aizawa was just about to stand up. Wait a minute. Kodo spoke a bit loudly but was heard by everyone. Kodo, is there something wrong? Mike asks. It was over. What does this kid want now? He thought to himself. Before looking at Aizawa, who was massaging his forehead. I think a few of you guys just had bad luck to be paired against someone who completely counters you. You might be thinking, I can beat him. I deserve to be number one, so I will give you a shot. Beat me and prove you deserve the gold medal. Who is willing to fight me? I'll do it. I will beat you. Bakugo jumped down from the sands and growled at Kodo. For real? I'll fight too. I always wanted to fight you one-on-one. Kirishima grinned happily. Asterisk ring. Ring asterisk. Hello, Mike speaking. Principal Nizu. Aha. Go with the flow? Are you sure? I understand. By Shinichi Kodo's request. We will be having extra rounds. The only contestants that are willing to fight against him are Kirishima Ajaru and Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd went wild. Of course, Nizu will allow it. Do you know what kind of political trouble I can make for him? Plus this works in his favor. UA will get even more popularity. Of course. Because why not? Mike, I'm going on a break. You take care of this. Aizawa turned off his mic and exited the room. Ha 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 ha. Aizawa collapsed as soon as he left the room. I'm seeing it all on the security camera. He entered his sleeping bag and the dude instantly fell asleep. Asterisk boom. Boom asterisk. I'm going first. Bakugo launched himself on the stage. Up on the stands. Deku-kun, aren't you going to compete too? Okako asked Midoriya, who was sitting near her. No. Recovery girl yelled at me for being so reckless. She said if I broke my fingers or arms one more time she won't heal them. I would have to wait for them to heal naturally. If that happened I would probably be kicked out of the hero course for not being able to take part in our hero classes. Deku said sadly. Well, you just have to work hard and learn how not to hurt yourself, right? Okako tried to cheer him up. But Midoriya only gave her a weak smile. Right. Bakugo is dead, Zero said blankly. Yep, Pop. Jiro popped her bubblegum while looking at a dead man. No question about it. Kaminari took out a notebook and smiled. Oki, place your bets, people. How long will Bakugo last? The closest answer wins the pot. $10 that he lasts 5 minutes. Jiro instantly handed him the money. Put me down for 15 on him lasting 2 minutes. Mizo threw him some bills. Jiro. 20 on him lasting 3 minutes. Azui put the money on the pile while smiling. This looks fun. 10 on him lasting 3.5 mina added to the pot. Bakugo vs Kodo. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom asterisk. Bakugo made some explosions on his hands, trying to look intimidating. I will finally show you who's the top dog. Kodo just looked at him with a bored expression. Dude, are you actually retarded? Start. Boom boom. Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself at Kodo. He goes for a low right swing, almost dragging it on the stage. But Kodo wasn't moving at all. His arms were still crossed as he looked down at Bakugo, which pissed him off even more. Die. Kodo raised his arm. Boo-um. Well, that happened. Mike stood up from his seat looking at the smoke that covered both contestants. When the dust cleared, everybody was shocked. Kodo was holding Bakugo by his wrist, completely unharmed. By twisting Bakugo's wrist, he made the explosion fire off harmlessly away from him. A/N attack did he same to Suzuki. I don't know why I like this scene so much. What a total disappointment. Kodo said while he shook his head. Crack gah. Kodo dislocated Bakugo's wrist and let go of him. I suggest you forfeit and get that looked at. He pointed at Bakugo's injury. Huff, huff, huff. Damn it. Bakugo grabbed his hand and tried to set it back in place. You are just going to make it worse, you know. Pop. Bakugo screamed out in pain. Boom, boom. Boom. He started using his quirk on both hands, grimacing and gritting his teeth after each explosion. Kodo just shrugged. Well, that's going to need surgery later. He made the injury even worse than it was. Bakugo started using his quirk to float in the air. He kept going higher and higher. Everybody knew what he was going to do. Once he reached the needed height, he started to spin and use his explosions to make himself faster. Smoke started gathering around him, making a tornado in the sky. The tornado keeps gathering more air, oxygen, for Bakugo to use in his big explosion. Kodo still looked unimpressed. He slowly pulled his leg backward. Take this, you animal bastard! Howitzer impact! Bakugo yelled out, and just as he was going to use his special attack, Kodo kicked the air in front of him. Like he was kicking a football. A small shockwave quickly reached Bakugo and pushed him backward, while scattering the tornado. You know, for a battle genius, I thought you would have figured out the weakness of that move. You are both the fuel and driving force of that move. But you can't defend yourself if someone attacks you. You can't even avoid an attack because you are disoriented from all the spinning. Also, you are staying in the eye of the tornado, the only place in that attack where the air is calm. One good attack right down the middle, and the whole attack will be disrupted. Kodo continued his lecture as Bakugo struggled to stand up. The shockwave sent him flying. He had hit the stage and rolled for a bit like a ragdoll. Not yet. I won't lose. I will be number one. Bakugo stood up, but his legs were shaking. He was using his good arm to stabilize himself by holding his knee. Geez. Talk about being stubborn. There is a fine line between being stubborn and being stupid. And you crossed a long time ago. Kodo slowly walked to Bakugo and put his hand near his ear with his middle finger and thumb joined together. Snap! Kodo snapped his fingers. The force of the snap was so great that Bakugo directly lost consciousness. Winner Kodo Shinichi. Can the medbots take Bakugo to the infirmary? Midnight announced with a bored tone. She was getting tired from all of this. Up on the stands. What the time? Everybody was looking at Kamarai, who had a stopwatch app opened up on his phone. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Kaminari says seriously. Jero. Yay, I win. Ajui cheered. Damn it. So close. Mina whined as she grabbed her hair. Deku dashed past all of them, heading to the infirmary. Everybody looks at each other, sharing the same thoughts. Definitely gay for Bakugo. Kirishima vs Kodo. Man, I am so stoked to have a chance to fight against you. Kirishima grinned wildly, he was practically skipping. I could say the same about you, honestly. You are one of the few people that practice my hellish training program. Tekai suits you quite well. It would be interesting to see if you can improve it. Kodo smiles as he crossed his arms. Kirishima's eyes widened. You really think could do that? Improve Tekai? Why not? That's unless you don't have the guts to try. Kodo smirked, making Kirishima grin even wider. My man, all I have is guts. Kirishima hardened both of his arms. Start. Red Riot Unbreakable. Kirishima immediately used his quirk to the max in combination with Tekai. Kodo, much to everyone's surprise, ran towards Kirishima. He only did this for his student. He started off by using Rakasha's palm on Kirishima. That attack grabs something and twits the Ritz 360 degrees. The twisting motion caused minor cracks to appear on Kirishima's body. Whoa! Dude, how the hell? Kirishima jumped back a bit while looking at his shoulder. He had a few cracks but was otherwise unharmed. When trained to the fullest, Rakasha's palm can tear apart anything in its way. I have used this move to tear apart a steel wall. I'm impressed by your defense, Kirishima Kodo praised slightly. Steel wall? Man, you are scary. Kirishima wasted no time and dashed toward Kodo. Close combat was his only choice. But considering he was up against a grandmaster, his odds were very low. Shigen Kirishima tried to use his hardened fingers to pierce Kodo. Redirection kata, Weeping Willow. Kodo quickly grabbed his wrist and pulled down, at same time he swept at Kiri's feet, taking him to the air. Kirishima couldn't process fast enough. He was seeing the world upside down. Kodo quickly did a palm strike to his stomach and sent him flying backward. Kirishima tumbled a bit before he stopped himself. He was clutching his stomach. That hurts. He yelled out. If your opponent has a strong defense, go for internal damage. It's common sense. How do I protect myself from that? Kirishima grumbled out. You dodge. Start practicing. Kodo disappeared using Soru. Shit. Kirishima crossed his arms and blocked a blow to the head. But Kodo, kneed him in the stomach. After each hit, the next one came right after. Water-crushing fist. Another martial art that Kodo invented. Offense and defense all at once. The attacks never stop, they continue to come like flowing water. Mike explained for the crowd. After 1 minute, Kirishima was full of cracks. He quickly dropped the unbreakable and reverted back to normal. Only for his legs to give out and land on his ass. Huff, huff, huff. I can't move a muscle. Hey, can I ask for a favor? Kirishima asked hopefully. Kodo raised his eyebrow. Go ahead. Can you show me your coolest transformation? I mean, a lot of us were hoping you would use your animal transformations. They are just so cool to watch. A lot of yells and cheers from the crowd followed, showing how much they also wanted to see it. My coolest? Sure, why not? Kodo shrugged his shoulders. This got a lot more cheers. People were getting excited. They were finally going to see a cool transformation. Many of them were dying to see his dinosaur forms. Kodo exhaled and a lot of purple smoke came out of his mouth and covered the area around him. Everybody got even more excited. Not being able to see the transformation happen increased their curiosity further. Grrrrrrrrr, a deep rumbling growl was heard. It was like a deep bass. The people nearest to Kodo felt it in their chests, like if they were standing next to a big speaker. Look, someone pointed at the top of the smoke. They saw his back. Dark blue scales ran along his spine. Whoosh! The smoke was dispersed and everybody's caught their breath. In front of Kirishima was a huge dragon. He was more than 30 feet long, had dark blue scales and had sharp spikes and horns all over on his back. He had bat-like wings under his arms with the same dark blue color. This description sucks. Basically, a Harry Potter dragon with this face. https://www.pinterest.it/pin/7683563864243764225/ A dragon. What the hell? How is that fair? Awesome, Kirishima said in awe. The people in the crowd had different opinions. Some were in awe, others were afraid, some were thinking about how they could use this information. The dragon huffed. He raised his tail and coiled around Kirishima. Hey, let me down. Kirishima struggled as the dragon raised him in the air, then turned him upside down. Not cool, bro. The dragon moved him out of the stage before dropping him down. Kirishima quickly used his quirk. Thud. Like a rock, the hardened Kirishima dug a bit in the ground. I'm okay. I raised his hand. Contestant Kodo is the winner. Finally it's over midnight side out. Now for the medals. Kin Kodo, Ye Urozu, and Jozo please come to the podium. Hey, where is Kodo? Midnight looked around, trying to find him. Please read this. Momo handed her a note. Midnight took it and started to read out loud. I got an urgent call from a friend. People need saving. Give the medal to Momo. Bye. Now for the medals. The one presenting these will be of course this man. Midnight continued like nothing was wrong. Ha 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 ha, a silhouette spread on the top of the stadium. It All Might. The crowd started to cheer loudly. Seemingly forgetting about Kodo. All Might look at the crowd with a smile, but his thoughts were the opposite. Damn you Kodo Shonen. Now I have to deal with the empty first place. You did this on purpose. The awkwardness will be so embarrassing. I'll get you back for this. Chapter 110, Garu on the Hunt. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6yyvm6tj6t. Word count 1600. Momo POV. Good work, Aizawa sensei grumbled out as he stood in front of the board. All of us except Ida and sensei were in our seats. There will be no school. Tomorrow or the day after. His voice was getting lower and lower. Why is he the exhausted one when we were the ones fighting? I felt like I'm about to fall asleep on my desk. Fighting sensei was exhausting. This is because of the offers that will come. We need time to sort them all and you need time to recover from the festival. He then turned to me. So Yae Orozu. Where's Kodo? Aizawa Sensei's expression turned serious. He'd better have a good excuse for ditching the award ceremony. I sigh out as I pull out my phone. An associate of mine made an urgent call. Something I have been looking for a while has just been found. I'm going there to pick up the object personally. If Aizawa asks, just show him this entire message. Along with this one. Mind your own business. Aizawa sensei got tick marks on his forehead as he read the message. By the end of it his hair was floating. That damn brat. I was the one who had to deal with Nizu afterward. Why did he get put in my class? Why couldn't have he gone to 1B? Let Ken, Vlad, deal with him. Sensei. Where is Ida-kun? Okako raised her hand in the air. He had a family emergency. That's all I am allowed to say. Class dismissed. Go home and rest up. We have some serious stuff to do 2 days from now. Aizawa sensei just dragged himself to the door and slowly walked out. How did he even become a teach with that kind of attitude? Taiwan. Kodo POV. Garu form. Finally, I found him. A guy whose quirk I have been looking for ages. I first found about him when some cheap-ass security camera caught a fight. A guy with a fire quirk versus a quirkless. But as soon as the fire guy got within 10 meters of the quirkless, his quirk stopped working. People tough, he was tired and was throwing out blanks. But in reality, his quirk was erased. It's Eraser's quirk, but it's always active and affects everybody within a 10-meter zone. An AoE passive version of Eraser's quirk. I got Eraser's DNA. But I haven't had the time to grow it yet. I have been focusing on warp. That's how I got here so fast. It's barely usable. And that's after I waste a crap top of stamina to activate it. Forceful activation sucks. But here I am. The dude was quickly hired by the local mafia. He attended meetings with the leaders, making sure no one can uses their quirks during the meetings. So I will be attacking a mafia compound tonight. This should be fun. Attacking the mafia. Everyone is speaking in Mandarin Chinese. Why is he here? A mob yelled out as he was shooting his rifle at the dust cloud. How the hell should I know? His friend next to him shot bullets from his fingers, hoping to hit the man that was attacking their compound. One of their members with a giant quirk jumped in after his height and muscles growed threefold and his body gaining a metal sheen. Bang! Bang! Bang x20, punching SFX. Ogh! Sparks could be seen in the dust cloud as Garu's fists impacted the metal giant. No, each punch created a small boom. That blew a bit of the cloud away. Thud. Ka ha ha. Is that the best you can do? Garu asks mockingly. Is that the best we can do? A new member who was hiding asked his comrades. Shut it. Not by a long shot. We need to get Jianheng here. If he just enters his range, we can shoot him down with our weapons, another member complained as he was writing on his phone. Come on. Why isn't he here yet? Bang. Crack K. Splat. Whoops. Guess I used too much strength. Garu calmly skips over the mafia member who was crushed on the ground like a bug. Everything below the neck was pitch black. Eat this. They shot 2 rocket launchers at him. Keh. Cute Garu grinned as his face turned black as well. A/N it's Keh or K. Watch Garu clips and tell me your opinion. Boom. Boom. You think this is going to piece my ultimate shield? Garu was unharmed, his clothes were just a little dirty, greed from FMA. Can someone please just stop this guy? The rest cried as they ran inside the compound. Garu opened his mouth as a ray of red energy started to concentrate there. 0. Like a laser, the ray hit the retreating group. Boom! The explosion blew up the front entrance of the compound. Deep within the compound. Get Jianheng. And ready the snipers. There is a huge bounty on his head. If we can take away his quirk we can kill him. Even with his martial arts, if he is trapped he's dead. Yes Don. MCPOV. Crash. I tore down another wall. They have underground rooms. But most of the people are above ground. Probably in the compound connected to this one. Scan shows a lot of people hidden in this direction. Why would I go through the maze-like hallways when I can move in a straight line? Justice crash. A hero on a bicycle suddenly showed up. Bang. Shut it small fry, my casual punch sent him flying. Where did that wimp even come from? Man, the heroes started arriving. This is such a mess. The few people that survived Garu by playing dead woke up and started to run away. Not knowing that I noticed them and didn't want to waste time with cowards. After a few more walls I end up in a Japanese-style garden. A person loaded with guns and knives stood in front of me with a smile. Good evening. Hero Hunter. I am Jianheng, you are in my zone. I suddenly felt my quirks turn off. I felt a grin appear on my face. So he's the one. He reached for his back before bringing out a machine gun. Bang dot bang dot bang dot bang x100. A hail of bullets arrived right in front of me. Well, now that I have a chance. Time to recreate an iconic scene. Water stream rock smashing fist, WSRSF. I got into my stance. As a blue aura appeared around my hands. Tap, tap, tap. One by one. I redirected each bullet away from me. A minute later the machine gun was all out of ammo. Impossible. Jianheng looked pale as if he has seen a ghost. Luckily there was a camera here. I'm posting this online later. Bang bang. I heard 2 shots fired from a great distance. The snipers used this moment when I relaxed a bit from the previous attack. I casually grabbed both bullets right as they were about to hit me. Okay, what a pathetic attempt. I flicked my hands sending the bullets right back at the snipers. 2 body shots and both of them were down for the count. Jianheng brought out a gun and a knife. His hands were trembling. Oi! Oi! Have some dignity. At least die as a man. Ajian started firing his pistol like a madman. Pathetic. Soru. I appeared in front of him and punched him in another room. The one I'm sure has no cameras inside. His chest was caved in. Don't worry. Your quirk is going to be used by me now. Be grateful for being my stepping stone to greatness, man. I developed a bit of a sadistic streak. His face when I said this is priceless. The things I do when I'm bored. It's like abusing an OP move in games to punish noobs. Tendrils come from my back as I start absorbing his blood. I take every last drop as his body dries and turns to dust. This will speed up the creation of his quirk by a lot. Now what to do with this compound? You know. I'll try the new move I made with my telekinesis quirk. I spread my arms in the air and clench them. I gathered a good part of the air into an invisible bubble. Now I just compress. FNG. Kuma. Pa. Compression. FNG. FNG. Every last person here is a criminal. I already checked. Well, except for that hero wannabe. So I don't have any reason to stop, or will I have any guilty conscience? Not like I had something like that in the first place. FNG. FNG. The bubble got smaller and smaller. Until I was holding a ball the size of a tennis ball. Then I turned on my ultimate shield and Eureka's anti-gravity quirk on myself. I simply released the compressed ball of air. Ursus shock. Boom. A white light engulfed the compound. The shockwave tore the whole place to pieces. I was sent flying high into the air. Ha 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 ha. That's freaking awesome. The shockwave lasted about 10 seconds. I slowly landed back onto a patch of dirt and rubble. Where the compound used to stand. Well. That's that. Time to go home. Suddenly a dark purple portal appeared in front of me. I stared at the portal with wide eyes. Out of it a couple of people exited before the portal started to shrink to from Kurogiri. What? They? Fuck. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Chapter 111, League of Villains. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6yyvm6tj6t. Word count 1600. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. What the actual fuck? I killed him. I ripped his fucking head off. How many times do I have to kill a guy, so that stays dead? I had a small crisis for a few seconds before I calmed down. Okay. Chill. Gather some information first. I increase my senses to see what I can find. I max out my smell and hearing. The smell is different. Like a totally different scent from before. His breathing pattern and blood flow as well. This is another person. But then why does he have Kurogiri's quirk? Wait. Wasn't that fat fuck of a doctor capable of duplicating quirks? That makes a lot of sense actually. Kurogiri's quirk is very versatile and important for them. Too important so they can't afford to lose it. Which means making duplicates of the quirk. Hero Hunter Garu. Your fame clearly precedes you. Kurogiri 2.0 points at the rebel behind me. MHA. What do you fucks want? I call them out, trying to get them angry. I already beat them once. But I'll take any advantage I can get. The others start to get angry, but they were wary of me. Krahu. Our boss would like to extend an invitation. We want you to join our group. Kurogiri 2.0 is giving out the invitation. Maybe Shigaraki is still healing? But they should have quirks that can heal him. I'm guessing they don't want to risk him dying. Garu is known to be violent and unreasonable. Hoo. And what is the goal of your group? I only know you because you got your ass kicked by my rival, I say with a wild grin. Rival. Kuro 2.0 tilts his thread slightly. His fellow eyes in the black mist narrow. Kodo Shinichi. He and I are destined to fight to the death. Now answer my question. What does your group want to accomplish? 20 people, 3 Nomus, and Kurogiri. I have analyzed all of them here and made guesses about their quirks. The Nomus are unknown. Maybe I'll get lucky and get a debuff quirk from one of these scrubs. The only debuff quirk I have currently are paralysis, which I copied from Tsuyu's friend the Snake Girl. That and Izawa, and now recently Qianheng's quirk. I think I'll call it Null Zone. The name sounds like shit, but it gets the point across. And I fucking love my original quirk. While I'm thinking and processing ideas, plans, and attacks, they are all still talking and moving in slow motion for me. Perks of having a supercomputer for a brain. We wish to kill All Might and end the reign of the so-called heroes. Kurogiri said resolutely. So pretty much still the same as the plot. I'm not joining any group without knowing that they can actually support themselves. How well equipped are you? I see biological weapons but little about high-tech gear. Do you have one sponsor or many? What are your approximate numbers? If they answer any of these questions, they are morons. Well, I'm not going to tell you classified information. But I can tell you this. We have more than one sponsor. They are very generous and very high up the food chain. Did not see that coming. He is telling the truth. That means All for One isn't the only one. He might be the CEO. But he has investors. Great, just great. Accelerated tough process. Divine Demon 100%. Ultimate Shield, Greed. Speed Burst, 4 Quirk. Soru. I appear in front of the mobs. A quick Rankyaku takes them by surprise, killing 7 of them instantly. Shadow Manipulation, Odin. The assassin leader's quirk. Shadow spikes rise from the ground, impaling 5 more. In 1 second. 12 of the 20 mobs are already dead. The rest paled in fear and started to run away. I raise my hand and I point my index and middle finger at them. Like a gun. Water pistol. A drop of water appears between my fingers. Bang bang. There was no gunpowder. But the noise came from the water breaking the sound barrier. Killed 4 with water. I gather lightning in both my hands and kill the rest. All while Kurogiri and the Nomus were watching me carefully. So it is true. We have known for a while that you have multiple quirks. But to see it in person is a whole other thing. Nomu's attack. And they did. The big stupid blue one dashed at me. This speed. The force he uses to propel himself. This one is the same as the one from USJ. Interesting. The small yellow one with the wings took to the skies. The third one. The green chainsaw Nomu that they used to attack the camp. To think they pulled it out this early. All for little old me. I'm touched. The chainsaw Nomu started to walk. Slow starter. All while I was processing this, the blue Nomus fist was slowly arriving in front of my face. Accelerated thought process is such a cheat. I grab the Nomu's wrist. Nico style, redirection kata. Weeping Willow. I manipulated the force of his body. And threw him over me. As I let go of his wrist, my index finger started to glow red. 0. Zoom. The Nomu was engulfed in a red beam. His upper torso was gone. Let's see how much time it takes to regenerate from that. Mental note. Steal the blood from his body. Stealing Laser Boy's quirk and upgrading and modifying it was such a good idea. Man, firing a zero is so satisfying. And its size and strength are proportional to the power I put behind it. And considering I can stockpile energy with food immersion, I could probably blow up a large chunk of city if I wanted to. But that wouldn't be efficient at all. I have other quirks to do that. No. Kurogiri 2.0 Quirkly tried to make a portal. I assume he wants to put me in halfway before closing it. Nope. Since I studied the portal I know its weakness. Telekinesis. I grab the air around the portal. And compress it. By closing it down like this I make the portal collapse on itself. What? Kurogiri 2.0 yelled out. The yellow Nomu started dropping down some mucus on me as soon as Kurogiri opened his portal. I quickly dodged it. Some of it started eating the ground. The other didn't do anything. I kicked a small rock on it and it immediately became stuck. Acid and glue. Interesting. The chainsaw started to buzz faster and faster. It was charging up. That's why it's so slow. I wonder if it can pierce my ultimate shield. Blue Nomo regenerated and attacked me from behind. Shockwave and Rokugan boom. The Nomo was sent flying backward. Impossible. He has shock absorption. Not even All Might could send him flying with one attack. Kurogiri 2.0 yelled out, not believing what he was seeing. All Might? Kahaha. Aren't you people underestimating a little too much? That man doesn't stand a chance against me. And you thought by bringing these little toys with you, that you could. I slammed Kurogiri to the ground using telekinesis. Then I jumped upwards and grabbed the yellow Nomua by its head. Burn blue fire burst out of my hand, burning its head. I have the power and knowledge. Endeavor had to train and study a lot and increase his quirk mastery to do this. I just had to spam fire as I calculated what I needed to change to get blue fire. Thud. Well, one Nomu down. Asterisk clench. Clench asterisk. The blue Nomua grabbed my ankles. The chainsaw Nomua jumped so it would land in front of me. I thought it was trying to slash me. But the chainsaw stopped and his torso started going orange to bright red. Like it was heating up. So that's their plan. Ultimate shield. Boom. The chainsaw Nomua blew up. It was a living bomb. Its outward appearance was to trick people into thinking it was a close combat type. Heroes are usually dumb. Even if the heroes were long range. It has enough strength to close the distance before it explodes. Taking as many with it as possible. I was standing in the crater of the explosion. I stopped myself from being blasted off with telekinesis and protected myself with ultimate shield. Greed's ability from FMA. It turns the skin into hard but still prehensile graphene. Some of its blood got on me as it exploded. The Nomua just had one quirk. To turn all its energy into a bomb. It was strong from merging different people like that. Well, now there are two. How are you still alive? Kurogiri used his quirk to try to escape. The blue Nomua stood in front of him. Buying him the time he needs. Yeah, like that's going to happen. I used telekinesis to snap Kurogiri's neck and float both of them to me. I touch them both. Drain. Their bodies started to shrivel up. I still haven't gotten super strength and shock absorption. I focused most of my energy on the warp Quirk. This should speed that up nicely. Today was a good day. Got the quirk I was looking for. Plus extra. Number A/N. MC quirks shown so far. So just for clarification. Imagine that each character that was introduced. He has already stolen a DNA sample if he touched them. That or the spy flies stole a sample. He also travels the world. Regularly to steal DNA. Original quirk, code the core of his powers. He has developed plenty of subclass abilities just from this. Techno-control, technomancy. Supercomputer brain. Accelerated thought process. Animal transformation. Dinosaur transformation. Quirks. Scan. Animals. Telekinesis. Creation, Momos. Zero-modified Laster Quirk. Ultimate Shield. Greed. Nomu's quirks, super strength, regeneration, shock absorption, warp gate, Shigariki's quirk, not shown, and more. Every quirk introduced so far that the MC has had a chance. He got a sample from it. Not knee size, early grown to be a full Quirk. Chapter 112, Kaido Kid Challenged. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 1080. Kinda short but met. It felt right to end it there. Hero hunter Garou has decimated a mafia compound in Taiwan. Nearby witnesses say he attacked them without any provocation. After entering the compound, there were sounds of battle for a few minutes, before a devastating explosion occurred that destroyed the compound. After this, the League of Villains, the group that attacked the USJ facility in Japan, Musafaju. They arrived in front of Garou. It appeared like they were trying to recruit him. Garou killed them all in a matter of minutes. Garou is an extremely dangerous man. If you spot him, quickly run away and call the police. Caution is advised. So the news reached all the way to here. Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. I was walking on the building's roofs. The nightlife here is very colorful. The reason I'm here is because Kaido Kid was challenged by a prince from Saudi Arabia. He put up a very valuable golden statue decorated with diamonds, emeralds, and rubies. But the price of the statue isn't why I'm here. That statue has a history. And he doesn't know shit about it. Due to my quirk, it's easy to hack the government database. When I did some research on a whim about the statue, the file showed it was classified information. Most of the lines on the paper were redacted, meaning a lot of the lines were covered up. But I got the gist from further searches. There is a blood vial sealed inside it. It was the blood of the strongest quirk in the first generation. Right when the quirks began 200 years ago. The current leader at the time wanted there to be a contingency plan. So he preserved several copies, including this one, in the statue in his office. But almost nobody knew. Except for the government. But it's useless to they, as they can't use it. They are keeping a close eye on the statue. The statue has never left Saudi Arabia in 2 centuries. It has changed hands many times. Today it's mostly a traditional decoration to princes. So I'm naturally very curious about the statue. And I accepted their challenge with a note. Another thing is that they actually hired Night Eye for this. They paid a lot to get him here from Japan. The young prince wanted to get famous by uncovering Kaido Kid, the Phantom Thief. One touch by Night Eye and his identity will be uncovered, or at least learn more information about him. This should be fun. Night Eye POV. I never thought I'd end up here. On the invitation of a prince, no less. But the challenge is definitely there. Touch a phantom thief. That has stolen jewels and paintings from all over the world. And nobody has ever gotten close to him. Ever. And they make it sound simple. I normally refuse things like this. The phantom thief has never killed anybody. I'd much rather focus on stopping someone who is an actual threat. Like Garou. So he stole some jewels. It's horrible, yes. But are you going to die without them? Because people are going to die if Garou inst stopped. All Might himself told me that he probably can't take Garou on because of his martial arts. They directly counter him. And the only person who can stand up to Garou is a first-year student at UA. Kodo said that he needs time to grow a bit so he can defeat Garou. Well, more like kill him. But I'll take what I can get. It's almost impossible to truly take down the strongest villains without killing them. Ahem, a young voice echoed across the meeting room. The young prince took the stage. First of all, I thank all of you for coming here. This is an incredible opportunity to stop one of the most infamous thieves in the modern world. Kaito Kid. You mean it's an opportunity for you to get more famous? In short terms, the floor we are on. The one that the statue will be placed on, along with the one above and below. All 3 floors will be filled with both digital and analog traps. The room will only have one entrance or exit. No air vents. No windows. If anyone gets so much as within 2 meters of the glass case, he is getting shot. On the door will be a team of heroes. Each with a specific task. I have brought Mr. Night-Eye from Japan. I stood up and did a small bow. He has a quirk that can be used to see the future of anybody as long as he touches them. If he touched Kid, we will find out his identity. Even if we don't, we will still find out many clues that will help us in catching him. He points at the next hero. The next hero you will recognize. Our very own White Witch, /N Imagine White Raven from Teen Titans. Just older. A woman dressed in white with a white cloak stood up. She with her telekinetic Quirk will freeze Kid in place, allowing us to hopefully catch him. That's actually not a bad plan. If she can freeze him for a single second, I can touch him. And last but not least, the strongest hero in Saudi Arabia. Hasid has agreed to help catch Kaito Kid. The prince spread his arms as wind started to blow inside the room. The people stood up and started to cheer. The reaction is the same one we have to All Might. So this is him. The Arabian whirlwind. From Kengan. A tall tanned man entered the room. He wore a cloak around him covering his body, as well as white head cloth, kufiya. His mouth and nose were covered with bandages. He looks like he was tracking the desert. Saudi Arabia has a low crime rate in general. Even without heroes. The government is ruthless with criminals. And death sentences are still used today. And Hasid has a license to kill. That alone scares many villains. Their methods are extreme. But the results speak for themselves. I hope this is enough to catch Kaito Kid. Otherwise, this whole trip would be a waste of time. Chapter 113, Statue Heist. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 1460. Wow! That's a lot of security. They really went all out. It took me all morning to break through their firewalls so I can get the schematics. A coding quirk is such a cheat when it comes to hacking. Digital and analog traps. In all honesty, it reminds me of that Dino facility I raided. And the people I raided are troublesome as well. Especially Night-Eye. One touch and my identity is blown. I don't actually understand how it works. I mean, if he touched me, all I have to do is stay in Kaito Kid disguise until a full day is over. Or does it show what would I have done even without him touching me? Then I would have warped home and turned back to Kodo Shinichi. Which is the worst case scenario here? Them learning my real identity. If that happens, I need to kill Night-Eye. No matter what it does to Kaito Kid's reputation as a gentleman thief. I mostly do this for fun anyway. My stocks are making me enough money to live comfortably for the rest of my life. I just traced Mr. Yaeorozu's stocks. Where he puts down his money, I just copy whatever he invests in. I really want to know what quirk is stored in that statue, and what I'm doing is absolutely stupid too. I still haven't gotten Nomu's, Shigeriki's, or Izawa's quirk. I only have their DNA. I focused on growing Kurogiri's warp. And now I'm training that quirk. That takes up most of my time. Night. Is everybody in position? Team A. Ready. Team B. Ready. Night. I. White Witch. Wind. A voice was heard over the comms. Ready, all three answered calmly. All of them were waiting at the door to catch Kid. Kid has no chance of passing us. Let alone stealing the statue, the witch hero said arrogantly. If he comes here I will use my full power to put him down, Hasid said with a steel voice. Night Eye just sighed out and glanced at the statue in the room, at the statue of the room, and quickly turned back. It took him a second to process what he saw. Night Eye quickly turned his whole body around to face the room. He shocked the two other heroes. Kid. He pointed at the room. Kaido Kid was standing in front of the glass case. Kid is inside the room. He is by the case. Wind yelled over the comms. That sent everybody panicking. Kaido Kid just smiled and waved at them. Before throwing down something on the ground, and a small smoke cloud engulfed him and the glass case. When the smoke cloud cleared, both Kid and the statue were gone. Impossible. Night Eye looked at the scene, his brain couldn't understand what happened. It was a completely closed-off room. With three heroes on the only door. The entire 3 floors had the best security in the world. The entire building outside was surrounded by policemen. And there were snipers on other buildings. How did he do it? Sir, the case is empty. Witch yelled in her earpiece. None of the traps were triggered, the prince responded angrily. How is this possible? Did he disable all the traps without us knowing? Sir, permission to enter the room. Disable the traps anyway. We must check the glass case. Hasid quickly composed himself and took the lead. Beep beep. All the security measures in the room were turned off. Hasid, Witch, and Night Eye rushed in. They looked in shock as the glass case was truly empty. The case is empty. Night Eye said calmly. But how? White Witch was perplexed. I will lift the case open, Hasid spoke over the comms, telling the prince beforehand. He put his hand on the case and lifted it up. The case was empty underneath. But Wind frowned. Something was off. He started to make a light breeze aimed at the empty case. As soon as the breeze hit the space above the case, it started to fluctuate and the statue started to appear. An illusion. Correct. The sing-song voice mocked from behind them. They quickly turned around to see a dozen Kaido kids surrounding them. Thank you for disabling the security measures. It would have been impossible to disable them one by one. See, a Kaido kid slung his arm downwards. Asterisk poof. Poof. Poof asterisk. He threw down multiple smoke bombs, engulfing the room with so much smoke that even wind couldn't blow it all away at once, as the only entrance or exit point was the door. Witch! Freeze him! Night Eye yelled out as he was rushing to the door. I need to be able to see him. She screamed out as she ran as well. Whoosh! A furious wind gale surrounded Hasid. He rushed to the wall and punched. Crack K! He opened up a hole in the wall and started to chase after Kid. Get back here! You thief! Ah! Scary Kid mocked him as he rushed through the hallways. Kid has the statue. He has an illusion quirk. He made the statue and himself invisible. The kid we saw earlier was a fake image of him. Night Eye quickly explained the situation. Inside the monitor room. Turn the traps back on. The prince yelled at the people next to him. Everybody could hear it over the comms. Right away, sir. The one responsible for the traps responded. Just as he was about to do it, the screen started to bug. Asterisk blip. Ha 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 he asterisk. A small Kaido kid face appeared on the screen and started to laugh. Asterisk blip. Ha 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 he asterisk. Asterisk blip. Ha 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 he asterisk X. Sir, our system has been hacked. Another person yelled out. That's impossible. This is the best system on the market. It would have taken months for someone to even try and hack it. Unless Kaido Kid has an accomplice. Someone with a Quirk related to hacking. Quickly, can you trace back where the hack happened? The prince was getting excited. They had a lead. A real lead that could lead them to Kid. The subordinate under him started typing like his life depended on it. Which it did. Bzzzzzzz poff. The screen turned dark. The person slammed his fist in the desk. The hacker made the computers overheat and self-destruct. The prince clenched his hands as his face turned red. Damn him. Hasid. I want Kid. Dead or alive? Hallway. Roger Hasid replied as he sent air bullets and wind blades at Kid, who comically dodged by moving in storage positions. Whoa, that was close. He whipped his forehead as he ran, causing the veins on Hasid's forehead to pop up from the anger. Right before they reached a corner, Hasid thrust his hands out. Wind blast. A big wind attack hit the walls on the corner, making Rubel fall down and block the path. Kid was trapped. The wall Hasid broke led into a room, but it was similar to the statue room. Only a single door in or out. Going in there wouldn't achieve anything. It's over, Kid, Hasid yelled out. Tap. Tap. Night Eye and Witch finally caught up to them. I got you now. Witch pointed her hands at him. I don't think so. Kid waved his arms and an army of bees started flying at them. It's an illusion. Ignore them. Hasid ignored the bees, keeping his focus on Kid. He couldn't use any more big moves. Otherwise, a wall might collapse and Kid would escape. He needed a small quick hit on Kid. Right, Witch started to gather white energy on her hands. But... Ow! She yelled out as her hand was stung. What the... Ow! She started to talk when she was stung again. Wasn't his quirk just illusion? Night Eye gritted out, ignoring the sings. They are. Hey. Hasid blew wind back at Kid. The illusions faded, leaving 5 or so tiny drones, who flew back at Kid. Well, as fun as it was seeing you great heroes swat away at fake bees, I really do have to get going now. So bye. Kid waved his hand. SORU. Wind drill. Hasid used Sora to arrive in front of Kid. Wind gathered around his hand as it spun like a drill. Kid just simply smiled as he leaned backward. He phased through the wall, stunning the heroes. Ha. There is a reason I'm called the Phantom Thief. Till next time. Say thank you to the prince in my stead for this wonderful gift. Ha. Kid dodged the bullets shot by the snipers by flying on his glider as it slowly started to turn invisible, leaving behind the snipers only to look at a clear night sky. Number A/N. Opinions? It was a meh chapter, I know. But I wanted to do one where he doesn't have to do anything. Like Kid who tricks the police to make mistakes that he can exploit. Chapter 114, Offers and Class President. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. There is no paywall. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 2370. Well, I got the statue and it certainly didn't disappoint. Like, oh my god. The quirk was absolutely insane. It's practically a replica of Sebastian Shaw from X-Men. Energy absorption. This quirk will make me practically unkillable. But there is always a but. There is only a tinsy-wincy slight problem. It's absolutely freaking incompatible with me. And I mean, if I attempted to grow it now, it would freaking kill me. Judging by the readings I'm getting. The original owner of the quirk was killed by it as well. He died as a teenager. That explains how people were still left alive then. Instead of this dude just killing everybody. This shit will take me 5 years to figure out. With my current rate of energy gathering, I really need to look into alternative energy sources. I sound like one of those eco-nut jobs who dislike fossil fuels. School starts again. Everybody was excited. Since people greeted them, they were all seen in the sports festival. Zero sighed. I had some elementary students tell me don't mind. Tsu smiled, don't mind. Zero covered his ears. Morning. Aizawa entered the classroom. Welp, that's my cue to go to sleep until he shows the results. I already know everything he is going to say. A/N I don't want to bore you guys with the details as well, just to increase word count. Number offers. Kodo 5000. Momo 4532. Todoroki 2612. Bakugo 1911. Kirishima 1188. Tokoyami 360. Ida 267. Kaminari 120. Ashido 70. The classroom was shocked. Aizawa pointed at the top of the list. Last year it was more spaced out. But this year all eyes were focused on these four. Especially the top two. He looks at me and Momo. Gah! Such a big difference. Kaminari dropped his head on the desk. Those pros don't know a good thing when they see one. Aoyama grumbled. Todoroki glared at the board. Wow, Todoroki, you got plenty of offers. Jiro tried to cheer him up when she saw him glare. They are probably all because of my father. I don't like getting things this way. I would much rather have lower offers, but from people who didn't want me for my background. Maybe there is hope for him. Okako was going crazy and shaking Ida. Deku didn't get any offers. As expected. Keeping this results in mind, whether someone asked for you or not. You will all be participating in internships with pros. Wonder who I should choose? Not like any of them can teach me anything. Maybe mess with Rumi again. Oh, or I chose Aizawa. I can chill with him here at school. All might. There's an idea. It will say on my record that I interned under him. But in reality, dude is so sick that I can chill the whole day. All I have to say is that we did some covered missions together. Not a bad idea if I do say so myself. I tune back to the conversation. Well, those hero names are only temporary, but if you are not serious. Trrrrrrrr. The door opened. There will be hell to pay. Midnight waltzed in her ridiculous outfit. Well, Midnight will be making sure your names are okay. I'm not good at stuff like that. Aizawa picked up his sleeping bag. When you give yourself a name, you get a better image of what kind of hero you want to become. And with that, Aizawa laid down on the floor in his sleeping bag and fell asleep. The dude really needs to sleep more. We were given a few whiteboards to write down our names. I honestly don't care about this. I could just write down my name. But then more people will bitch about how I am not taking this hero thing seriously. Which I am not. I mean, at first, I did it because of the popularity. I wanted to be a high-ranking hero because they get to meet many VIPs. Like CEOs. Government officials. Politicians. But I severely underestimated my spy flies. They got so much blackmail material daily that even if I were to stop now, my goal is already completed. The only reason I'm still going on as a hero is the quirks. I'm getting stronger. That, and I can beat up people legally. I find it funny. Kodo can beat up legally and Garu can do it illegally. End result? People still get beat up. They were scribing down and erasing their names. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. But they have 3 years to change it. It only matters when they finish school. They have the right to change it up to 3 times. Teenagers are deciding the names. Teens are moody. 1 month they might like it. The next they might hate it. Okay, let's start presenting the names, starting with those who are ready. Midnight called out, making the class freeze. I find it hilarious. They are trying to be heroes, but almost all of them have stage fright. Which is a totally normal thing. But come on. What kind of a hero has stage fright? Aoyama the laser boy walked onto the platform. Here I go. He started to raise his whiteboard. Shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Which means, you can't stop my sparkles. The whole class deadpanned a sentence. I just face-palmed. What a retard. Midnight fixed it to can't stop twinkling. Somehow that sounds even worse. Then I'll go next. Mina cheerfully hoped on stage hero name Alien Queen. PFFFF Midnight did a spit take. Are you going for that thing that spits out acid? I wouldn't if I were you. TCHE Mina sulked while she dragged herself to her seat. Then the cute nicknames started with Ajui. Rainy season hero, Froppy. I don't get why they add what kind of hero they want to be. Jiro came onto the stage hearing hero, earphone jack. This just sounds stupid. It's too long. People will think it's lame. I get the jack reference. But it would be better for it to be just jack or auxiliary or reverb. The last one even perfectly explains her quirk. Tentacle hero, tentacle. Might as well name yourself hentai. Taping hero, cellophane. Plain. Then again it's better than tape gun. Martial arts hero, tail man. Lame. Bro, there are other things that you could choose. Like Son Goku. Even if your tail is a bit big for that. Sweets hero, Sugarman. A bit joke. No adult will take him seriously. Pinky. Mina yelled out. I liked Acid Queen better. Or amino. Like amino acids. But met. Stungan hero, Charge Bolt. Average. Stealth hero, Invisible Girl. Well. There is really no other name for her to begin with. That's good. Keep it going. Midnight looked like she was having fun. Petting hero, Anima. Lami. What the hell, bro? Are you trying to ruin your future? Momo rose up from her chair. This should be interesting. I hope not to bring shame to this name. Goddess of creation, Izanami. That's my girl. Go big or go home. Thud. Tokoyami hit his head on the desk. Then sighed out really loud. He dragged himself to the stage and looked at Momo. I will not be calling you mother. Jet Black hero, Tsukuyomi. The class lost it and started to laugh. Kaminari was on the ground laughing and rolling. Momo put her hand on her mouth to hide her giggling. Tsukuyomi was one of Izanami's children. Along with Amaterasu and Susanoo. Todoroki came up to the stage. Shoto. Rejected. I yell out. Shoto is just lame. There are many names to pick from. Flash freeze. Degree. Frost fire. Or just frost. Ice so cold it burns. Just pick one. The class started to yell out and frost fire was the one chosen. Shoto just nodded. Then I'll pick that. Eraserhead anyone. Both names sound similar. Shota. Shoto XD. Kirishima rose to the stage. Unbreakable hero, Diamante. At first I wanted to pay homage to my childhood idol Red Riot. But then I realized I needed to be something more. To set a goal for myself. I want to become as tough as a diamond, the hardest material known to man. So I can become the perfect shield to protect people from villains. That got a lot of cheers from the rest of the class. A/N diamond. Diamante. It's something along those lines. Bakugo came up on stage. King Explosion Murder. Moron. Midnight sent him back to think of a new name. It was Okiko's turn. Uraviti. Meh again. Choosing hero names went more smoothly than I thought. The only ones remaining are Bakugo, Midoriya, Ida and Kodo. Welp, that's my cue. I stood up and everybody's attention turned to me. As soon as I got to the stage I just flipped the board. Typhon, Greek god of monsters. I wanted to put in Kars. But nobody would get the joke. So sad. Dude, you spelled typhoon wrong. And you don't have weather powers. Zero awkwardly scratched his head. No. Typhon was a titan from Greek mythology. He was also called the god of monsters. Momo explained for the class. Some looked at me with awe. I don't bother to explain why I chose that name, and just sit down. Because I had no explanation. I just chose the most grandiose name that would fit me. Ida chose his first name Tinya. I had no comment. If you didn't want to use your brother's name, just use Turbo and change it when you are worthy. Deku choose Deku. Typical. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to use the name you hate as your hero name? Maybe he did it for Bakugo. Damn, it's looking more and more like he is gay for him. The class went to normal. Good, now that you are finished with the hero names, we only have one last thing to do. Aizawa stood up and addressed the class. Who got nervous all of a sudden? Choosing a class rap. A normal school activity. Usually this happens right after you start school, but I made it so it happened after the sports festival. You would have seen who qualified as a leader better this way. Instead of just asking some random strangers to pick someone. I forgot about that. It's also very smart from his side. Good job, Aizawa. Take another nap. Choose me. No, pick me. The class started to argue until Ida proposed a vote for the position. Whatever, I'll put down a vote for Momo. Anyone with a brain can tell Momo and Ida are the ones that take things seriously and will be perfect for the position. A few moments later, me and Momo were standing in front of the whole class. Why? Why him? Firecracker blows up as he points at me. Well, he is the strongest in the class. Zero scratches his head. And has the highest grades. He is qualified to represent our class, Tsuyu added. And he a way better pick than you, Kaminari smirked at Bakugo. Boom boom. I'll kill you, Pikachu. Bakugo threatened. Bang. The door slams open. Gaining the attention of the class. A very beautiful young girl entered the classroom. She had an average height and figure. She has a light, brownish amber eyes with a golden tint and black shoulder-length hair. The class started to whisper about her. Hey? Misaki? What are you doing here? Aizawa grumbled out. I'm here because you are running late. Have the class and vice president been decided? She looked at the classroom and found me and Momo standing in front of the board. Good. I am Aizawa Misaki. A third-year student and the current student council president. We need to hurry up, the meeting is about to begin. Misaki Aizawa Kaiko wa maid-sama. Wait. Aizawa. Kaminari pointed at her with a shaky finger. She is my niece, Aizawa said lazily. You are a teacher. You should present yourself better. Misaki poked her finger at his chest, making Aizawa sigh out. You are such a slave driver, just like my sister. Maybe that's why your boyfriend Yuzui went back to England, Aizawa said with a teasing smile. Misaki had tick marks on her forehead. You know very well that he left to see his family and to a medicine course so that he can become a doctor. Can the mob president just leave already? I don't want to watch this family drama. Bakugo said arrogantly. Ha! Misaki said in a deep voice. An darkish red aura erupted from Misaki. 2 darkish red horns grew out of her. Asterisk stomp stomp stomp. Asterisk. Misaki walked in front of Bakugo. Say that again, you little punk, and I'll throw you in detention. Don't think just because you have some flashy quirk that you are exempt from the rules. Any trouble and I'll make sure you get it. Misaki spoke in an intimidating tone as power rolled off of her. The people next to Bakugo had already left their seats. While Bakugo stood his ground, and glared back at her. But cold sweat started forming on his back. Wait, she can do that? Kirishima asked in surprise. Yes. The student council president has a lot of say about what goes in UA, she represents all the students in the school. She could have easily made it to the hero course with her strength. But she is dead set on becoming a diplomat. And if she keeps up this pace, she will be the youngest to become one. Up to date, Aizawa said with a proud tone. Imagine Chokyuji no Soma. The Elite 10 had a lot of say about the school. Something similar. Hup. Misaki deactivated her quirk. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for 1A to arrive. Oh, and Shoto Ajizan, you will be getting reprimanded for this, she said in a no-nonsense tone. Choosing hero names took up most of the time, Aizawa countered. Then you should have chosen another day to do this. You put in the offers, the names, and picking the presidents in one day. The result was obvious. You two follow me. We are late. Misaki dragged me and Momo through the door, leaving behind a stunned classroom. But why me? A/N. What do you think? I think this chap was good. BTW, Misaki was just there because I mentioned her in DxD Kaiba. She won't be getting any screen time. I just wanted her to intimidate Bakugo. Chapter 115, Picking Internship. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 1775. Well, that was boring. The entire meeting was related to school stuff. I mean, go figure. But why should I give a damn about the school funds? That's the treasurer's job. I think it was treasurer in the student council. And what's up with her vice president Yukimura? The kid was short, skinny, and looked like he was afraid of his own shadow. And he is supposed to support a president like her? A woman who charges head first and is not afraid to use force. Good luck, my man. Anyway, back to the problem at hand. Who the hell do I pick? What would be the most interesting way to spend this week? I want to fight Stain. I'm interested in how strong he is and I want his quirk. I already steal tons of blood each day. Having a quirk that can paralyze someone just by consuming some of their blood sounds perfect for me. But what hero do I choose? Apparently, All Might is busy with something. So he is out. Endeavor is also out. I'd probably smash his face in the floor. I could go to Hawks and have an air race with him. But that would get boring fast. Edge shot sounds fun. But only if he agrees to fight me. And he isn't the sort of guy who would just fight against someone. So Rumi it is then. Well, I could always just tease and annoy her. She has a quick fuse and she is already looking for a revenge fight. She definitely won't say no to fighting Stain. And this time I was there when Momo picked someone. I was happy to see that she picked Edgeshot. She wants to learn more about hidden weapons from him. I do use them. But not a lot. Swordsmanship and martial arts are more my thing. She can learn more from him. Class choices. Ida still plans to fight Stain. He is practically committing suicide. Oh well. I'm not going to cry over him. Deku is with Gran Torino. He has a weird quirk. Jet. It's effective, not going to lie. And it depends on his breath. If he can do stunts like that at his age, he must have been a beast in his prime, when his lungs were fully developed. I might just copy it. It will make an interesting combination with Soru. Todoroki surprisingly didn't choose Endeavor. He went to some mid-ranked hero with an ice quirk. He was named Frostbite or something. I guess without Deku and his talk no jutsu. Todoroki still hated his father. Rightfully. Kirishima got a lot more offers. He got an offer from Crust the Shield hero. The future number 6 hero. Good for him. Asterisk. Bakugo chose Best Jeanist. Ha! I can't wait to see him when he comes back. I'm taking a picture and spreading it on the net. Next day. Train station. You all have your costumes with you, right? Aizawa asked us. How aren't these people embarrassed about calling them costumes? At least call them hero suits. Remember, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop them or anything, Izawa reminded us. Oh sure. I'm forbidden to wear a white blouse and dark blue GI pants. What are they going to do? Arrest me for my fashion statement? Yes sir. Mina cheered as she raised her case above her head. Speak clearly. It's yes sir, Ashido. Mina slumped. Yes sir. Make sure to mind your manners with the heroes at your internships. Off you go. Yes. Sir. Me minding my manners? Rumi is a barbarian who only knows how to smash. She is practically the She-Hulk of this world. Rumi's forest. So this is her forest. I just remembered. She came to meet me in my forset. Now I'm going to hers. That's trippy. SHHH. SHHHHH. Here she comes. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. A dozen meters away from me the earth exploded. Shinichi. How dare you molest me, you pervert! A wild red-faced Mirako appeared and attacked me. She came out of the trees like a bullet and twisted mid-air. She used Soru. She aimed a heavy kick to my face. I raised my arm and blocked it. I redistributed the force of the kick to the ground below me. The earth cracked. It was 15 meters in all directions with me as the center. Whistle. That's a lot of power. And is she still mad about the tentacle play? I thought you enjoyed it. Considering you came so many times. And you loved the bunny version of me. Admit it, I say in a teasing voice. That's not the point. Her face got redder. She used my arm as leverage to twist in an unnatural way and aim a kick to the back of my head. Kami-ihei? What about this? Tekai. I flex my muscles, hardening them. Clang. I was sent flying forward. I'm sure I flew like 30 meters. Before I fell on the ground I landed on my palm and pushed myself upwards. I did a somersault in the air and landed on my feet. What do you think about that? She gloated, but I could see her leg twitch. Tekai on her leg. She then jumped upwards. Asterisk pop. 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 Asterisk. And she continued to jump in the air. Jeppo as well. Take this. Luna Ring V2. She leaned forward and started to spin rapidly. She looked like a white wheel in the sky. Hey, and when she gathered enough momentum she threw a Rankyaku. A white air slash 15 meters big, quickly closed the distance and was upon me. It wasn't very big, but the strength contained in it was quite a lot. That's 5 out of the 6. And Shigen is completely useless to her. Otherwise, I guess she would have learned it as well. I kicked the air in front of me. Rankyaku. My air slash met hers. They pushed each other for a few seconds before hers gave out. Mine traveled a bit before dissipating as well. Tisk. I was sure that would work. Rumi clicked her tongue. Disappointed at the lack of damage. You got stronger, Rumi. A lot stronger. I smile at her. Causing her lips to rise a bit as well. She lifted her leg slightly and stomped the ground. Causing it to crack all around her. I swore to myself that I would catch up to you. Ever since you beat me into the ground the last time we fought. I have spent every single moment training. Don't you dare hold back on me now. She growled out the last part. Holding back might just ruin our relationship. And it's already shaky at best. Fine, you asked for it. I shrugged my shoulders. I started to shift into one of my hybrid forms. Ram horns grew on my head. My nails turned to claws. Then everything from my forearm to the ends of my fingers grew green scales. My legs shifted into that of big cats. Around my torso, pangolin armor started to form. I also grew a raptor tail. My muscles got a bit bulkier. I changed the internal structure. This was a purely physical form. When I want to duke it out with someone. That's more like it. Rumi grinned when she saw me and used Sora to close the distance. I did the same and the brawling commenced. We traded kicks. Threw out rank yakos. Even punched each other. I made sure not to go too far. But there were a few bruises forming on her body. She didn't mind as she continued to aggressively attack me. A non-stop high-pace battle. This went on for about an hour. Huff huff huff. Rumi was panting hard. Damn it! She cursed out loud. To be fair, it was like she didn't do any damage. Some of my scales were ripped off. And there were cracks in my armor. Pieces of it falling off. She has come a long way from the bunny who could only smash things. It took me minimal effort to beat her last time. This time she was stronger. More skilled. Moved with even more efficiency and grace than ever. She took a deep breath before taking another step forward. But her knee buckled. She started to fall. Soru. I appear in front of her and stop her from falling. Well done, and I meant it sincerely. Rumi scoffed. Yeah, right. You beat the shit out of me, she said dejectedly. Fighting me with physical strength is suicide. I spared with all might. Back then I could reflect 70% of his total strength. As I am right now, I am sure I can beat him. So there is no need to put yourself down. You really did a great, Rumi. I am impressed. You have come a long way in only a year. Her ears perked up a bit, thanks. I kneeled down a bit and lifted her in a princess carry. Hey! Put me down! She yelled at me. She tried to struggle but was too tired to move. Nope, plus you can't walk right now, so you can barely complain. Don't tell me the great Mirako is embarrassed by a princess carry. I started to walk toward her house. Of course I'm embarrassed. I'm not some weak woman that needs to be carried around like she is made of glass, Rumi growled, but there was a slight blush on her face. I thought women liked it when they are treated like a princess. I point out. Do I look like a damn princess to you? Let's see. Long silver hair. Pretty red eyes. We only need to put you in a dress and bam! A gorgeous bunny princess appears. Ha ha ha, I laughed at my own shitty joke while Rumi smacked my shoulder. I could hear water. Rumi, do you have a pool or something? I can hear water. Lots of it. Oh. That's my private onsen. I forgot that you have enhanced senses even without activating your quirk. Onsen, hey. Wanna go take a dip together? I say jokingly. Rumi's face froze for a second before she grinned mischievously. Sure. That's a great idea, it's exactly what I need to relax after the beatdown that I got. Does she think I'm bluffing? Wrong move, rabbit. I use Sora to appear in front of her house. Great. I'm super tired. I assume you have sake. That would hit the spot right now. She just looked at me with a shocked expression, not believing that I was serious. Messing with her is so much fun. Number. A/N. Pats have voted Momo and Rumi. By a landslide actually. Wasn't even close. Oh, and there won't be any smut. There hasn't been any, no actually need to start now. Chapter 116, Onsen and Hosu. I had some trouble with the romance in the scenes. Still do. Feels a bit empty. I tried making it as natural as possible. Yes, I know I have too much stamina and I need more woman. Excuse is overrated. But honestly, I got nothing else. If you have a better idea, let me hear it. This is the reason the chapters are late for code. I want the romance to work. I don't want to ruin it. Tell me if the chapter works. If not, I'm rewriting it. Word count 2150. Rumi POV. How does this shit happen to me? I only wanted to tease him and embarrass him to get payback. Why am I sharing an onsen with him of all people? Ah! This hits the spot. I gotta get me one of these. I look to my side and see Kodo perfectly relaxed. There wasn't much steam in this onsen, so we could see everything beneath the water. I'm not one to be embarrassed by a little bit of skin. I wear a leotard for God's sake. But being buck naked is a whole other thing. He on the other hand looks perfectly natural while being naked. I imagine he could fight naked with no issues. How did you make this anyway? Hat. I dug it out myself. It was a good workout. Naturally, I paid for workers to build it. I lean back a bit. I gotta clear my head. We are both naked. So what? We aren't the types to get embarrassed very easily. Except I'm still pissed about the tentacle thing. He used them over my clothes and made me cum. I'm getting him back for that, even if it was my first orgasm in a while. Kinda hard to find guys who aren't intimidated by a muscular girl or who could handle the sex. And those that can just want to fuck the famous Mirako. I noticed him looking at me. But strangely enough there is no lust in his gaze. It kinda pisses me off to be honest. Am I not good enough? What? Never seen a fit girl naked before. He blinked then chuckled. Rumi, I'm not a virgin. But that was not it. Now that I can see you naked I can tell just how much effort you put into your training. I designed the Rokushiki training manual. I can tell by a person's muscles how much effort and time they put into training. You really have worked each day to the ground. And that's along with your hero work. I'm impressed. Kodo smiled as he complimented my muscles. Hey? You don't think they are a bit disgusting? I looked down at my body. I was always muscular. Especially my legs. But after doing his training regimen I got even more fit. My abs were clearly visible without an ounce of fat. My legs got more defined and looked a bit more muscular. My arms didn't change much thankfully. Otherwise, I would lose any femininity I had left. Despite how I act. I don't want to look like some macho woman. Cough. Biscuit HXH. I got some backlash from the public, especially the men, but I don't give a damn about that. Garu spared my life. I decided to get stronger. Why should I care what some sheep think about me? On the contrary, I think they make you look even more attractive. Don't put yourself down, Rumi. You are a very beautiful woman. Every word he said was completely honest. I can tell. I could feel my face heating up. No. Stop it. Go down, blush. I'm not some high school girl who blushes at a single compliment. High school girl. Right. His student. Are you sure you should be flirting with me like this? Won't your girlfriend get mad at you? You know you're student. And you guys really take the student-teacher roleplay seriously. He raised his eyebrow. Momo isn't my girlfriend. Yet. That yet was weird. Yet? Why not? The girl obviously loves you and is devoted to you. Why the hell am I giving him advice? And why do I feel uneasy about doing it? Simple. My death match with Garu is nearing. That made me shiver up even while being submerged in the hot onsen. That's right. That monster said that he and Kodo will have a death match. What on earth possessed you to agree to have a death match with him? Are you right in the head? Hat. It was agreed to the death match or be killed by him. The choice was simple. Life to fight another day. I think I have a pretty good chance at killing him, Kodo says nonchalantly. Like he was talking about the weather and not about him fighting to the death with a maniac. And after that? Well, after that I get to enjoy myself. I'm already set for life. Famous throughout the world. Money keeps coming from my investments. Politicians area already begging for support from me. I'll marry Momo and maybe one other woman and retire to take care of my kids, Kodo says with a relaxed, wishful tone. He really does have it all planned. Oh, you. Wait, another woman. Are you planning on cheating? I take it back, this guy is a scumbag. No. I'm planning to marry both. He looks at me with a face that says you didn't understand that. But it's against the law. I pointed out to him. How does anyone even think of that? For now. And as I said, politicians are desperate to get on my good side. I'm the future #1. And it's not like we'll definitely get another woman. It's just a possibility. But why? I can't comprehend it. Shinichi just sighed. Do you get the side effects of being a rabbit? Specifically the hormonal ones. Hormonal ones? The only bad hormones I think I get are those linked to sexual arousal. Sure, I get hornier, but it's manageable. I have a strong will, and when that inst enough I just masturbate. I just ignored the urges and focused on training for the last year. This just makes me remember the tentacle play. Fucking bastard. What does that have to do with high animal transformation? Hundreds of animals. Oh. Yeah. Oh. It's even worse for me than it is for you. Sure, I can control it. But I doubt my wife will be able to satisfy my urges on her own. I am a selfish guy. I want a happy, relaxing life. If I have the power to get it, then why the hell shouldn't I? Fuck. It's twisted and morally wrong. But he is right. He has the power to do it. And who am I to tell him what's wrong or right? I became a hero to crack skulls. I have no right to preach about morals. I'm not even that close to him. I'm just a training partner. I'm going to ignore the uneasy feeling in my stomach. It's his fault for brining up such an awkward topic. Next day, still roomy POV. Shinichi is too long to read and write. Kodo is enough, I think. Tack. 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 Me and Kodo were doing a high-pace spar. A spar with condensed weights on. Both of us are practically half-naked. Kodo is only in shorts, while I was in a sports bra and those matching sports shorts. After a few minutes, we decided to take a breather, so we both jumped back. Damn, this is a lot harder than I thought. Where did you even get these? I pointed at the weights hanging on my wrist and ankles. These things were really heavy. Special order. Totally worth the money. And fighting with weights that more than double our body weight makes things a lot harder. But since we are working on technique, it helps out, Kodo explained as he drank from his water. I sat down and did the same. Now where are my carrot snacks? Aha, bingo! I pick up a carrot and start munching on it. Training like this is weird but interesting. He is slowly correcting all my mistakes. As expected of the best martial artist in the world. Just a few tips from him and the Rokushiki are already showing signs of improvement. Mostly in stamina use. Like moving my leg a centimeter to the right. Or bending the knee down just a bit. Changing the position changes the way the muscles are used. He has already found the perfect way to use the Rokushiki. But that's in a calm environment. The trick is applying that in battle. You can't just stop, enter the perfect form and then fight. In a real fight, you would be dead the moment you stop moving. I find it very annoying that I'm actually learning the most from this internship. It's common for heroes to be questioned if they are going to keep their interns as sidekicks. When the reporters ask me, what am I supposed to say? In the first place, he is stronger than me. Is he my sidekick or am I his? Nope. Not doing this again. I'm too young to have another existential crisis. Already went through one when Garu spared my life on a whim. Just focus on getting stronger, Rumi. MC and Rumi go to Hosu. What are we even doing here? I asked Typhon/Kodo as he was leaning over the edge of a building. Strange hero name if you ask me. But then again, God of Monsters suits him. I heard the hero killer was last seen here. I want to fight him, he explains offhandedly while scanning the streets. Probably trying to pick up something with his enhanced senses. I nodded to him. I can understand that. And I really could. The main reason why I became a hero was to fight. Beating up wannabe villains inst my cup of tea. But fighting against strong villains. The feeling of being pushed to the edge, my blood pumping as fast as it could. I live for that feeling. Boom! Both of us quickly jumped and headed to where the explosion originated. Not even a minute later we saw them. Nomua causing chaos everywhere. Ha 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 ha, looks like there is going to be some action after all, I grinned as she saw the Nomu. Let's finish this up quickly. Stain has to be here somewhere. I'd rather fight him than these meatbags. Kodo smiled, his aura changed. A monster just arrived. One of the Nomus attacked from the sky. It tried to attack Kodo's head with its claws. Catch! Kodo leaned forward and did a roundhouse kick, sending the Nomu flying at me. Interesting. I positioned myself and kicked the Nomu in the stomach, sending him flying back at Kodo, who kicked upwards. The Nomu was in the air as it slowly started to drop down. Kodo twisted himself and did a spinning kick on the Nomu. The force of the kick made the Nomu start to spin as well. Curveball incoming! Kodo laughed as he punched another Nomu who attacked him, caving its chest and sending it flying to the wannabe heroes. I focus my attention on the spinning Nomu. Ha ha ha. We are playing ball with a Nomu in the middle of a battlefield. And I'm loving it. But right as it reached the halfway distance to me, the Nomu's arm stretched out and it grabbed the street, stopping itself from spinning. Tisk. Spoils sport. MHA. I looked at Kodo. His right arm was raised and stretched out. He tapped his bicep a few times. Ha? What is MHA? I see what he wants to do. I copy him and do the same. He smiles when he sees this. 3, 2, 1. Go. Both of us rush at incredible speed. We matched our speed perfectly. In a second we appear near the Nomu. He was at the front while I was at the back. Double lariat. Bam! Both of us hit its neck with our crooks, A/N elbow pit, fossa, anti-cubital space, the cubital fosse, or just elbow. I'm confused. Our combined force decapitated the Nomu. This was awesome. Another Nomu dropped on us. I felt Kodo move. Maybe it's because we spared a lot together, maybe it was pure instinct. But I matched his moves. Kodo spun and I did the same in reverse. Both of us landed a roundhouse heel kick in the head. We smashed its skull apart. Damn! We are strangely in sync today. This has never happened to me. I don't think I could have done this with anyone else. Many have the required strength, but to match my timing perfectly, it's impossible. Oh look, Forever Silver has arrived as well. He pointed at someone. Forever Silver. Who the fuck is that? I look at where he is pointing and see Endeavor burning the head of a Nomu. Forever Silver. PFFFF, ha 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 ha. That's the funniest shit I have heard in a while. What the hell is so funny? Endeavor started to walk towards us. Oh my stomach, I'm gonna die, go away you fool. Nothing, we were just betting how many silver trophies you have in your room, Kodo says casually, but I saw the small smirk on his face. Endeavor face turned red and the flames on his head grew. I couldn't help it, I lost it again, ha 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 ha. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Chapter 117, Stain. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 2070. A/N I like Mirko instead of Mirko. Mirko is a male name. A kickboxer. Rumi's hero name comes from him. Every time I hear Mirko I immediately think of a dude, so I'm making it Mirko. I could hear screaming and fighting, in the distance. Those weren't Nomu. Stain. It's gotta be him. Finally. I thought the dude would never show up. Mirko, I found him after saying that I disappear using Soru. I followed the sound of fighting. Ida and Native were down. But still alive. Man, they are lucky. Deku was getting his ass beaten. Well, looks like I got here just in time for the party. Hey! KO, I mean Typhon. Go get help. Deku yells out. Is this kid for real? He is one delusional bitch. I ignore his whining and the bleeding Ida as well. 3RD POV. Kodo looks up and down as he analyzed Stain. He walked confidently toward him. So you are Stain. Very impressive. Few can say that they have harmed or killed as many heroes as you have. Now you are a real villain. You are Shinichi Kodo, Stain says in a calm voice. But Kodo narrowed his eyes, there was something else there. Yes. Yes, I am. I see. I would like to thank you. If you hadn't spread the Rokushiki and those training manuals, I would have likely failed somewhere on my current quest. But when I learned the Rokushiki, the chances of completing my mission increased exponentially, Stain said with his creepy-ass face. What mission? Kodo asked offhandedly, but inside he mused, I honestly forgot about his ideology. Stain grinned. This society is full of fake heroes and villains who wave their power around like children, should all be purged. This is all, to create a more just society. Shouldn't he be killing politicians to do that? And where do I stand on your list? Kodo asks curiously. Is he a real hero or a fake like so many others? You are a fake and you know it. Stain growled, making Kodo chuckle. Perhaps. But what about you? You keep this up and you're going to have a very painful death. The only one who I'll let kill me is the true hero. All Might. Stain releases an absurd amount of bloodlust. Kodo just chuckles at him as he matches his bloodlust, surprising Stain. Deku and Ida looked like they were about to pass out. I highly doubt that. Garu can easily kill you, for example. You know the difference between you and him is Garu is strong enough to survive anything they can throw at him. He walks in the streets without a care in the world. You on the other hand hide in the shadows, resort to sneak attacks and kill heroes off one by one. Kind of pathetic if you ask me. Kodo just shrugged. That man has no ideals. He just goes around and causes mindless chaos. I am fixing society. Stain gained a crazy look in his eye. His skin started to turn reddish and his veins expanded. His blood started to pump faster and faster. Who the advance? You are also capable of this? You have got about 60% of this skill mastered. I on the other hand have an even more powerful version mastered, Divine Demon 50%, a combination of advance and removal. Kodo's skin started to turn purplish red. His veins bulged. They looked like cables under his skin. He raised his hand and something blue started to come out of his palm. Little by little the shape started to form. It was a swordfish nose. When the blade was formed, the guard and the handle came out. They were made from bone. Kodo lightly swung his sword to the side. Testing the feel. Shall we? Soru X2. Both Kodo and Stain disappeared. Clang. 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 There weren't even after images, only sparks when their blades crossed. The ally looked like someone was setting off fireworks. CRRR. 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 Kodo and Stain got even more serious. Air slashes started cutting up the wall. Deku. Run away. Ida and Native were still paralyzed, and rubble was starting to fall on them. No. A hero must save people. Deku tried to pull both of them up, he even used his quirk all over his body, because he couldn't do it in his base state. You are not getting away. Stain flashed over to them ready to cut them apart. Where the hell are you looking? Bam! But a shoe hit his face, sending him flying out of the ally. Kodo kicked him away. Why are you idiots still here? Drag yourselves away with your head if you have to. You are in the way. Kodo didn't waste any time as he used Sora to go out on the street where Stain is. Kodo! Stain yelled out as he raised his sword. It started to let out a bloody aura. Messed up. This is all written in first POV. First POV. Who? He has reached this level? That's beyond impressive. It's the same thing I do with Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Which is still a ridiculous name. I'd rather call it Water Fist or at least Bang Fist after the creator. Blood Walk. Stain jumped on the air and accelerated. He started to appear and disappear in different spots in the air. Kami Sorai, Jeppo and Soru. No. He is doing it differently than me. It's a footwork. He is using his own special footwork in combination with Kami Sorai. My eyes had no problem with tracking him. Super comp brain for the win. Then I noticed his arm went limp, and started to bend in awkward positions. Kami-E as well. Pierce. Stain thrust his sword. From the tip of the sword an air spear headed straight at me. I slowly moved my sword and cut his attack in half. That was a fencing thrust. That reminded me of Brook from One Piece. Well, kind of. POF POF POF. Stain kept using Jeppo to raise in the air. If he tried to escape I can easily catch up. But it looks like he is preparing an attack. Let's see if he made something new. Stain sheathed his swords and grabbed a pair of daggers. Rank Yaku. He set out 4 kicks, but the air slashes were aimed at the ground around me. Blood Rain. He used Kami on both his hands. They blurred, sending hundreds of tiny air slashes. Those impacted the big ones, scattering them, and together they rained down like needles. Interesting. Creative as well. His goal is to make his opponents bleed. And this is practically unavoidable. But as most area of attack moves, it's only effective on the weak. I haven't tried this with one sword before, so this should be a good test. I put my hand on my wrist, the hand that was holding the sword obviously. I pull and slash upwards. From my sword, a big ass slash appeared. It climbed in a spiral all the way to meet the air needles. Once it hit, it detonated. The needles were all destroyed on impact. Yep, worked fine. Making a tornado would be overkill. Especially in the middle of a city. So just a little something I hit in the air slash. Nothing special. Stain slowly descended back on the street. But he was heavily sweating. Not a bad attack. Very creative. You are quite talented. I don't think I have ever seen someone do that. But it's still an attack used to immobilize and injure grunts. You didn't seriously expect it to work on me. Stain scoffed as he stashes his daggers and drew his sword again. Not at all. But I was hoping to draw blood. At least he turned off the advance. Probably to stop the strain on the heart. I did the same. Stain was quite obvious that he was disheartened that his attack didn't work. Well, looks like you are going to have to try harder. Your quirk works with blood, right? Stain kept a good poker face, but his eyes dilated for a second. You have a lot of throwing knives on you, and the 2 that were on the ground had slash marks on them. While we were fighting, I noticed you tended to go for shallow cuts instead of attacking my vital spots. You need the opponent's blood to activate your quirk. It paralyzes them. Judging by the mutation on your tongue, you need to taste the blood for it to activate. It was honestly very obvious if you looked carefully. Correct. I developed Blood Rain to draw blood from multiple opponents. Yet you destroyed it so easily. As expected of a master swordsman, welding big ass sword. Stain raised his swords. Big ass sword? You think I need this sword to beat you? I raised an eyebrow at him. Okay. I was going to play the hero role. But if that's how he is going to act, then I'll put him in his place. Clang. I dropped the sword on the ground. What are you doing? Don't screw with me. Stain growled when he saw that. I'm showing you exactly how much effort I need to put in to beat you. From my pocket I take out one of his throwing knives. I'm only going to use this to defeat you. I started to juggle the little knife in my hands. You bastard! The veins on Stain's forehead and neck started to pulse. Do try your best now. After all, it would be a pity if you regret not going all out after I crush you. My speech makes him even angrier. So be it. Stain takes out another sword. I studied the way you fight. That fight where you used 7 swords gave me the idea to make a sword style with 3 swords. If I have a sword in my mouth, the chances increase of me getting a hit on my opponent. Thump. 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 I could hear his heart. He was using advance to the max. His skin turned dark red. His veins looked like they were going to burst. Stain crosses his 2 swords across his chest and places the blade in his mouth horizontally behind them. He used Sora to dash toward me. Die. Onigiri. Clang. A 3-way simultaneous attack was stopped by a tiny knife. Right at the point the blades were lined up one after another. Stain widened his eyes. I use my telepathy Quirk to read his mind. Impossible. I can't move my swords. This can't be happening. I knew he was the best. But the skill level can't be this far apart. No. I can't lose. Not to a fake like him. I just need one scratch. Clang. 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 I kept parrying his attacks with the throwing knife. Stain was attacking like a wild beast. Due to him using the advance, his speed and strength increased. But I see the world in slow motion, and my own skills are far above his. I do have to admit this has been fun. Tap. Tap. People were rushing over. More heroes? Didn't I tell those idiots to run away? On the front was Endeavor along with dozens of heroes and sidekicks who followed. It's been fun. Stain. I raise my knife and slash down diagonally. Splat. Clang. 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 His chest was slashed open. And his 3 swords cut. The cut parts hit the ground with a loud clang that echoed across the street. As people looked speechlessly at the scene. Hurry up! Capture him! One of the heroes yelled out. Bam! Stain stomped the ground hard as he regained his balance. His bloodlust froze the heroes in place. You fakes! Come! Try and stop me! Bam! The only one I will let kill me is the true hero. All am I. I flashed and appeared in front of him, delivering a strong kick to his face. Boom! Crash! You talk too much. Ah! He sent him flying. Move! Move! Someone go capture him! The heroes started to move again. Mr. Forever second place was giving out orders. I grabbed one of the sidekicks. Where is Mirako? I stared down at him. She was rushed to the hospital. The Nomua she was fighting was rigged to explode. He quickly run away. Typhon. What were you thinking? Fight Stain Al. Shut it. Second place. I have no time to waste on you. I quickly disappear using Soru and rush to the hospital. Chapter 118, Hoso Aftermath. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 2150. But we can't. It's against the law. A tall person with a dog head complained on the phone. Did you not hear a word that I said? We can't antagonize that brat. Plus the footage of his fight with Stain is viral. What do you think will happen if we deny his credit for the capture? The police would become a laughing stock. The loud angry voice on the phone made the dog person flinch. So we just do as he says? We bow down to a teenager. The dog person growled. For the 5th time. Yes. The voice on the phone yelled louder. Fine, I'll get it done, the dog person grumbled as he ended the call. Spineless cowards. Stupid ass kissers, afraid of a teenager. What has this world come to? He asked himself as he reluctantly went to give out the new order. Hospital MCPOV. And do you mind telling me how this happened? I was standing in front of the hospital bed. On it, Rumi was lying down as the doctors worked on the wounds on her legs. One of the freaking nomus had a bomb in his stomach. When we were battling, he punched me with both hands. I grabbed him on the wrists and planned to use it as leverage to kick him in the chin and blow his head off. But the moment I touched his wrists, the bomb blew up, sending shrapnel everywhere. My hero suit protected my torso, but my thighs and butt weren't so lucky. Rumi sighed out. I have been wearing that leotard for years, and it never failed me. Well, except for Garu. But he is a freak of nature, so he doesn't count. Do I need to consider a redesign? She asked herself. And done. The doctor spoke up. All the shrapnel has been removed. Now one of the doctors with a healing quirk will see you. Once he is done, there shouldn't be any scars. But you will be feeling very tired. So take a good long rest. You got it, she pointed at Rumi. Hi. Hi. Who only waved her hand. Not caring at all. Well, now that you can move again, what do you say we go grab lunch? I'm starving, I suggest casually to her. She stops and raises her eyebrow. Are you asking me out on a date? Trick question. I'm asking you out to lunch. You can call it what you want. You in? I smirk at her. Sure. But you're buying this time, she was the one smirking. Restaurant. Nom nom nom. Clang clang. The manager of the restaurant watched this scene with disbelief on his face. Two people, a man and a woman, were eating so fast that their plates were piled up and were a meter in height. His waiters didn't even have time to collect them as they immediately went back into the kitchen to get more food. Thud. Sir, another chef collapsed. One of the waiters yelled out. How is this possible? The manager rubbed his temples. This was a nightmare. Then all of a sudden the noise in the kitchen stopped. And a disheveled head chef came out. He was so pale that he looked like a corpse. All the ingredients are used. The pantry is empty, and with that, his eyes rolled backwards. Thud. Oh, thank God, the manager put his hand over his heart. He took a deep breath before walking towards their table. Nom nom nom. Clang clang. Excuse me, dear customers. I'm afraid we are out of ingredients for the day, he says in a professional tone. Ha 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 ha. You actually cleared out the restaurant, Kodo, the bunny girl laughed as tears fell from her eyes. Like you are one to talk. You ate 24 salads and 27 vegetable dishes with some meat in them, and you ate 34 carrot cakes between meals. 34. Her companion pointed out the ridiculous number of cakes. Seimakikan/life return is really convenient. They. Woman grinned. And everybody knows there is a separate stomach for dessert. She crossed her arms. This person was Mirako, or Rumi Usagiyama, a top hero in Japan. She was wearing white pants, a black blouse, sunglasses, and a hat to hide her identity, which worked as no one expected the famous or infamous Mirako, depending on who you ask, to ever go to a restaurant date. No, there is not. I should know, since I have a degree in biology and you are only at the beginning stages of Seimakikan. You can only metabolize food faster and a little increase in your natural healing. And stop pouting. The young man next to her was Kodo Shinichi. He was eating food with great fervor and stacking the empty plate. Rumi froze just as she was about to pick up another piece of cake. Oh yet. You also have degrees in biology and programming. Forgot about that. Actually, I think most people forgot as well. Since your identity as the strongest martial artist overshadows your other achievements. And I do not pout. Yes you do. And it's adorable honestly. The Gapmo is cute. WHSSSSS. Kodo calmly caught the fork in front of his forehead with his index and middle finger. Clang. Kodo put down the fork and his utensils. The final plate was finished. Check please. Yes. Right away sir. The waiter quickly ran away to get the check. Rumi awkwardly scratched her cheek. Kodo. You know. I can pay for my part. I plan to eat a lot and make you pay it as payback for all the beatings. But I didn't think I would eat this much. I just followed your pace and forgot about it. Nah, don't worry about it. My investments are going well. Let alone all the royalties I get from the commercials I have done. Even if they are old, people still use them because I'm famous now. Kodo smiled. If you are sure. Rumi was feeling very awkward but tried to go back to normal. He already made a decision. Here you go sir. The total is 275,033 yen, 1978 euro. The waiter gave the check and stepped back. Rumi's eyes popped out. Did we really eat that much? 275,000 yen on food? That's insane. Card please. Kodo pulled out his card while musing. That's about 2,000 euro. On a global standard. This restaurant isn't bad. Good food for a fairly reasonable price, otherwise it would have been a lot more expensive than that. I'll give them a review later. Well, let's move on, shall we? I feel like taking a walk. What about you? Kodo stood up and Rumi followed. A walk sounds nice. Rumi agreed with the idea. Good, there is a nice park not too far from here. We can go there. Walk around the park. Rumi and Kodo, arm in arm, were slowly walking in the park in the late evening. This surprisingly turned out to be fun. Kodo spoke softly as they walked. Yeah, Rumi noted. They were taking their time, enjoying the moment. What do you plan on doing after the internship? Do you plan to come back for hero work studies? Rumi asks him. Most likely. I don't like the other heroes, but most of them stand no chance against me and they can't teach me anything. Staying with them would be a waste of time, Kodo says in a brutally honest tone. Rumi turned him with a sly smile. And what about me? I'm weaker than you too. Kodo chuckled at that. True. But I actually like you compared to them. Rumi took on a more serious expression. Like me? Hey. What kind of like? Seeing her serious tone, Kodo turned and looked directly in her eyes. You already know. Rumi started to walk again. Kodo followed the instant she moved. You still planning on doing what you said in the onsen? Yes, he answered honestly. You are greedy. I know, Kodo noted. Greedy doesn't even describe it. You are planning on having a harem of women. Kodo smiled and shook his head. No. Only 2. And why not more? I thought you planned on having a harem to quench your lust. Rumi stopped and said with a bit of an edge in her voice as she looked at him. Because I think I can be truly happy with the 2 I have in mind, Kodo says sincerely. She looked at his face for a few seconds, looking for something before looking forward again. She said nothing and neither did he. They continued to walk in silence. Slowly they made their way to the exit. There were taxi cabs waiting for new customers. Kodo started leading her to them. Rumi followed along. They stopped in front of the cabs. Thanks for the wonderful night, Rumi. I'll see you tomorrow. Kodo leaned down and kissed Rumi. Her brain short-circuited, not expecting him to do something like this. The kiss was short. There was no tongue, but the kiss was filled with emotions. Kodo pulled back, giving Rumi one last smile before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a stunned rabbit. MCPOV. Well, that went nice. It turned out to be pretty great. I do hope she thinks about it. I like her a lot. Urgent news. A villain with a cloning quirk has just robbed Nagaya Central Bank. Got ya. I shift into Garu. My hair turns white and my body changes. I grow taller, my face changes. I use my quirk to swap out into Garu's clothes. Warp. Finally, he showed up. The most important quirk for my plans. I have been waiting forever for his location. The time for Garu to fight Kodo Shinichi to the death is nearing. An apartment at an unknown location. There was a man watching the street through the window. He was lost in his thoughts while he was smoking his cigar. He was Jin Bubaigawara, aka Villain twice. Ha ha ha, look at all this money. Rich. We are rich. We can buy a boat and sail away from this stupid country. The clones were celebrating while throwing money in the air. Okay guys. Enough messing around. Get to work. The original commanded while smoking a cigar. No one of the clones raised his knife at the original. Yet. Why should we do all the hard work? Because I'm the original. Jin yelled out. Oh yeah, who says so? Yet. We could be the original too. Tie him up. No wait. The clones ignored Jin's protests and tied him to the chair. During the process, one of the clones slashed at Jin with a knife, leaving a vertical cut on his forehead. So now that he is tied up, I declare myself as leader. The other clones turned to him. What? No, I'm the leader. You are both delusional. I'm obviously more suited to become a leader. No, I. You all are obviously delusional, a cold voice sounded out from the window. The clones and Jin quickly turned around. Each of them was shocked by the person standing there casually. Hero Hunter, Garu. Whoosh. Garu disappeared. Pop X8. The heads of all the clones exploded. Their bodies turned into mud as they fell on the floor. You. What do you want? Jin was shaking in his chair. He was completely terrified. Week 1. I wish you good luck in your next life, Garu says with a calm voice. Hey. Next life? What do you mean? Stab. A tendril pierced his heart. The light in Jin's eyes faded. Krrr. Jin's body fell forward but was stopped by the ropes binding him to the chair. Villain twice died before his villain carrier even started. The tendril slowly started to suck out all the blood in Jin. In a minute all the blood from his body was drained. All there was left was a shriveled up corpse. One of the strongest quirks in this world. The ability to create a limitless army. Quirk double. Acquired. Now all that's left to do is to combine twice Quirk with a few others to make tougher clones. So many quirks. So little time and energy. Sigh. Looks like I'll be raiding a few more warehouses. Can I warp the food directly in my stomach? Just turn into a giant dinosaur and warp food directly inside my stomach. Interesting idea. I need to get back and start testing. But before I do, I look at the scattered bills and the other bags full of cash. Well, leaving this cash behind would be such a waste. Yep. It's better if it was in my capable hands. For the greater good. My greater good. Romance really isn't my strong point. Do I really need to pick up some romance novels? Not my kind of genre. I find pure romance very boring. Chapter 119, Open Season for Yakuza. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6yyvm6tj6t. Yo, sorry for the late release. This FIC is ending soon. Like in less than 8 chapters on Pat. So been trying to make the ending not suck XD. Still writing them, it's only till 129 on Pat. It will prob end around 135. I guess. Anyway, enjoy the chap. Word count 1400. I did it. The zone is complete. Warping stuff into my stomach worked. Sometimes my genius. It's almost frightening. Somewhere in Europe, an entire warehouse disappeared off the face of the earth. Down to the concrete and metal. I can metabolize pretty much anything. The good part about this quirk is that it's already complete. 10 meters. That's the limit of this quirk. Within a 10-meter radius, all quirks are erased. No training required. It's a completely passive quirk. Dumb. That sound. I quickly use my quirk on my phone. That notification is set up only for when I find some information on one of my priority objectives. In my mind, I view the footage that my basic AI programs found. Street camera footage. A little girl with white hair ran out of the alley only to be quickly pulled back. She had bandages over her arms and legs. Eri. I found her. This was from 1 day ago. She has Saikai bases somewhere in Osaka. I need to get Rumi. This is a mission for Shinichi Kodo, not Garu. Garu wouldn't go in to rescue a girl. Rumi won't be enough. I'll send this to Momo. Edge shot will be useful as well. Other heroes aren't needed. They will only slow us down. The 4 of us can take on the compound. Edge shot is unique among the heroes. His fighting style requires him to pierce his enemies. So he has great control over that. He knows all the right spots to pierce so he can KO his opponent. Which is a lot harder than it sounds. First get Rumi on board with this. Rumi POV. I went to bed last night as soon as I arrived home. Now that I'm awake and thinking rationally, I realize what is happening. We went on a date. Both of us had a great night. Honestly, it was the best night I have ever had. Then I confronted him. After that he took me to a cab and he kissed me. He actually kissed me. It was soft, gentle, and sweet. It was as perfect as a first kiss could be. I didn't know that a man like him could be gentle at all. Fuck. I can't even deny it myself now. Why did it have to be him? Why did I have to fall for him? Who else would it be? A little voice in my head whispered to me. There has to be other guys out there for me. I must really be going crazy if I'm talking to myself. That's what you have been telling yourself for years. Those little flings that you had don't count. You want him and he wants you. But he is an ass. He wants another girl. So, are you going to let that stop you? Are you going to let a chance at happiness slip away? And since when do normal rules apply to people like us? Follow your heart. A/N like us, meaning overwhelmingly powerful people. Or rich as well. The stronger you are, the less rules apply to you. Ding. A message. It's from him. He sent me a video. I click on it. A little girl with white hair, covered in bandages. She looked like she escaped and was taken again. In the original Eri had greyish hair. With a bluish shade. I could feel the hairs on my body standing up. My anger flaring. I quickly call him. You saw the video? Kodo asks me in a solemn tone. Get your ass over here. MCPOV. Where was this? Rumi says seriously, this was not a joking matter. Our relationship can be discussed later. In the shady parts of Osaka. But the weird thing is, the girl doesn't exist on any database. You have access to the federal database. Rumi says in surprise. Yep. She turns to me with a suspicious look on her face. Is it legal? Nope. Damn it, Shinichi. You can get into some real trouble if anyone finds out, Rumi yelled at me. First of all, even if anyone found out by some miracle, I have enough political and economic power to make them think twice about doing it. I raise a second finger. Second, if they do decide to tell somebody, I will retaliate by destroying their lives. Third, you called me by my name. I grin at her. Ha! Rumi raised an eyebrow, not getting the point. Of course I will call you by your name. Then it clicked to her. She called me by my given name. Oh. So what? You got a problem with me calling you that? We have known each other for a while. She tried to play it off. But we both know why she did it. Nope, no problem. I grin at her. Wipe that smirk off your face. We are going to need to find this girl. Rumi stomped on the ground. I already found her. The problem is who is holding her. She has her. She stopped when she heard the name. I have heard about them. One of the remnants of the Yakuza, right? They are more like street thugs now. Why are they a problem? Well, they have some powerful members. And while the both of us can defeat them, it would take too long. The girl might be taken away. And we can't exactly kill them right off the bat. The Hero Commission will be on our asses. Ah! Why can't things ever be simple? Rumi scratched her head. What do you have in mind? I called in backup. You called for help? Who is it? She says in disbelief. Momo and Edgeshot. Meeting with Momo and Edgeshot. So when are they going to arrive? Rumi asks. Both of us were waiting in the specified location. I look down at my watch. Any minute now. Here they come. Rumi looked around. I don't see or hear them. Enhance your senses like I thought you. Focus on your ears. She closed her eyes. And her ears started to move and twitch. You aren't even using your quirk. They are like 5 kilometers away. Is it possible for you to be normal? Rumi slumped. Nope, that ship is long gone, sister. Whoosh. Sensei. Thud. Momo wastes no time on hugging me. She practically body slammed me. She was never this proactive. Wonder what changed? I know that right now she is working hard to be my equal. But it's only been a few days. Yaerozu-san. I know that you are excited, but please, there is a time and place for everything. Edgeshot silently appears near us. Interesting. A silent Soru. Well, he stopped using Soru and used ninja footwork to get here silently. Shinichi Kodo. Finally we meet. I would like to thank you for making the Rokushiki. Especially Kami-e. You have helped me and many others by showing the world how it's done. These can be achieved by anyone if he puts enough effort into it. You have done the world a great favor, Edgeshot says calmly, but the gratitude in his voice was obvious. This surprised me. I always assumed that Kami-e would be useless to him. Why would Kami-e be important to you? Your quirk is Kami-e, but taken to the extreme. I could tell even with the mask that he is smiling. My quirk allows me to fold my body. But I have to be careful on how I do it. Kami-e allows me to be more flexible with my choices. Kami-e has allowed me to reach a level with my quirk that I didn't even know was possible. Well, I'm glad for you. We can talk about this later, maybe spar and share ideas. But for now let me show you something. One video later. Crack. Momo's knuckles cracked as she clenched her fists. She was pissed. Sensei. How far am I allowed to go? She asks in a scary calm voice. Cripple only. Tisk. Momo clicked her tongue. And I get her. We killed people like these during some of our travels. Edgeshot ignored the conversation. Even though I get the feeling he was thinking the same as Momo. He only said one thing: when do we strike? I smile and look at the 3 people in front of me. Tonight. Number. Wow, I was going to say feels short. But then I saw the word count 1400. I have been writing bigger chapters, so I actually forgot that this was my average word count a few months back. XD. Chapter 120, Rescuing Eri. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6YYVM6TJ6T. Word count 2940. Hi Hasai Kai base. You were filmed. Kai Chisaki yelled out. He was wearing a plague mask so it was hard to see his mouth. But his eyes were red from anger. The little girl went further than I tough. I quickly grabbed her and pulled her back. Nobody even saw me. I swear I didn't know about the camera. I equals. Poof. Kai touched him and the man turned into blood mist. Call our people in the police. See if they can delete the video. Kai ordered. One of the grunts comes back, sir. The video has already been seen by heroes. Taking it down is meaningless, sir, he spoke up respectfully. Chrono, get Eri ready for transport. We are moving her to another location. Even if the heroes have the guts to attack us, at least she won't be taken. As long as I have Eri I can rebuild, Kai says seriously. Of course, a masked man in a full plague doctor suit bowed to Kai. Just as Chrono started walking. Boom! The building shook. What's going on? Kay yelled out as he stabilized. Sir, we are under attack. How many? There are only 4, sir. Mirako and Edge shot as the only pro heroes. But the other 2? They are from the sports festival. It's Shinichi Kodo. What's that monster doing here? We need to get Eri out of here, Chrono cursed as he started to run. Everybody! Stall them! Do what you have to do. If possible, injure and kill. This is not the end. Shihasai Kai will rise again, Kai commanded. Yes. MCPOV. Move small fry, I punch a guy sending him flying into the wall. We need to hurry up. They obviously know we are here now, Edge Shot grumbled. He wanted us to go in ninja style but I disagree. Reason being the 8 bullets. Especially the guy who manipulates the earth and makes the maze. Sneaking in would be a waste of time instead. But despite not agreeing on what the best course of action is, we were moving like a squad of seasoned soldiers that have worked together for years. We left broken bodies in our path. I shift my ears into a big bat-like shape and I kneel down and put my ear on the ground. Mirako, a stomp please. Rumi grinned as she slammed her food in the ground. I already knew where they are using the Quirk scan. But you can never be too careful in enemy territory. Using my enhanced hearing I confirmed the results of scan. The only light footsteps that would match the girl are deep in the base. They are trying to get her out through some tunnels. Then let's move. Rumi stomped the ground and launched herself, and started to dash in the maze that this place was. But just as we picked up speed, the walls started to move. Ah! It's this guy. I forgot about him. He closed off the path. Momo frowned. What do we do now? I can't tell where he is because of all the noise the walls make. Rumi was obviously irritated. Rank Yaku, I kicked the air 30 degrees to my left. An air slash in a straight line, pierced the walls like a laser. And pierced the guy who was manipulating the walls. 1 mob down. A dozen or so to go. 3 RD POV. This is taking too long. We should split up. I have full trust in everyone here that they will not be defeated. The priority is the girl. We need to get to her before they move her out of the compound. Kodo had a serious look on his face. Hi, Sensei. Momo instantly agreed. That's fine with me. Rumi grinned. Agreed. Edge Shot just noted. Okay then, you might want to leave. Kodo turned into his kangaroo form and pick out 3 swords from my pouch. How do you even do that? I thought only girl kangaroos had pouches. Rumi searched her head. I thought it would be funny. As for the swords, let's say magic. He switched back and put one of the swords in his mouth. He jumped from the ground and landed on the ceiling and stared down at the direction where Eri was. All of the hair Momo, Edge Shot, and Mirako's body stood up. Their instincts screamed at them. All of them flashed away using Soru. Santoryu, Dragon Twister. Kodo swung his swords. A tornado formed and drilled into the ground. It broke the concrete and kept pushing into the earth. He really just keeps getting crazier. Momo stared down at the newly made tunnel. Let's move. We have a girl to save. Edgeshot spoke up and started to run. Momo and Mirako nodded to each other as they went into different hallways. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The dragon tornado stopped as it broke into a hallway. There were 2 members of the 8 bullets in that hallway. One was hanging upside down from the ceiling and drinking alcohol. The other was in a full black plague doctor suit. Both were surprised. Kodo walked out of the tunnel. 2 weaklings. Well, this is certainly a surprise. The famous Kodo Shinichi, said the one in the full black plague suit. Shin Nemoto. Quirk, confession. He can force people to tell the truth. The one hanging upside down threw his bottle at Kodo. You missed us. Hick, why you loser? Are you drunk? Deidara Sakaki. Quirk, sloshed. He makes the people around him lose their equilibrium. This is a perfect chance to use my quirk on him. Shinichi Kodo, what is the secret to your Stiga? Kodo used Soru to appear in front of him and crush his throat. You talk too much, Kodo said with a cold tone. You. How can yo hick move? I'm built differently. Kodo threw the man he was holding at the one hanging from the ceiling. Both of them collided and fell to the ground. Geoff slurred the drunk one but froze when he saw Kodo standing in front of them. Whether you bleed out or not will depend on your luck. Kodo slashed at both of them, before turning and started to walk away, leaving 2 opponents with a big gash on their bodies. Edgeshot. Die. Grunts started to shoot at him. Ninpo, 500 sheet pierce. Edgeshot quickly folded himself to the size of a normal rope and pierced their bodies, quickly dispatching them. Boom boom boom. Figting, it's either Mirako or Kodo. But since Kodo is going further down, I'm guessing it's Mirako. It must be a bullet if he is lasting this long against her. Might as well see if she needs help. Asterisk boom. Boom asterisk. Damn it, Mirako cursed out loud. She was fighting 2 very annoying opponents. A giant muscular man who crushes anything in his way by punching it. Kendo Rappa. Quirk, strong arm. His quirk allows him to rotate his shoulders at extreme speeds, allowing him to attack his targets with a near-endless barrage of bullet punches. And a blonde man in a yukata who created barriers. Hikiji Tenge. Quirk, barrier. Hikiji's quirk allows him to materialize an extremely durable force field. Both of them were fighting Mirako. One only focuses on attacking, while the other makes barriers to protect him. So this is what the famous Mirako amounts to? Pathetic. Tanga mocked Mirako. Oram Mirako responded with a kick that made small cracks on the barrier. Oi Rappa! What are you doing? Punch her! I want to fight her one-on-one. Don't interfere. Rappa jumped in only for Mirako to start pummeling him. Don't be stupid. We have our orders. Defeat or stall them for as long as possible. Tanga made another barrier which redistributed all of the force behind Mirako's kick. Tisk. A barrier and a brawler who knows Tekai. Man, you two are an annoying combo. Then let me assist you, Mirako. A voice was heard from the shadows. Barrier. Tanga quickly yelled out as he made a barrier around him. Crash. But edge shot easily pierced the barrier. Your barrier is made to withstand blunt force. Not strong precision attacks like mine. Edge shot entered the man's body, he dislocated some of the joints and severed some tendons. The Yakuza dropped down like a puppet whose strings have been cut. Tekai. Rappa turned around and went to punch Edge shot. Where do you think you are going? Hey 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 hey. Asterisk boom. 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 Boom asterisk. Mirako went underneath him and kicked him upwards. She then started a combo. Kick by kick. Rappa was being flung around in mid-air. It took Rumi a little while. but a 40 combo kick did the job. Every bone in Rappa's body was broken. He also had internal bleeding. A little too much, don't you think? Edge shot raises an eyebrow. Oh, cry me a river. They held and experimented on a child. This is a light sentence if you ask me. Let's go. We are losing time. Mirako disappears using Soru. Sigh. Soru. MCPOV. Crippled 4 more bullets. The wimps Kirishima and Fat Gum fought and another guy who could suck out stamina. At least I got an interesting quirk from him. I speed along the tunnels before I catch a scent. Chemicals. Overhaul is a chemist. Found you. SORU. Left, right, left. Ventilation duct. He is below. I raise my hand and slam it down. Crack K. I bust the floor, opening up a hole. Then I see him. Overhaul with his stupid plague mask. You. He yelled out in anger. FSHHH claws grew on all my fingers. Overhaul slammed his hands on the floor. The floor started to move. It separated into pillars and attacked me. That's some Full Metal Alchemist shit right there. But not good enough. I swung my arms. Air blades from my claws cut the pillars apart. While the pillars were falling down, I saw that he wasn't behind them anymore. He must have deconstructed the wall, then returned it back to its normal state. You are not getting away. I smash apart the walls and continue to chase after his scent and the location my quirk skin gives me. Third POV. Huff huff huff. Overhaul was running for his life. Why did he have to come? He touched another wall, making a hole before jumping in and closing the hole. We haven't even started to redistribute the drugs yet. Boom. Fuck, he is here. Out of the hole came out Kodo Shinichi. Overhaul, I have been looking for you. Kodo said in a calm tone. What do you want? What have we done to you? Kei yelled out, just one touch, I only need just one touch and he is dead. We have come for the girl. Surrender. No. I won't let them have her. I need her to destroy the heroes and bring the Yakuza to the top. I won't let you. Overhaul slammed his hands in the ground. The floor was reshaped. Countless spikes rose up to impale Kodo. Weak. Kodo slammed his foot in the ground. With him as the center. Huge cracks in a spider web pattern started to form. It cancelled out the spikes that were forming around him. I'm going to tear apart this world, down to its very framework. Overhaul ran toward Kodo, he bent down and touched the floor, making spikes attack Kodo from his sides. While the floor under him turned into a pillar that pushed him straight to Kodo. Just one touch. But Kodo's next works broke that thought. Scoff naive. Rokugan. Kodo sent a simple karate punch in the air in front of him. Crack K. But that punch created a shockwave that tore apart all the spikes that were heading to pierce him. It also slammed into Shikasai. Gah! The shockwave pushed him down on his platform and pushed him into it. The platform broke apart as Chisaki was sent flying and crashed into the other side of the room. Asterisk boom. Crack asterisk. The wall near Kodo broke down and 3 other heroes arrived. Typhoon. Damn it all, Kaizaki healed himself, I'm not done. Chisaki was about to attack again. Swish. An air slash from Kodo cut him diagonally on the torso, making Chisaki stumble before he grabbed his chest in pain. You lose. Surrender. Edge shot stepped forward but froze when his instincts sensed something. So did Murako and Izanami, Momo. Keh, well done kid. Zzzzz. The sound of flesh tearing was heard as Kai Chisaki's head was ripped from his shoulders. Behind him Garu was standing there casually whipping the blood from his hands with a smirk on his face. Garu. Kodo spoke up, his voice was completely calm. Like he was greeting an old friend, his hand signaled the others to stay back. But they were frozen in place. It's been a while. Last I heard of you, you were causing chaos in another country. Why come back? Garu just grinned. Well, the time for our death match is coming nearer. I wanted to see how much progress you have made. Momo and Rumi carefully watched Shinichi as he didn't even flinch at Garu's words. Plenty actually. Enough to beat you, and watch as the light dies in your eyes. Kodo's cold voice sent shivers to his teammates, but Garu just grinned. Really? Well, looks like I have something to look forward to. Oh, an edge shot. I purposely left some openings to see if you'd take it. Looks like your instincts are better than I thought, Garu complimented. But edge shot had cold sweat running down his back. Thank God Kodo gave the signal to stop. My instincts were going haywire, so I wasn't sure what was the right call. Why are you doing this? Why are you so persistent on fighting Sensei? Momo asked Garu with a glare that could set him on fire. Rumi frowned. Right. She has never talked to him. Maybe she can get more info out of Garu. I certainly hope she has better luck at it than I did. Because it's fated to be. There is no running away from it. Me and him. The top martial artists of this time. We have to fight, and in the end, winner takes all, Garu says mysteriously. Well, I'm done here. Good luck, heroes, he said the last part with a sneer. Whoosh. And he was gone. Not a trace of him to be found. Let's go, we still need to find the girl. Kodo doesn't waste any time as he shifts, gaining more cheetah-like features. Crack. The ground beneath him cracked open as he zoomed across the tunnels. Come on. Pick up. Chisaki Chrono was panicking as he dragged Eri away. He wasn't able to get in contact with his boss. It couldn't be. Overhaul can't lose. Yo Chrono turned around to see Kodo smiling at him. FSHHH, his hair pierced his mask and was heading to hit Kodo. Asterisk bam asterisk. Kodo k.oed him and gently took Eri from his arms as he was falling down. Hello, cutie. Are you okay? Why? Why are you here? He will kill you. Eri had a look of pure terror on her face. He? Oh, you mean Chisaki K or Overhaul? I don't know what name you know, but he is done. I beat him up. He won't be hurting anyone. Really? She was in disbelief. Yep, you are safe. Kodo looks at the little girl. What is this cute creature? I didn't know anything adorable like this existed. Let's go outside. I pick her up and slowly start to walk. Wait, I hurt people when I touch them, Eri said in panic. Well, try to hurt me, I told you. I'm strong. It won't work against me. I smile at her. Eri closes her eyes. It won't work. She looked at her hands. Not knowing what to do. Be happy, Eri. You won't be hurting anyone, anymore. You will be free and happy. Eri started to cry out tears of joy. The little girl was free. Pretty onesons, Eri says with a little bit of awe as Momo and Rumi were coming to us. Both were released to see us. Hey there, little one, Rumi says gently, and Momo follows up. How are you feeling? Fine. She says quietly. I like your ears. Eri ducks behind Kodo's leg shyly. Thank you. Rumi patted her head. Eri-chan, since you like her ears that much, how about wearing some yourself? Momo made some bunny ears using her quirk. Eri looked at the process. Pretty. Eri looked the particle lights that happened when Momo uses her quirk. Slowly a bunny ear headband formed in her hand. Here you go, Eri-chan. Momo put it on her head and made a mirror. She turned the mirror to Eri. I'm a bunny. Look like you. Eri turned to a shocked Rumi. Rumi gulped. She was a bit surprised by this yet. You really do? She looks so similar to me. If I had a kid. Is this what my daughter would look like? Rumi was having a small crisis in her head. Kodo smiles as his hair starts to move. From it a pair of black bunny ears came out. You have them too. Eri pointed at his head. Momo giggled as she made a black pair of bunny ears for herself and then put them on. We all have bunny ears now, Eri-chan. The smile Eri had on her face warmed up everyone around her. Kodo noted to himself. I dedicated. I'm adopting her. Momo and Rumi's jaws dropped. Hey. Chapter 121, Adopting Eri. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda, discord.gg/6yyvm6tj6t. This story is nearly over on pat. 3 or 4 more chapters and it's done. Word count 1300. HAAAAAA. Both Rumi and Momo were shocked. You want to adopt her? Rumi pointed at the ball of cuteness in my arms. Yep, I won't take no for an answer. Actually. I look at the little girl who was confused by why everyone is so surprised. Eri-chan. Do you want to come and live with me? I'll beat up all the bad guys who come after you. So with me, you can be happy and have fun. We can be a family. Family. Eri looks down sadly. She is probably remembering the time when she deleted her parents. Hey. I nudge her a bit. Making her look up again. I'm strong. The strongest in the world. Nothing is going to happen to me. Promise. She looks up with those big puppy eyes. I promise, sweetie. Will the Oni-sans come to live with us? Eri asked with innocent curiosity, not knowing how complicated she made the situation. If they want to. I look up at both Rumi and Momo, who were still processing the situation. I wasn't about to put them in a bad spot. Let's go, Eri. I pick her up. We need to have you checked out at the hospital. After that we can play. Really? Yay. I started to walk. Rumi and Momo followed. Both had an expression that said they were in deep thought. Hospital. Well, looks like Eri-chan is fine. Just a bit tired, the doctor said with a smile. But his eyes were saying differently. He pointed with them at the door. Isn't that great, Eri? Why don't you stay here with Momo and Rumi while I go thank the doctor? Okay, she raised her hand up happily. Me and the doctor exited the room. I already knew what he was going to say. But there needed to be an official statement. So what's her real diagnosis? I cross my arms and look at the doctor's eyes. He starts to sweat. Well. Internally she is fine. There is only scar tissue that remains on her hands and legs. Mentally. The girl went through hell. It's a miracle she can even smile. No kidding. Child services have been naughty. I'm adopting the kid. I cut him off. Excuse me. The doctor blanked out for a second. I must have misheard you. I heard you say that you were adapting. Yes. Don't make me repeat myself again. I glare at the man. But you are a teenager. Like age is going to stop me. Don't you worry your pretty little bald head. I'll handle it. You just have to notify child services about what I said. Specify my name. Kodo Shinichi. Okay, the doctor said unsurely. What's his name got to do with anything? Bang. A door slammed open. Shinichi. What do I hear? You want to adopt a little girl? My mother stormed in the hallway with an angry expression. With my father running after her. Stop! I raise my hand, stopping my mother in place. Before you say anything, let me show you this. I open the door and head toward Eri. Eri-chan, these are my parents. Chisaki and Ryu Unosuk Kodo. I point at my parents. I just pick up Eri under her armpits and raise her in front of my mother. Simba style. Look at that face and tell me you do not want such a cute granddaughter. My mother froze in place as she looked at Eri, who was very shy and red in the cheeks. Ah, hello. Ba-chan. She said the last part with a tilted head. Then shyly brought her chin to her neck, avoiding eye contact, but still glancing at my mother. Kai. She is so cute. She picked up Eri from me and started to spin her around while showering her with love. Momo and Rumi sweat dropped at the scene. My mother was happily spinning Eri around. Then she turned to me and stared me down. Like she was trying to set me on fire. Shinichi. If you don't get this girl to join our family, there will be consequences. You have my permission. Beat the shit out of anyone that stops you, she says passionately with a fist pump. My father tried to calm her down. Now Chisaki. Didn't you come here to stop our son from making a reckless decision? And that resulted in a small argument. You know. I kinda see how she is your mother. She is definitely a my pace kinda woman. Rumi scratched her cheek and Momo just noted. Yes, Adi Chisaki has always been like that. Bzzzzz. Ah, here come the calls. Sorry, I got to take this call. I exit the room. Let's see who I'm going to kill next. Back in the room. Hey Momo. What are you going to do? Rumi whispers quietly. I am not leaving sensei. A kid complicates things. But Eri-chan is adorable. And I do want her to have a happy life. So. I'm fine with it, Momo says with a calm tone. Rumi just scratched her head. Why do things have to be even more complicated? First, it was to share him with another woman. Now a kid is involved. Why can't I get a break? Is it really worth it? Bunny-chan, Eri calls out, causing Rumi to look at her. Eri was playing with her hair. Momo had made brushes and hairpins for her. Can I brush your hair? She says with an adorable smile, while holding up a brush. Why does she have to be this cute? Rumi screamed in her head. Of course, you can. But be careful. Rumi leaned over, causing her hair to fall over her shoulder. Okay. Ugh. This kid is really not making things easy. I really want to spoil her. Is it really fine to just accept? Rumi was left with deep thoughts while Eri was playing with her hair. Meeting. I answered the call. They wanted to talk. But I wouldn't have the leverage I need. So I warped and Sorued a few times and crashed their meeting. Now they were arguing with me. You are too young. Blah blah blah. Too irresponsible, blah blah blah. Her power is too great, we need to contain it. Enough, I let my aura and bloodlust go and freeze all of them. Looks like you are forgetting all the dirt I have on you people. I will ruin you. Do you understand that? The whole lot of you are easily replaceable. A lot of people are after the seats you occupy. Know your place. Everybody starts to sweat and back away. I could destroy the lives of everyone in this room. You seem to forget that. And I am not one of those heroes who are working for you. If I say something I expect it to happen, I doubt you will be able to handle the consequences of angering me. I could destroy your career, true. But that's the least of your trouble. If I find you after you have crossed me, you will be begging me to kill you after I'm done with you. I'm getting sick and tired of dealing with these scumbags. Maybe I should let some villains kill them. Just so I get rid of these idiots. Why you can't do this? We are don't care. You are dead meat. I cut the fool off if my demands aren't met. You know what will happen to you. And not even God will be able to save you then. I used Soru and I left the meeting room through the window. After gaining some distance, I slipped into the alley and warped back near the hospital. A/N. A little overkill, yes. Unrealistic kinda. But the strong decide things. Politicians are easily replaceable. And these people figured out that Shinichi Kodo isn't as nice as he appears a long time ago. It's kinda their job. But they can't do anything to him due to the amount of blackmail Kodo has on them. Chapter 122, Internship End. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 2100. Me, my parents, Rumi, Momo and Edgeshot were in Aries' hospital room. She is getting discharged today. Official adoption done. Meet my daughter Eri Kodo. I said in a smug tone. My daughter. This was entirely unplanned and totally out of character for me. But her cuteness was overwhelming and I couldn't help myself. Why, you seriously did it? Rumi stuttered. How did you do this? It couldn't have been easy, Edgeshot asked in his stoic ninja tone. I have enemies in high places. They sweat dropped. Don't you mean friends? Edgeshot raised his eyebrow. Nope, enemies. Politicians don't have friends. They have enemies that are allies and that aren't allies. Which one are you? Rumi crossed her arms as she glanced at Eri's bed. My parents were showering Eri with love. Their new granddaughter. The kind that they don't want to mess with. I grin at her, not actually revealing anything. How are you feeling, Eri-chan? Momo comes over to her side. Great, I'm super happy, I have a dad now, Eri smiled happily. And grandparents. My mother hugged the little girl as she reminded her. Well, since everything here is in order, I will take my leave. After all, I can't leave my city for too long. Edgeshot looked at Momo, who nodded, then left the room. I will see you in a few days, sensei. It was good seeing you, Mr. and Mrs. Kodo. Momo did a small bow to my parents. Oh, it was good to see you again, Momo-chan. Please come over when you have the time. You barely stopped by. My mother started to rant. I will. Momo nodded at her and then gave me a quick hug before leaving. She nodded and smiled at Rumi. Rumi just stood there awkwardly for a few moments before nodding to herself. I'm going as well. It has been a long day. Rumi tried to leave but Eri quickly stopped her. Oni-san. Do you have to leave? Eri said with her big tearful eyes. Those things should be registered as weapons of mass destruction. Ugh, Rumi looked like she was gut-punched. She didn't know how to react. I decided to step in before things got out of hand. Eri-chan. Rumi hasn't rested at all since we saved you. She needs to go home and sleep. Don't worry. You will see her tomorrow again. I put my hand on Eri's head and start to pet her, calming the little girl down. Eri looked at Rumi. Promise you will come? Rumi just smiled awkwardly. She went to Eri from the other side and stuck out her pinky finger. I promise. Pinky swear. Eri giggled as her smaller pinky wrapped around Rumi's and they both shook on it. Soon Rumi left and the only ones that were still here were my parents. So, who wants ice cream? I grin as I look at Eri. I do, she raised her hand as high as possible, causing all of us to laugh. Yet, this was a good decision. The next few days were boring. Momo went back with Edgeshot and I was with Rumi and Eri. Rumi decided to take a 2-day break. She said she wasn't in the mood. We already stopped Stain, she got blown up by a Nomu. And now we raided a Yakuza compound. Frankly, we deserved the rest. During the last 2 days of my internship, we all just spent time together. Eri worked her magic. Rumi started getting more comfortable around her. Eri's cuteness was too much for Rumi to handle. But now it's time to get back to UA. I had loads of fun. Teasing Rumi was my favorite pastime. Flirting with her as well. She gets riled up easily, then I just calm her down by flirting with her. Right. It's the final exams and the training camp after this. Wonder if they will let me fight at all? Meh, I'll figure it out later. I was standing outside her house. It was time for me to go. So the internship is finally over. You have been a pain, just so you know. Rumi crossed her arms. Come on. Don't be such a tsundere. I know you enjoyed our banter. I grin at her cousin. Tick marks to appear on her forehead. I stop with the playful behavior and take a much more serious tone. I had fun, Rumi. Thanks for the lovely week. She seemed to deflate a bit, dropping her tough act. You are welcome. I hope you learned at least something from me during this week. I'm supposed to be the mentor here. I did learn something, but not about hero work. I learned about your favorite food. Your favorite movie. Oh, that you are emotional and cry on the sad scenes. Your puffy red eyes were so adorable. Stop it. Rumi punched me because she was so embarrassed. I dodged the punch and gently embraced her. Since she was shorter than me, I leaned down a bit so that I was near the bottom of her ear. I will come back every once in a while. I don't want you to feel lonely after all. She snorted at my words but hugged me just a bit tighter. If you don't visit and bring Eri with you, I'll come and kick your ass. Wait, you are stronger. I'll tell Eri you bullied me. Low blow. I chuckle a bit. I pull back a bit to get a good look at her face. Our eyes locked. I leaned forward. Rumi had more than enough time to turn her head or push me away, but she didn't. Both of us knew what was about to happen. We kissed. There wasn't any, but it was a heated kiss in a way. Her lips were a lot softer than I expected. We pulled back at the same time. I looked at her happy face and let out a big smile. She saw this and did the same. Both of us knew this would change our relationship. It was already going in this direction. But this was intimate. Not like the stunt I pulled when she first met Kodo. I'll come by soon. I promise. Rumi nodded, tiptoed, and gave me a short kiss. I smile at her as I use Sora to disappear. I made some major progress and I'm happy about it. Things are coming along nicely. My perfect life is within reach. Just a bit more, and I will achieve my dream. Ugh. I think it was a bit cringy. Back at UA. Sigh, back to school again. I already miss my time with Rumi. I was laying on my desk while trying to go to sleep. I was currently invisible. I really didn't want to deal with these people again. Wonder if I can convince Nizu to just let me go take the final exams early. I already got everything I needed from UA. Eri is staying with my parents for now. Well, they were always under constant surveillance. I would know if a villain or some government spy got within 10 kilometers of them. I practically own this city's camera security with how many backdoors I have installed for myself. The class was talking about their experience. How Jiro helped with the evacuation. Tsuyu fought with smugglers. Good for her. But most of the discussions were about how I defeated Stain. Man, that sword fight was awesome. Kodo. Kirishima whipped a stray tear away. It was so freaking manly. All I am hearing is Otoko. He is practically the elfman of this world. Kaminari talks about the fight. How cool both Stain and I were. Before he realizes what a dick move it was. Ida just calmly defused the situation. Boring. Wait, did his brother die or not? I actually forgot. Meh, it doesn't really matter. Useless information just gets deleted from my memories anyway. Why should I care if some fat-ass politician married a model? Bzzzzz. The loudspeakers turned on. The hero class will be held at Field Gamma. Everyone please take your hero costumes and head to Field Gamma. Bzzzzz. Field Gamma. We were in Field Gamma. A city made up of factories and pipes of all sizes. Everybody was gathered in front of All Might. All Might Sensei. Kodo isn't here. Mina raised her arm. Momo just smirked. She already noticed me but decided not to spoil my fun. I turn of my invisibility, appearing behind here. Boo. Kya. Mina jumped like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She wasn't the only one. The people around us flinched or jumped from the sup. Mina glared at me while holding her hand above her heart. You asshole. You almost gave me a heart attack. We have an invisible person in the class. You people should have anticipated something like this happening. If this happened during combat, she would have died. Okay. Gather around everyone. Today we will be doing a rescue training race. To see how much you all have improved. It's only been a week. You can't improve that much no matter how much you try. The only reason Deku improved is because he went from crawling to walking. Even though he was capable of walking from the start. I tuned back to his speech as soon as I saw him look at Bakugo. Of course, you have to keep the damage to a minimum. He ended the sentence while pointing at Bakugo, who scowled. Don't point at me. He crossed his arms. The run went just about as expected. Midoriya shows his improvement. It took him this long to realize to spread out the pressure across his body. Which should have been common sense. I dominated. Just used Kami-Sorai to appear next to All Might seconds after the race started. Scaring the old man. The only thing that was surprising was that Kirishima used Soru and Jeppo. He still couldn't use them together to from Kami-Sorai. But he was making excellent progress. It's kind of sad that the others still haven't even learned one Rokushiki. Oh well, their loss. It was lunchtime and All Might called Deku to join him. All Might reminds the fool that Stain took some of his blood. Which Deku had completely forgotten. Then he eased his worries as AFO can't be forcibly taken. All Might finally told Deku about All for One. I was wondering when he would do that. I understand why he didn't tell Deku. Hell, I even support it. Deku would have probably pissed himself if he told him earlier. But I would have done it in a way that would inspire fear in Deku. To make him train even harder. Like he might come after your mother, are you strong enough to protect her or something like that? It's ironic that justice always comes from evil. I chuckle as I hear All Might's words. It was true in that situation. But then what about me? I'm neither a hero nor a villain. I'm just a selfish person that wants to live a peaceful life of luxury. I'm fine with tearing apart anything in my way. Good or evil. A few days later and everybody is panicking about their grades. They ask Momo for help but she turns them down. She said she spends most of her time training so she won't have the time. Good choice. She has better things to do than to tutor them. The written test lasted 3 days. Naturally I got first place. Momo second. The rest don't matter. But it was time for the practical exam. Students vs teachers. I would never turn down an opportunity to beat up more pro heroes. It's sort of a hobby for me now. We were in front of the entrance that lead to all the zones. The teachers just dropped the bomb on the students that they wouldn't be fighting robots but fighting them instead. Crushing the dreams of everyone who wanted an easy pass. Kodo, you are excused. We don't need to see you beat another teacher. Instead, you will be facing Principal Nizu in a battle of minds, Aizawa mumbled. And just as if they have practiced, Nizu popped up out of nowhere. I look forward to our match, Kodo-san, Nizi said with a small polite smile. But I could tell that he was very excited to establish just how much smarter than me he is. A battle of minds against one of the smartest people on the planet. Interesting. A/N. Eri is 6 years old. Chapter 123, Battle of the Minds. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my Pat. There are a lot of FICS and ideas there. Every single one of these FICS and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the Pat. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 1980. Well, Kodo-san. Are you excited as I am? Nizu said cheerfully. Both of us were heading to a weird building. Do you know why I chose chess? Nizu says with a bit of glee in his voice. Chess is a finite, 2-player, zero-sum, perfect information game. Luck has no part in this game. Theoretically, there is a perfect solution, at least in theory. But Nizu grins as we enter the room he has prepared for us. It was completely white. Soundproof as well. But that's only if you understand the 10-1-20 states of the board. Which means every possible position and combination that could be made with the 32 chess pieces. We go to the center of the room. There were 2 chairs and a table waiting for us. They were completely white. The same as the chessboard and chess pieces. The board had little grooves that made up the lines. But the chess pieces were identical. I get it. You have to rely on your memory to know which pieces are yours. Correct. Nizu jumped on the raised chair. The chair doesn't make a single sound. I see, the mind games have already begun. And it's not completely white either. There are grooves in the walls, patterns that mess with the brain. Nizu is one sick bastard. And he chose chess instead of making some sort of new mind game. I'm sure he has plenty of tricks for when we get later in the game. Because of how smart both of us are. We are actually predicting the entire game. And I can't just use my supercomputer game for this to make the perfect move each time. There is a reason why AI programs can be beaten. They only make the perfect move, which makes them predictable. Setting a trap for them is simple once you get the hang of it. Nizu can do it as well. This game will be on how well we can read the opponent's logic. Now for the rules. A single error here means instant loss. You must make a move within 5 seconds. To win the trial you must win the game, no ties. There will be additional rules added on later. Do you understand? Nizu put his paws together as he looked at me. I smirk at him. I do. But what does this have anything to do with hero work? Additional rules. He is planning something. Well, who will start first? Nizu asks me with a smile. Completely ignoring my question, and here he goes again with the mind games. White on average beats black in 55% of them, but for elite players, the winning percentage is 64%. For people like us, it might as well be 75%. The player who makes the first move has a huge advantage. But the way he said it. I'm only hearing, do you want a handicap? This bitch is looking down on me. I say we flip a coin for it. I smirk as I pull out a coin from my pocket. And quickly flip it in the air. The coin was pure gold, and because of the way I flipped it was rotating so fast that you couldn't see which side it was at all. Making it impossible to calculate which side it will land on. Who, you just carry a gold coin in your pocket? Nizu says with an amused look. People are stupid. They see gold in front of them and they freeze up, but I'm sure you know all about people's stupidity. I smirk at the rodent and I see him flinch a bit. I can play mind games as well. And I'm not afraid to go for low blows. Nizu was experimented on by scientists for years. He holds a deep grudge. The coin falls on my palm. And I quickly place my entire palm on the top of my other hand. I look at Nizu heads. He nods tails. I lift up my hand and the result was heads. Sigh. Looks like you go first. No. I will go second. After all, it looks like you need all the help you can get, I say mockingly, making Nizu frown. I expected him to get madder than that. After all, I just insulted the thing he prizes most. His intelligence. Great, and one more thing. Nizu smiles as he presses a button. Small mechanical arms came out from the table and started messing around with the board. The end result was 3 separate platforms with smaller platforms on it. I see 3D chess. Nizu smiled exactly. You don't mind, do you? I smirk at him. Not at all. Victory will be just that sweeter. This just got a lot more difficult. There are no black and white boards. Everything is white. And a single error results in a loss. I lift up one of the pieces. It's heavy and it's magnetically attached to the board. Interesting. I wonder why. Well, let's begin, shall we? Nizu claps his hands. Let's go. I chose the side on the bottom, and Nizu has to choose the side on the top. Since he is short, I don't know how he will reach the pieces. Bzzzzpp. A mechanical arm shows up out of nowhere with Nizu holding the joystick. Never mind. Both of us start setting the pieces. Let the game begin. Nizu makes the first move. 40 seconds in. In this high-pressure, high-pace game, and I start to hear a light buzzing. But Nizu looked like he doesn't hear a thing. Now he is messing with my hearing. It's a sound frequency that only young people can hear. Nizu as an animal should have been able to hear it, but he is quite old. It's possible that he is as old as All Might. -5 to 10 years. After all, Nizu was saved by All Might when he was still a rookie. And it's said he had spent years under the experiments of humans. The buzzing quickly increases. It can be ignored, but it takes away a bit of your focus to ignore it. Anything wrong, Kodo-san? Nizu lets out a small smile. Annoying prick. I turn off my hearing. Changing my ears to be older just so I don't hear this specific frequency is a pain, and it's likely that I will never need it again. I can just read his lips if he talks. I look at him with a relaxed smile. No, everything is completely fine. Nizu frowns, probably wondering why it isn't working. Another 30 seconds later and the game is somewhat tied, but I hold the advantage. 33 moves have already passed. Normally it would be 22 if we waited for the entire 5 seconds. But both of us usually move pretty fast. Nizu presses a button. The chess table moved by 90 degrees. Nizu looked at me with a smirk. The chess table will rotate for 90 degrees every 2 turns. Here comes another one. This is the simplest of them all. Even normal people will be able to tell by the shape of the board. But this room messes with the brain. By rotating the board by 90 degrees, it changes your perspective of the normal way you look at chess. You might have planned to move a pawn somewhere, but by changing the sides it increases the risk of an error. He is trying to make me mess up which spaces are supposed to be black and which are white. And a single error here means a loss. But if he thinks he can mess with a guy who has photographic memory, he has another thing coming. The game is nearly at its end. 5 more turns later. Nizu called out. Check. I block him. The board moves again by 90 degrees. Nizu positions to take out one of my remaining pieces. This entire round we have just been predicting each other's moves and keep blocking each other. I call out check. Nizu secretly presses a button. It didn't do anything. I assume it changes the frequency to something that causes a bigger headache. But since my hearing is turned off, it doesn't work against time. We check each every few moves until the end finally arrived. Checkmate. I look at the rat or whatever he is, with the smuggest grin I can make. Nizu looked at the board with disbelief but quickly shook it off. Well, Kodo-san, that was certainly an interesting experience. You passed your test. I shrugged my shoulders. Was there any doubt? But I guess I'm officially one of the smartest people on the planet. Definitely above you. I point at Nizu, who smiled, but I could tell he was gritting his teeth. Yes. It appears so. Run along now. I have a meeting to attend with the other teachers. Nizu tries to regain any bit of pride he has by pulling rank on me. Technically he is my school principal. I should be quitting soon. Staying in UA brings no benefits anymore. I'll force a few fools in the government to speed up the process of gaining a hero license for me. I see, have a good day. I get up from the chair and start walking away. I give him a wave over my shoulder. Further showing how petty I am. Not even saying goodbye properly. UA meeting room. No way. He beat you. Midnight looked at Kodo vs Nizu video. Seriously present. Mix glasses slipped a bit when his jaw dropped. Eraser and Vlad were just keeping a stoic facade. But both of them were shocked as well. All Might just face-palmed. Ai. He beat you too, huh? Did you make a deal with him? Please tell me you didn't. Do you know how much I have to pay for his meals here? It would be less expensive if he ate at a 5-star restaurant like a normal person. The other staff members' sweat dropped at All Might's statement. No, we didn't make a deal, but he did defeat me. What a frightening child. So young yet so strong already. He can match All Might in a fight and beat me in a battle of minds. And he still has so much room to grow, Nizu said in a somber tone. Yeah. If he ever becomes a villain we are screwed. Snipe leaned back on his chair. Eraser. You know him best. Do you think there is a chance for him to become a villain? Cementos asked. Everybody turned to the teacher who was dressed as a hobo. Eraser sighed when he saw the conversation had shifted to him. I'm going to give it to you straight. That's impossible. That kid will never become a villain. Hey? Why? Everybody has a chance of becoming a villain, Mike said in a confused voice. Because of the image he has built, Nizu says simply. Exactly. Kodo is the #1 marital artist in the world. And is quickly becoming one of the most popular hero out there, even though he is still a first year. Not to mention all of his economic and political power. He has the world eating out of his palms. Why would he risk all of that? Eraser shook his head and the unreal power a teenager had. But he isn't very heroic. Ectoplasm scratched his head. Well, neither is Mirako. Come to think of it, he went to her for the internship. I think both of them because of heroes for the same reason. To crack some skulls, as she would put it. Midnight put her finger on her chin while having a thoughtful face. They continued to discuss many things throughout the meeting. Kodo residence. Inside his room, Kodo smirked as he listed and watched the conversation happening in the meeting room. All according to plan. A/N I think this turned out well. I wanted to make it better but I couldn't. This FIC is almost finished on pat. 2 or 3 chapters remaining. 4 at max. We are near the end, guys. Chapter 124, Party for Eri. If you want to read ahead or just support me, go check out my pat. There are a lot of FICs and ideas there. Every single one of these FICs and chapters will be released eventually. But if you don't want to wait or just want to support me, check out the pat. patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 2000. Kodo residence. It's 5 p.m, so people should start arriving soon. We are hosting a party for Eri. For joining the family. We waited a bit so she got used to us. Before bringing in new people. I called all my close friends. Which means nobody from my class. Ding. Oh, here comes the first guest. Eri-chan. Here come the guests. My mother Chisaki clapped her hands happily. Eri was a bit nervous to meet new people, so she was holding my hand. I kneel down and pick her up in my arms. Don't worry, Eri. These are my close friends. You can trust them. Eri just nods shyly, not quite the Omu, but I go and open the door. The first one to arrive was Mako and he brought his +1. I didn't really expect him to bring someone. I just said that he could. Oh right. He said he got a girlfriend, I never met her. They are still together? I expected her to dump him in the first week. Wow, good for him. Mako just stood at the door with a speechless expression. Eri was starting to get uncomfortable. I snap him out of his thoughts, and his girlfriend elbows him. Ah. Sorry. He said in an awkward tone. Honestly, I expected you to be joking, but you really adopted a kid. Where are my manners? Hello, Eri-chan. My name is Mako Shu, an old friend of your father. Shu shows a kind smile before pulling out a big teddy bear behind him and showing it to Eri. Her expression immediately brightened up as she saw the teddy bear. Shu, aren't you forgetting someone? I raise an eyebrow at him. Nope, just wanted to fix the mood. This lovely lady next to me is my girlfriend. He dramatically posed his arms one high above one down below. She sighed at his antics before taking a step forward. My name is Ruri Miyamoto. A pleasure to meet you. Shu had a lot of things to say about you. As I thought it's another anime character. Hello to you too, Eri-chan. You look very pretty in that dress. She complimented Eri's pink dress. Thanks, Nei-chan. You look pretty too, Eri giggled. What kind of things did he say, Miyamoto-san? Mostly of your adventures together. Oh, and feel free to call me Ruri, Miyamoto said with a knowing smile. That bastard. I know exactly what stories he has told. Then you can call me Shin. But he has been telling you stories, has he? I look at him as his eyes widened and he started to shake his head. Has he told you about our trip together in Spain and his encounter with the La Bailadoras? Female street dancers, I asked with a smirk making Shu pale and Ruri grin. No, he has not. I think I want to hear that story, she smiled at him. Ding! Tisk, saved by the bell. Ruri clicked her tongue and Shu sighed out in relief. I go and open the door. It was Ran with her mother Eri. Mori Ran and her mother Eri Kirisaki. Shin, is it true? You adopted a daughter? Ran asked in an excited tone. Yes, come on in. I gesture for them to enter. I can't wait to see her. Chisaki wouldn't shut up about how cute her granddaughter is. Eri smiled kindly. Oh, I just realized. There are two Eris now. Eri-chan, this is Murui Ran. She is a very old friend. We have been friends since we were little. Hello Eri-chan. Ran waves at her happily. Her calm and kind smile made Eri relax a bit. Hello. Eri nodded at her. She was still a bit shy. And this is her mother Kirisaki. Eri, I point at the woman on my left. Eri? Your name is Eri too? Eri said in wonder. Yes, little one. Both of us are called Eri. But you can call me Kirisaki or just Auntie. She kneeled down and patted Eri on the head. Okay Auntie, Eri said meekly. Embarrassed to be patted by a person she just met. Well, let's go in the living room. I guided Ran and Eri there. Who? Ran-chan? Miss Kisaki, it's good to see you again. You look younger than the last time I met you. Shu quickly greeted them in his goofy tone. Miyamoto pinched his waist to shut him up. Eri just sighed lightly. Hello Mako-san. Good to see you too. Still the same as ever, aren't you, Shu? So is this your girlfriend? Ran quickly went into gossip mode as she came near them. Hello, I am Miyamoto Ruri. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Miyamoto did a small bow. Wow. I don't mean to be rude. But I was sure you would have dumped him by now. Pucci. Ran pointed at Shu, who was clutching his heart. Uff. Right in the kokoro. Merciless as ever, Ran-chan. He. Nii-chan is funny. Chibi. Eri laughed as she pointed at him. You can make fun of him all you like, Eri-chan. Miyamoto patted her head. That's right. The slacker deserves it. Ran nodded, agreeing with her. Pucci. Shu was on his knees. Comically, it looked like there were arrows sticking out of him. Which I know for a fact he carries with him. Comic relief, he said. He really should just go and become a comedian. Ding. Oh, the next guests have arrived. Eri ran to the door. She was getting more and more open. Seeing as all the people that came were really nice to her. But then she quickly came back and hid behind me. Well. Baby steps. We are making progress. I already knew who it was. I can sense them. Yuki Testuya and his girlfriend Fujiwara Takako. Tetsu, I smile at him as I raise my hand. Shin, he took my hand and we do a manly handshake as well, was squeezing as hard as possible for a single second. So? Tetsu asks me. I was calculating his physical strength judging by that squeeze. Not bad. 0.5 increase since we last saw each other. Yoshitestu fist pumped, happy with the progress he made. The stronger his base, the better for him when he uses his quirk. So Takako smiled brightly. Who's the little cutie behind you? She leaned down to the right to see Eri, who this time stepped up while holding my pants with one hand. Hello. I'm Eri, she said with a small pause. Hello Queet. I'm Takako. And this is my boyfriend Tetsuya. She pointed at Tetsuya, who waved at her with a smile. But you can call me Takane if you want. She held out her hand and Eri shyly took it. Hello Takane. Eri smiled at her, causing an arrow to hit Takako's heart. Ah, you are so cute. Takako quickly hugged Eri as she started to swing her around, causing Eri to laugh a bit at how silly it was. So you really adopted her? Well, I'm happy for you. Tetsuo had a small smile on his cold face. Just as we were about to go inside, an armored SUV parked outside our house. A couple of them actually. Ah! The Yaeyorozua family is here. Out of the cars stepped out a couple of bodyguards. I grinned as I waved at them. My grin got wider as I saw most of them flinch. Ah, those were the days. Torment cough sparring against the guards. As soon as they swept the perimeter, the family came out of the cars. Momo was first as she practically bounced all the way to the door. Sensei, she jumped in for a hug. I spread my arms and caught her, a smile forming on my face. How have you been, Momo? Good. Learned a few things about hidden weapons from Edgeshot. And you? Where is little Eri? And just as she asked pretty Nei-chan, Eri rushed to her. She already knew Momo, and she liked her. Momo picked up Eri as they started to snuggle and hug. Hello, sweetheart. How have you been? Great, I have been having loads of fun, Eri said with a small smile. Cough. Momo turned around when she heard a cough. Her father lowered his hand as he looked at her with a raised eyebrow. He and his wife were waiting at the doorway. But Momo was blocking the way. Sorry. Momo said bashfully as she stepped inside the hallway. Mr. and Mrs. Yaeyorozua, I smile politely. None of that, young man. I have known you for years. Come here. Mrs. Yaeyorozua quickly brought me into a hug. She is right, you know. It's because of you that Momo grew up to be a strong, confident, and independent woman. She is far stronger than any of my men. He held out his hand and I took it. One manly handshake later and I welcomed them inside. So this is the little cutie you adopted? Mrs. Yaeyorozua smiled at Eri. Yes. Isn't she adorable? Eri blushed and hid herself in Momo's chest. Yes, she is. She reminds me so much of Momo before you met her. The man nodded. I guided them inside and introduced them to everybody. Party was going well. Everybody was talking, drinking, and eating. All in all, having a good time. Each of them had something to talk about. And they enjoyed playing with Eri. I saw you on the news. Nice going, Momo-chan, Ran said as she was feeding Eri some cupcakes. Yes. I learned a lot from Edgeshot. But Shin had the most action. Momo turned the conversation to me. That's right. Stain, Nomus, and the Y-Shu stopped himself when I have him a hard look, and the raid where you saved Eri-chan. You have been busy. I had you that the infamous Mirako who hated team up was satisfied with your results. Eri dumped a bit when her name was mentioned. Ding. Speak of the bunny. Eri turned to me with wide eyes. I nodded at her. She dashed to the door and jumped to grab the handle. After struggling for a bit, she opened the door and outside stood Rumi in her civilian clothes. Wearing a disguise. Oni-san. Eri jumped at her. She couldn't reach very far, so Rumi quickly kneeled and caught her. Hello, Eri-chan. She raised her up so they were face to face. I forgot. Eri quickly put her hand behind her back and pulled out the bunny ears Momo had made her. She quickly put them on and gave a bright smile to Rumi. Yes. Looking much better, Rumi nodded to herself. Hey Rumi, glad you could make it, I smile at her. I wouldn't miss this for the world. It's Eri's first party. Is everyone here? I nod at her. Both of us walked as we entered the room. Hello everybody, said Rumi while she was carrying Eri inside. You actually invited Mirako? Shu looked with his jaw dropped. Good to see you again, Mirako-san. Momo gave a small bow. The others also had varying levels of surprise on their faces. Good to see you too. I actually insisted. No way was I letting this little munchkin out of my sight. Oh, and feel free to call me Rumi. I'm not one for formality. Rumi shrugged her shoulders. I went into the kitchen and brought out the champagne. including some fruit punch with bubbles. The fake champagne that kids drink. Well, now that everybody is here, I want to make a toast to my new family member, Eri Kodo. Cheers! Cheers! Shares, Eri raised her small cup as high as she could. Her smile was so bright that it was blinding. I don't know about the future, but things are looking good as they are now. Surrounded by family and friends. And it will stay this way. I'll make sure of that. A/N. I'm not satisfied with the ending. Well, it was a filler chap anyway. But I think I could have done better. Next chapter is the training camp. Things are going to pick up the pace with the next chap. This FIC will end in like 12 chapters. Chapter 125, Training Camp. This FIC is finished. After 2 years, this FIC is finished on Pat. Go check it out if you can't wait for the releases. There is a vote now for which FIC that will be released after Kaiba is done. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 1750. They invited me to go to the pool. But I refused. I had no desire to play around. They can swim around all they want. I'd rather spend my time at home. I have been working on getting more energy. And I think I have found a way. I can manipulate my DNA. That means plant DNA as well. I did grow a few branches and leaves from my body. But the process was so slow, so I dropped it. Then another idea popped into my head. What if I use already existing forests for this? I spread out some plant-based tendrils, hundreds of them, and fuse them with existing trees. I did the calculations and it should work. And since the training camp is going to be in a forest, I decided to do it then instead of going now. Next day. Come on, Eri, I'll be back before you know it. Eri was hugging me like her life depended on it. But I don't want you to go. Eri had tears forming in her eyes. I know. But I have to. I promise I'll come after a few days. Be a good girl and listen to my parents. Okay. Eri nodded with tears falling down. Come on, Eri-chan. Don't be too sad. We can always call him and talk to him. My mother picked Eri up. Really? Eri asked in surprise. Yep, all three of us smiled at her. Okay. I'll be good. Eri nodded but was still sad. I looked at them one last time before, vanishing into thin air. Whoa, Eri looked in front of her. Papa is cool, right? Chisaki tried to cheer up Eri. Super cool. UA. Classroom 1A, EP2. We were all in the classroom. Aizawa was giving his speech. UA has finished its first semester and has started summer vacation. Those who want to become heroes will not receive rest days. Blah blah blah. Training camp. Plus ultra. Blah blah blah. Mega plus ultra. Grab your things and go outside. That's the smartest thing he has said all day. Outside. There were 2 buses. One for class 1A and for 1B. Everybody was excited and giddy for the training camp. A thought I didn't share. None of these people take their training seriously. Well, except Kirishima and Ojiro. But both of them can only train their body to get stronger. Kirishima so that he can withstand his quirk, and Ojiro because he has no other choice. The rest are training inefficiently or just wasting their time. Deku still hasn't figured out that he has legs. I mean, the legs are 4 times stronger than the arms. Even a child knows that. Ano, Ito, et. Deku started mumbling and blushing when Okako got too near, which caused her to blush as well. She quickly covered it up by dancing. Kaminari and Mina joined her, and soon they were dancing while clapping their hands. Training camp. Training camp. Training camp. Training camp. Out of nowhere an annoying bug named Monoma shows up and starts to bother us. ALLE. Someone from your class failed? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Isn't Class 1A supposed to be better than Class 1B? So why did more students fail then? How can that be, Chop? Kendo did a neck chop and put him to sleep. Sorry, Kendo quickly apologized while drawing him away. That kid has problems. He really should go to therapy. Isn't Hound Dog our school therapist? What the hell is he even doing here? He is obviously not doing his job. Bakugo, Todoroki, Deku, and Mamama all need therapy. Oh well. Not my problem. All of them can drop dead right now and I won't lose a wink of sleep. Everyone, please enter the buses in the order of your seats. Ida yelled out. Why are you saying this? Kaminari pointed at him. Kodo-san said that I was the right person for the job. Ida put his hand over his chest. Everyone turned to me. I looked at them blankly. What? It's called task delegation. The right people for the right job. It's efficient. Kirishima just face-palmed. You are just feeling lazy. I shrug my shoulders and enter the bus. It means the same thing to me. After a long and loud road trip, we finally arrived at the rest area. I turned off my hearing in the first 5 minutes. Momo fell asleep on my shoulder. She knew things were about to get rough, so she was conserving energy. We were the only ones here. Class B was nowhere to be seen. I hate that Aizawa pulls this kind of shit. If you're going to push the wannabe heroes, do the same for everyone. When we got off the bus, we were greeted by 2 women dressed in cat outfits. Yo, Eraser! Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Surprisingly cute and cat-like. Wild. Wild. Pussycats. The one on the right was Mandalay. The leader. Her quirk is telepathy. Mandalay is a young woman with brown eyes and red hair styled into 3 bangs going across her face. She wears a red version of the Pussycats hero costumes. She draws red markings beneath her eyes, which resemble cat whiskers. The woman next to her is Pixie Bob. She is a woman with blue eyes, and long blonde hair that's mostly combed back save for her bangs. She wears a light blue version of the Pussycats hero costume. She draws 2 blue dots on her cheeks whenever she wears it. She has a pretty strong earth-type quirk. But they look ridiculous. How do they expect anybody to take them seriously? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Deku fanboys. As usual. He mentioned their age, and Pixie Bob quickly covered his mouth and threatened him with her claws. I'm 18. Get it? 18. How desperate. We own all the whole stretch of land here. You will be staying at the foot of that mountain. Mandalay points in the distance. Everybody starts to figure out what's about to happen. They start to head back to the bus. If you are fast you will reach it, maybe around noon. Mandalay smiles. The bus. Get back in the bus everybody. Run. Everybody starts to run away. Well, except for me and Momo. Kiddies who don't get there by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Mandalay laughed. As Pixie Bob jumped in front of them. She put her hands on the ground and they glowed blue. The earth below us started to rise up. Sorry ladies and gentlemen. The training camp has begun, Eraser said with a sadistic grin. What's going on? The ground rose up and threw everybody off the cliff. Well, nearly. Me and Momo were using Jeppo to stay in the air. Kirishima as well, but he was struggling. This is a private area. So feel free to use your quirks. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. Mandalay waves at the fallen students. I can't keep going. Kirishima starts to fall down. Fuck K. Oi Kodo, yay Urozu. No flying. You have to get there by going through the foreset. Aizawa looks at us. Met. Fine by me. I look at Momo. Last one there gets to get there, treats the loser to dinner. Deal. Momo grinned. We stop using Jeppo and start falling down. I start morphing in my speed form, while Momo makes a Generator Rex hoverbike. Right before we landed I looked at the students. See you there. Boom. WRRRRRMMMM. Both of us blasted off to the cabin/facility. The rest of the students arrive as the sun is setting. 5:20 p.m. The group emerges from the first. They were dirty, tired, and practically dragging themselves here. You are finally here, meow. Pixie Bob grins at them. It took you a while. What do you mean 3 hours? Kirishima complained as he looked at it. Mandalay and Pixie Bob just smiled. Sorry, I meant that's what it would have taken us. The students looked at her blankly. You were trying to show off how much better you are? That just means Sugar Lips complained. Where are Kodo and Yaomomo anyway? Mina waved her hands while pouting. Here, I yelled at them. They turned to their left. Me and Momo were sitting on a bench in clean clothes while eating ice cream. They got here in less than 1 hour. They already ate a very luxurious lunch, Mandalay informed them. Seriously, the guys called out. No fair, Mina whined, and a few girls joined her. I was expecting you to take more time. You guys did great. Especially you four. Pixie Bob looks at Deku, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo. She jumps at them. I'm looking forward to where you will be in 3 years. I'm calling dibs. She starts to spit on them in small amounts. To mark her scent on them, I think. Pathetic. There is a limit to how desperate you can be. Jero. Why isn't she doing the same for Kodo? Tsuyu asks, causing Pixie Bob to freeze. I answer before the teachers could. She tried that to me. I grabbed her by the face and launched her 15 meters in the air. That made them sweat drop. Pixie Bob started to shake. I almost died. As merciless as ever, Jiro scratched her cheek. Jero. You are scary, Kodo-san. Too far, dude. Kirishima shook his head. Meh, she got off easy if you ask me. Everybody, once you have put your bags away, we will have dinner in the cafeteria. After that you will bathe and go to sleep. We will start for real tomorrow. Now move quickly. Aizawa points at the door. We start heading to the door when I heard a high-pitched squeak. I turn around to see Deku on his knees with his hands between his legs. He looks soulless as a little kid stomping away. Ah, right. He was here too. And looks like he punched Deku in the... You brute nephew. Why would you do that to Midoriya's scrotum? Ida yelled out. Scrotum? Dude, just say balls. I'm actually surprised the kid hit them. I thought Deku didn't have any. Well, not my problem. I walk away as Ida and the kid started to argue. I hope the villains come quickly. Otherwise, I will die from boredom. A/N. Next day. Day 2. 5:30 a.m. Fitness test. Training quirks.